Welcome to Wake, a cold reading of James Joyce's Finnegans Wake, just to hear it out loud. Join Toby Malone and TJ Young, along with some special friends, as we puzzle our way through what we once thought was an unreadable book to produce a surprisingly listenable podcast.
Hi, thanks for joining me. My name is Toby Malone. I am one of two hosts, along with TJ Young, of the podcast Wake, Cold Reading Finnegans Wake, which premiered in May of 2024. We started reading James Joyce's Finnegans Wake, first of all, to fulfill a bucket list item, trying to read James Joyce's Finnegans Wake all the way through without any kind of preparation. And we released it as a podcast just to stay accountable. Little did we know that we'd fall in love with the book and that people would be listening. The reaction has been tremendous, and that's been from Joyceans who are more than willing to forgive our errors of pronunciation and elocution. I mean, it is, after all, a cold read with no preparation. We welcome guests, we have some fun, we're irreverent, but we're respectful. And we've managed to finish the entire book in just 10 months. So this video represents a version of the podcast with all of the discussion removed. If you want to hear the discussion, then please check out the podcast that you can find on Apple Podcasts and Spotify. Just search for Wake Cold Reading. So with this video, if you are so inclined, you could listen through and hear the entire book as we have read it. There are mistakes. We never correct our mistakes. We never go back and edit out mistakes. We leave them all in because we think Joyce would approve of the project as it stands. So this is part 1 of 4. There are 4 books in Finnegans Wake for many reasons. But this is book 1 that is essentially about a quarter of the book. And so we're going to post this on YouTube. The entire project altogether is too long for YouTube's hosting rules. But if you're interested in reading along with the book as we go, any edition of The Wake will do. We use the Penguin Modern Classics edition with the foreword by Seamus Dean, but the page numbers are consistent throughout. So for more Wake content, as I say, follow our podcast on Apple Music and Spotify. Please leave us a 5-star review. We'd love that. You can also follow us on Instagram at this address here. You can support our Patreon, which is free, but you can support us there anyway, at this address. You can subscribe to our YouTube channel. You're on it right now. You might as well just subscribe. And then also check us out at Reddit. For everything else, there's our link tree. Enjoy book 1 and enjoy the Wake. We sure did.
River run past Eve and Adams, from swerve of shore to bend of bay, brings us by a commodious vicus of recirculation back to Howth Castle and environs. Sir Tristram Viola de Amours, for over the short sea, had Passencore re-arrived from North Armorica, on this side the scraggy isthmus of Europe Minor, to wield a fight his peninsulate war. Nor had Topsawyer's rocks by the stream Oconee exaggerated in themselves to Laurens County's Gorgios, while they went Dublin their mumper all the time. Nor a voice from a fire bellows mish mish to tauf tauf thwart Piatrick. Not yet, though very soon after, had a kidskad butt-ended a bland old Isaac. Not yet, though all's fair in Vanity, were so see Sethers wroth with Toon Nathan Joe. Rot a peck of Pa's malt had gem or shen brewed by arclight, and Rory end to the Regenbrow was to be seen ringsome on the aquaface. The fall! Ba 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 dal gar gar taka minara krn con bron ton ron tudrawon thrun truvar huna aunska skaun tu hu drndu thernuk of a once Wall Street old pa is retailed early in bed and later on life down through all Christian minstrelsy. The great fall of the off-wall entailed at such a short notice the fish shoot of Finnegan, erst solid man, that the Humpty Hill head of himself promptly sends an unquiring one well to the west in quest of his tumpty-tum-toes, and their upturned pike-pointing place is at the knockout in the park, where oranges have been laid to rust upon the green since Devlin's first loved Livia. What clashes here of wills gen wants, ostry gods gagging fishy gods, brekek, kekek, 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 quacks, 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 ualu, 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 quaua, where the batteries partisans are still out to mathmaster Malachus McGrains, and the Verdens catapulting the Camabalsticks out of the wheezed boist of Hoody Head, Assygates and boomerang stroms. Sod's brood, beamy fair, Sanglorian save. Arms appeal with larms, appalling. Killy, 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 atoll, atoll. What chance cuddlies, what cashels aired and ventilated? What bide my loves, sinduced by what togitab solvers? What true feelings for theirs hair with what strong voice of false Jacob? Oh, hear how hath Horsprowled met the dusk of the father of fornicationists, but, oh my shining stars and body, how hath fame spanned most high heaven the sky sign of soft advertisement, but was, is, issute, ere were sewers. The oaks of Ald, now they lie in peat, yet elms leap where the askers lay. Fall if you will, but will, rise you must, and none so soon, either shall the farce, for the nunts come to a set-down secular finish. Bygmester Finnegan, of the stuttering hand, Freeman's Mora, lived in the broadest way imaginable in his rush lit too far back, for messages before Joshuan judges had given us numbers or Helveticus committed Deuteronomy. One yeasty day he sternly struck his teat in a tub for to watch the future of his fates, but ere he swiftly struck it out again by the might of Moses, the very water was evaporated, and all the Guinnesses had met their exodus, so that ought to show you what a penshal duchy chap he was. And during mighty odd years, this man of hod, cement, and edifices in Topaz Thorpe piled building supra building pon the banks for the livers of by the swangso. He addle little piffy Annie to ug the little crather. With a hair in hons tuck up your part in her. Off while Balbuus, mither ahead, with goodly trowel engrasped and ivor-oiled overalls, which he habitually fonseed, like Haroun Childeric Egeberth, he would caligulate by multicabalturals the altitude and multitude until he seesaw by neat light of the liquor where twin 'twas born, his round-headed staple of other days to rise in undress masonry upstanded, joy grant it, a Walworth of a skyscrape of most Eiffel hoith entirely, originating from next to nothing and celestigating the himmels and all, higher architectological, with a burning bush abob off its bauble top, and with larens o'toolas clittering up and tumbles of buckets clottering down. Of the first was he to bear arms and a name, Wassali Busegirt of Ringsenborg, his crest of heraldry, invert with ancellars, trublant argent, a hegoak, pursuivant horrid horned, his scutchcomb fest with arches strung, Helio of the second, which is for husbandman handling his hoe. Ho, 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 Mr. Finn, you're going to be Mr. Finn again. Come again, Morm, and oh, your vine. Sunday's Eve, and oh, your vinegar. Ha, 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 Mr. Fun, you're going to be fined again. What then, agent-like, brought about that tragedy Thunder's Day, this municipal sin business? Our cube house still rocks as ear witness to the thunder of his Arafatas, but we hear also through successive ages that shabby chorish of uncalified muzzle-missile hymns that would blackguardize the white stone ever hurtle-turtled out of heaven. Stay us wherefore in our search for righteousness, O sustainer. What time we rise, and when we take up the toothpick, and wherefore we lump down upon our own leather bed, and in the night and at the fading of the stars. For a nod to the neighbour is better than a wink to the wabsanti. Otherways, ways, like that provost scoffing between bedoning the Jebel and the Gypsian Sea. Crowherb the crunch bracken shall decide. Then we'll know it, the feast is a fly day. She has a gift of seek on sight, and she all casually answers helpers, the dreamy dearie. Heed! Heed. It may half been a misfired brick, as some say, or it might have been due to the collapsus of his back promises, as others looked at it. There extend by now 1001 stories all told of the same. But so sore did Abe at Ivy Hoylard Abels, what with the Warhol's horrors of Rolls Rights, car hacks, stone gens, kissed vanes, tram trees, fargaballers, auto kinetons, hippo hobblies, street fleets, torn in taxes, mega fog circuses, and ward smotes, and basilicurks, and aeropagods, and the hoists, and the jolly brule, and the peeler in the coat, and the Mecklenburg bitch bright at his ear, and the Merlinborough barracks, and his 4 old courts, the boar, the moor, and his blightback working stacks at 12 pins a dozen, and the newbie buses sliding along Safety First Street, and the Derry jellybees snooping around Tell-No-Tailor's corner, and the fumes and the hopes and the strumpty thump of his Ville's indigenous Rome keepers, home sweepers, dome creepers, Thurum in fancy mud murrumed, and all the uproar from all the Offrows, a roof for May and a reef for Hugh butt under his bridge suits Tony. One warning fill felt tippling full. His howd field heavy, his hoddet did shake. There was a wall, of course, in erection. Dimb, he stottered from the latter. Damn, he was dud. Dumb, must but a boom, must but a dom. When a mon merries, his lute is all along, for whole the world to see. Shies, I should she. Maccool, or why did ye die of a trying thirsty morning? Sobs they sided at Finnegans' Christmas wake. All the hooligans of the nation prostrated in their consternation, and their duodismally profusive plethora of ululation. There was plums and grooms and sheriffs and titherers and raiders and cinnamon too, and the all guioned in with the shoutmost joviality. Agog and Magog and the round of them a grog, to the continuation of that celebration until Hanan Hunnigan's extermination. Some in kinkin chorus, more cankin keening, belling him up and filling him down. He's stiff, but he's steady as Priam Olam. 'Twas he was the decent gay labouring youth. Sharpen his pillow scone, tap up his beer. Everywhere in this world will ye hear such a din again. With their deep brow Finnegans and their dusty fidelios, they laid him broad on against bled, with a bockaslips of Finisky for his feet, and a barrowload of Guinnesses o'er his head. Tee the tootle of the fluid, hang the twaddle of the fuddled. Oh! Hurrah! There is but young glee, for the owl globe wheels in view, which is tautologically the same thing. Well, him a being so on the flounder of his bulk like an overgrown babeling, let we peep see at hum, well see PG ought he ought platter plate. Hum, from Shoepolist to Bailiwick, or from Ashton to Baranoth, or from by the banks to round the head, or from the foot to the bill to Irrigan's eye, he calmly extensiles. And all the way, a horn! From fjord to fjell, his bay winds oboboes shall wail him rock-bound, ho, ho, ho! In swim, swam, swum, and all the livy-long night, the Delldale dapling night, the night of bluery bells, her flitter-flute in tricky trochees. Oh, Carina, wake him. With her Essavans, and her Patajack Martins, about all them ins and oses. Tilling a teal of a tum, telling a toll of a teary-turty-tobling, grace before glutton. For what we are, gifts a gross if we are about to believe. So pool the beg and pass the kish for craw's sake. Amen. So sigh us. Grandpapas is fallen down, but Grinny spreads the board. Wace on the joint of a desh, finfo from the fush, ways be his bacon head, a loaf of Sing Pantry's Kennedy bread, and Wace hitched to the hop in his tail, a glass of Danu O'Donnell's famous old Dublin ale. But lo, as you would quaff off his frowed stuff and sink teeth through that pith of a flower-white bodie, behold of him as behemoth, for he is no way mo. Finish! Only a photograph of a Euston scene. Almost Rubicon Salmasala, ancient from out the ages of the San Penipenides, he is smolten from our mist, wobecaned and packed away, so that meal's dead off for summon, schluck, schleiss, and good rid herring. Yet may we not still see the Brongtong Tithian's form outlined aslumbered, even in our own night-time by the sedge of the troutling stream that Bronto loved and that Brunto has a lean on. Hic cubat idyllis, apud libertinum parvulem. What if she be in flags or flitters, reeky rags or Sunday choices, with a mint of mines or beggar a pennyweight? Arrah, sure, we all love little Annie Rooney, or we mean to say, love little Anna Rainey, when under her barella mid puddle, she nanny goes, nancing by. Yo! Brontalone slaps yo snores upon Ben Heather in Seeple Issout too. The cranic head on him, caster of his reasons, peer youthner in yon miss. Hooth! His clay feet swarded in verdigras, stick up stark where he last fell in 'em, by the mund of the magazine wall, where our Maggie seen all, with her sister in shawl. While over 'gainst this Bell's alliance behind ill 60, all old followed ill, bag-sides of the fort, bomb, terror bomb, lurk the ombushes, the sight of the lifting in weight of the upjock and hotcombs. Whence, when the clouds roll by, Jamie, a proud's eye view is enjoyable of our Moundings mass, now Wallenstall National Museum, with, in some greenish distance, the charmful Waterloose country, and the two quite white villagettes who here show of themselves so gigglesomes minx the foliages, the Prittilese. Penetrators are permitted into the museum on free. Welsh and the Paddy Patkinses 1 shilling. Redis members invalids of old guard find pucy pram to fate the sort of their butt. For her passkeets supply to the janitrix, the Mistress Cather. This way to the musee-room. Mind your hat's going in. Now yez are in the Willingdon musee-room. This is a Prussian gun. This is a French. Tip. This is the flag of the Prussians, the cap and the sarissa. This is the bullet that bing the flag of the Prussians. This is the French that fire on the bull that bang the flag of the Prussians. Saloose the cross gun. Up with your pike and fork. Tip. Bull's foot. Fine. This is the triple-worn hat of Lipolium. Tip. Lipolium hat. This is the Willingdon on his same white hearse, the Coken cape. This is the big Strouter Willingdon, grand and magentic in his gold-rimmed spurs, and his iron ducks, and his quarter-brass woody shoes, and his magnate's garters, and his Bangkok's best, and Golia's galoshes, and his pull-upon Easian war-trews. This is his big wide hearse. Tip. This is the 3 Lipolium boyne grouching down in the living ditch. This is an in my skillin Inglis. This is a Scotcher grey. This is a Davy stooping. This is the bog Lipolium mortaring the Lipolium beg. A Gallagher's argument. This is the petty Lipolium boy that was neither bag nor bug. Assay, touch all Fitz Churamush, Dirty Mac Dyke, and Harry O'Harry, all of them Arminus Varminus. This is Delian Alps. This is Mont Tyvel. This is Mont Tipsy. This is the Grand Mons Injun. This is the Crimiline of the Alps, hooping to shelter shock of 3 Lipoliums. This is the Ginnies with their Leghorns fainting to read in their handmaid's book of astrology while making their war undersides the Willingdon. The Ginnies is a coin her hand, and the Ginnies is a raven her hair, and the Willingdon get the band up. This is big Willingdon memorial telescope wounder worker obsequies on the flanks of the Ginnies. Sexcalibur horsepower. This is me, Belcham, sneaking his Philippi out of his most awful grimaced son's hat Cromwelly. Looted. This is the Ginny's Hastings dispatch for to irrigate the Willingdon. Dispatch in thin red lines cross the short front of me, Belcham. Yaw, yaw, yaw. Leaper, Arthur. Sphere, seeken. Field gaze, thy tiny frau. Hoigting. Nap. That was the tic-tacs of the Ginnies for to Fontenoy the Willingdon. She. The Ginnies is Gillis agent courting of the Lipoliums, and the Lipoliums is gone boycott crazy onto the one Willingdon. And the Willingdon get the band up. This is Bode Belcham, bonnet to Busby, breaking his secret word with a ball up his ear to the Willingdon. This is the Willingdon's Harold Ditch Pack. Ditch pick disployed on the regions rare of me Belcham. Salamangra, aye, cherry Ginnies, fig tree you, damn fairy Anne Voutre. Willingdon, that was my first joke of Willingdon, tick for tack. This is me Belcham in his 12-mile cowchooks, wheat, tweet, and stamp forth foremost, footing the camp for the Ginnies. Drink a sip, drank a sup, for he's as sooner buy a Guinness as he'd stale sore store sout out. This is Rucius Balls. This is a Trench. This is Mistletops. This is Cannon Futter with the popey nose. After his 100 days' indulgence. This is the Blessed. Tara's Widders. This is Ginnies in the Bonnyborn Bluches. This is Lipoliums in the rowdy houses. This is the Willingdon by the splinters of cork order fire. Tonnerre! Bull's ear. Play. This is Camelry. This is Floodens. This is the Soffaltreens in action. This is their Mobley. This is Panic Burns. Almigad, Arty is too loose. This is Willingdon cry. Brum, brum, cum brum. This is Ginny's cry. Underwetter. Goat strip Finlands. This is Ginny's running away to their Austerlitz down a bunker shields. With a nip, nippy nip and a trip, trippy trip so airy. For their heart's right there. Tip. This is me, Belcham's tank you, silver plate for kitchen the crepes in the cool of his canister. Poor the pay. This is the Bismarck of the Marathon Merry of the Ginnies they left behind them. This is the Willingdon Branlish, his same marmoreal tallow scoop Sophie Keepo for his royal diversion on the runaway Ginnies. Gambarista della Porca, Delaveris Femeris. This is the pettiest of the Lipoliums. Toffee thief, that spy in the Willingdon from his big white house, the Cape and Hope. Stonewall Willingdon is an old maxi monumenti. Lipoliums is nice hung busheliers. This is Hyena Hennessy laughing aloud at the Willingdon. This is Lipsig Dooley, krieging the funk from the Hennessy. This is Hindu Shaima Shin between the Dooley boy and the Hennessy. This is the wixy old Willingdon picket up the half of the three-foiled hat of Lipoliums from out the bloodle filth. This is the Hindu waxing rangy mad for a bomb shoob. This is the Willingdon hanking the half of the hat of Lipolium up the tail on the buckside of his big white house. Tip! That was the last joke of Willingdon. Hit. This is the same white house of the Willingdon. Culpin helped waggling his tailor scrup with a half of a hat of Lipoliums to insult on the Hindu sea boy. Nay, bull's rag foul. This is the sea boy, mad hershratas, up jumpin' pumpin', cry to the Willingdon. Ap puckaroo, pucka you rep. This is the Willingdon born stable gentleman, tinders his matchbox to the Kersigan shimmer shin. Basucker Usted. This is the Durfahim sea boy blow the whole of the half of the hat of Lipoliums off the top of the tail on the back of his big wide hearse. Tip! Bullseye. Game. How Copenhagen ended. This way, the musy room. Mind your boots going out. Phew! What a warm time we were in there. But how Keeling is here for airbouts. We know where she lives, but you mustn't tell anyone for the lamp of Jiggalanthan. It's a candle little house of the month and one windows, down a down, high down a down, and numbered quaintly mine. And such reasonable weather, too. The vagrant winds a waltz around the Piltdowns on every blasted holly rock. If you can spot 50, I spy 4 more. There's that gnarly bird ye gathering, a run a little, do a little, piri a little, pour a little, wipe a little, kicks a little, sever a little, eats a little, whine a little, ken a little, helf a little, pelf a middle, gnarly bird. a very tableland of bleak-barred fields. Under his 7 Rothschilds lies one, Lumproar, his glaive to side him, scud on torst. Our pigeons pair are flown for the Northcliffs. The 3 of crows have flapped it southerly, cracking of debacle to the cavartas of that sky whence Trebus answer. Well, 'tis well. She never comes out when Thon's on shower, or when Thon's clash with his Nixie girls, or when Thon's blowing tomb cracks down the gales of Thon. No, Nubo, no, ne bless on you leave. Her would be too moochy a freet. Of Burimeleg and Bindamel rolling eyes, and all the deed and the woe. Fee, fo, fum. She just does hope still buys will be buys. Here, and it goes on to appear now. She comes, a peace fugle, a parody's bird, a perry pot mother, a pringle pick in the islandsy skippy, with pee-wee and powwows in beggy-baggy, on her bicky-backy, and a flick-flask flag flinging its pixie-lighting packs, humariboros, picking here, pecking there, pussy, plunder pussy. But it's the Armitides to nigh, Militicapos, and to morn we wish for a muddy kissmans for the minutia workers, and there's to be a gorge-ups truce for happiness child her everywhere. Come Nebo me and Suso sing this day we Sally Bright. She's borrowed the coach's headlight the better to pry, who goes cute goes Sayaka and shoes around, and all spoiled goods go into her knapsack. Cartridges and rattling buttons, nappy spatties and flasks of all nations, clavicures and scampulas, maps, keys and woodpiles of halfpennies and moonlead brooches with blood-stained breeks in 'em, Bowstone night garters and masses of shoe sets, and nickelly knacks and foda all Michael, and a lugly parson of cates and howitzer muchias and midges and maggots, ills and ells and with lofts of toffs and plures of bells, and the last sigh that comes fro the heart, Bucklead, with the fairest sin the sun saw, that's Kirk, with kiss Chris, cross Chris, kiss cross, undo lives end, slain. How bootiful and how true to wife of her, when strangely forbidden, to steal our historic presents from the past post-prophetical, so as to will make us all lordy heirs and lady maidesses of a pretty nice kettle of fruit. She is living in our midst of debt and laughing through all plours for us. Her birth is uncontrollable, with a napper on for her mask and her sabots kicking arias. So sair, so solly, if yous ask me, I sack you. Who? Grix may tries and trousers fall, there being 2 sights for ever a picture. For in the byways of high and providence, that's what makes life worth leaving and the world's a cell for sitters to sit in. Let young women run away with the story, and let young men talk smooth behind the butler's back. She knows her night's duty while Luntum sleeps. Did you save any tin, says he. Did I what? With a grin, says she. And we all like a married Anne because she is a mercenary. Through the length of the land lies under liquidation flute, and there's ne'er a hairbrow nor an eye bush on this globulous pace of Herrschaft Wertewellers. She'll loan a Vesta and hire some peat and sarch the sores, her cockles to heat, and she'll do all a turf woman can to piff the business on. Paff. To puff the blaziness on. Piff poff. And even if Humpty Shell fell frumpty times are awkward again in the beard's boo saloon of all our grand remonstrances, there'll be eggs for the brickers come to mourn him sunny side up with care. So true is it that therewith's a turnover, the tay is wet too, and when you think you catch sight of a hind, make sure but you're cocked by a hind. Then she is on her behaviourate job of acquaintance bandy, fruiting for firstlings and taking her tithe. We may take a review of the 2 mounds to see nothing of the himples here, as at elsewhere by 6s and 7s, like so many Hegels and Colliners, sit on a runt, scent breeched and some Potterique, in their swisher-swish satins and their taffy-taff tights, playing Wharton's Folly at a tree putty on the planko in the perk. Stand up, Mickos. Make straight for Minners. By order Nicholas Proud. We may see and hear of nothing if we choose of the short-legged Bergens off Corkhill, or the Bergamores of Arborhill, or the Bergambols of Summerhill, or the Bergensellies of Misery Hill, or the country-bossed Burgones of Constitution Hill, though every crowd has its several tones, and every trade has its clever mechanics, and each harmonical has a point of its own, Olaf's on the rise, and Ivor's on the lift, and Citrix placed in between them. But they are all there, scraping along to sneeze out a likelihood that will solve and salve life's robilus rebus, hopping around his middle like kippers on a griddle, as he lays dormant from the macro-borg of Holdhard to the micro-berg of Pied de Poudre. Behove this sound of Irish sense. Really? Here English might be seen. Royally? One sovereign pun to the Petery pence. Regally? The silence speaks the scene. Fake! So this is Dublong? Hush! Caution! Echo land. How charmingly exquisite. It reminds you of the outwatch engravure that we used to be blurring on the blotch wall of his inkept house. Used they? I am sure that tiring Chabbles shoveler with the musical chocolate box, Myrie Mitchell, is nistling. I say, the remains of the outworn Gravemore, where used to be blurried the proltolmens of the incubus. Used we? He has only pretended to be struggling at the Jubilee harp from a second existed listener, fiery Farrelly. It is well known. Look for himself and see the old butte now. Dublin, W-K-O-O. Here? By the Museum wall. Fim, 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 with a grand fun ferrol. Fum, 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 fum. 'Tis optophone which optophanes. List, Wheatstone's magic lyre. They will be tuggling forever. They will be lit likening for all off. They will be pre-tumbling for rover. The harp's discord shall be theirs for olives. 4 things, therefore, saith our hereditary mammon Lugius with his grand old historium, wrote near Boreorum, bluest book in Bailey's annals, F.T. Indiffinarski, ne'er sail fail till heather smoke and cloud weed ires isle sal pal. And here nay they are the fear of T totities. Unum, Adar, a bulbin boss sooner mounted up on an alderman. Aye, duum, Nizam, a shoe on a pure old wobbin. Ah ho, Trium, Tammuz, an urban maid, O'Brien a bride to be deserted. A dear, quodlibus, Margus Van, a pen no weightier nor a pole post, and so, and all sucketh. And so, how idle as winds turning pages on pages as innocents with anaclete play, Popeye anti-pop, the leaves of the living in the bulk of the deeds, annals of themselves, timing the cycles of events grand and national, bring facile-wise to pass how. 1132 A.D. Men like to ants or emmets wandering upon a groot hide walsfisk which ray in a runnel. Blubby wears upert ubelanium. 566 A.D. On Balfair's night of this year after deluge, a crone that had it a wicked kish for to hail dead turves from the bog, looking it under the blay of her kish as she ran for to satisfage her curiosity, and be me soul, but she found herself sackville of swart goody quickenshoon and small elegant brogues, so rich in sweat, blurry worgs at Hurdlesford. Silent. 566 AD. At this time it fell out that a brazen-locked damsel grieved Sorbolus Olos because that Puppet her minion was ravished of her by the ogre Puropilius Pius. Bloody walls in Bally Orc lackeys a bally. 1132 AD. 2 sons at an hour were born until a good man and his hag. These sons called themselves Caddy and Primus. Primus was a sanitary man and drilled all decent people. Caddy went to Winehouse and wrote a piece of farce. Blotty words for Dublin. Somewhere, apparently, in the gin-and-go gap between Antediluvius and Anadominant, the copyist must have fled with his scroll. The Billy Flood rose, or an elk charged him, or the Saltrup world right of from the Excelsiormost Empyrene, bolt in some. Earth spake, or the Danamen Gallus banged pan the blitty Duran. A scribe aside then, and there is led off under Old's code with some fine covered by 6 marks or 9 pins in metalmen for the sake of his labour's dross, while it will be only now and again in our rear of our era, as an upshoot of military and civil engagements, that a Gynecure was left on to the scaffold for taking that same fine sum covertly by meddlement with the drawers of his neighbour's safe. Now, after all that Tarfasht and Peregrine or Dignant or Clare lift we our ears, eyes of the darkness, from tome of Liber Lividus, and how peaceably irenical, all dimmering dunes and glomering glades, self-stretches afore us our freedland's plain. Lead neath stone pine the pastor lies with his crook, young pricket by pricket's sister nibbleth on returning viridities. A maid her rocking grasses, the herb trinity shams lowliness. Sky up is of evergrey. Thus, too, for donkey's years, since bouts of Heber and Herryman, the cornflowers have been staying at Ballymum, the dusk rose has choosed out Goatstown's hedges, tulips have pressed together them by sweet rush, townland of twined lights, the white thorn and the red thorn have fairy gayed the May valleys of Knockmaroon, and though for rings around them, during a chiliad of peri-heligangs, the Formorians have brittled the tuath of the Danes, and the Oxman has been pestered by the firebugs, and the joints have thrown up Jerry's building to the Kevinses, and little on the green is child's father to the city. Year, and laugh tears. And the pack-sealing buttonholes have quadrilled across the centuries, and whiff now waft to us, fresh and made of all smiles, as on the eads of Kill-all-who. The babblers with their thangers vain have been, Confucium hold them. They were and went, thigging thugs were, and Huny hymn song-toms were, and comely Norgals were, and polyful fiancies. Men have thawed, clocks have sir hummed, the blonde has sought out of the brune, else kiss thou may, mean Kerry Piggy, and the dunkle dames have counted with their hellish fellows. Who ails tongue Codu, a space of dumb bills silly? And they fell upon one another, and themselves they have fallen. And still now nights and by nights of yore do all bold floras of the field to their shy fawn lovers say only, cull me ere I wilt to thee, and but a little later, pluck me whilst I blush. Well may they wilt, marry and profusedly blush, be troth. For that saying is as old as the Howits. Lay the whale a while in the wheelbarrow. Isn't it the truth I'm telling you? To have fins and flippers that shammy and shake. Timmican, tamp tear, tampting tam, flappity, flippity, fleepow. In the name of Ainum, this carl on the copje of impelted thongs, a path alone, who the Joe bigger be he. Forshapen his pig-made hogshead shrunk his plud's foot. He hath lock-toed this short shins, and behold, that's pectoral, his mamma muscles most moisturous. It is slaking nuncheon out of something's brain pan. Me seemeth a dragon man, he is almost on the Kiep fief I hear, is coms tipple Saxoon, be it Junipery or February, Marax or Abelhill, or the ramping riots of Purios and Furios. What a quake, sort of Mahan! It is evident the Micken Daddy. Let's we overgrope his fire defences, and the crowls of slit-slugged marrow bones cave. He can prosperous the pillory way to Hercules' pillar. Come on, fool portafool, hoiseried women blung monk sewer. Excuse us, Chorley Guy, you Tollarday Donsk, you Tokatiscowesian, you Spigety Anglias, you Phonio Saxio, clear also, 'tis a jute. Let us swap hats and excheck a few strong verbs, weak ouch together, yap yazard, abast the bluty creeks.
Utah!
Muck's pleasure ad.
Are you Jeff?
Some hards.
But you are not Jeff Mute?
No ho, only an utterer.
Whoa, what is the motor with you?
I became a stummer.
What a huddable thing to be cause. How, mutt?
A put the buttle, sird.
Whose poodle? Wherein?
The inns of Dungtarf, where used or to be he.
You that sighed your voice are almost inedible to me. Become a bite skin more wiseable as if I were you.
Has? Hasaf? Hasatensi? Erp, boohuru, buru usurp. I trample from wrath in mine minds when I rim.
One eye gone black, bisons is bisons. Let me for all your hastencies cross your qualm with trink guilt. Here, have sylvan coin, a piece of oak, genis his good for you.
Loey, how wouldn't I know it? The intelligible great coat of Cedric Shilkyshag. Seared merely faulty rices for one Dablin bar. Old grizzly growlsy. He was poached on in that egg-tential spot. Here where the livery's monomarch. There where the miser's moony Minikin pass.
Simply because, as Tactern pretells, our wrong story shorter, he dumpeted the whole borough of rubber guests on the soil here.
Just how a puddin stone in at the brook cells by a river pool.
Lord Allmarshy, with wad for a Norse like.
Sumula with a bull on a clump turf. Rooks roarum rex room. I could snore to him of the spumy horn, with his woolsy side in, by the neck I am Sutton on, did Briam de of Lynn.
Boiled oil and raw honey on me when I am barely forstand a weird from Struck and Finnick in such a patwat as your Rudimador rotor. On herd and of umsets, gut after meal, see you doomed.
Quite a gream. Bus of a sec. Walk a dun blink round with this abadustle, and you skull see how old ye plain of my elters, Humphrey and ours, where one to Whale Wimbrel to Pewee o'er the saltings, where Wilby city by law of Isthmon, where by a droit of Signory, Iceflow was from his in the beginning to whose finish there punct. Let ere him rummer, me emerge two races, sweet and brack, Morthering rue. Hither, cratching you estuards, they are insurgents. Hence, cool at ebb, they requiesce. Countless of live stories have nether fallen by this plage, flick as flower flakes, letters from aloft, like a wast wizard, all of whirlwords. Now are all tombed to the ground, ishjes to ishjes, erd to erd, from erd. Pride, O pride, thy prize!
Stench!
Fiat fute, here and under lie they, large by the smell and every night life also the estrange. Babylon the great grand hotel with tittle house, Alp on earwig, drucken on ild, like as equal to an equal in this sound cemetery which is Libia's love.
Zamardi.
Mendel lies, by the fierce wave begouted, Despond sung, and Thanastestros mound have swallowed up them all. This outth of years is not save brick dust, and being hummus of the same roturns. He who runes may read it on all fours. Oakstal, Newcastle, Trickastle, crumbling. Sell me sooth the fare for humbling. Humble a deity fair, but speak it all softly, Mulder. Be in your wished.
Weiss.
The Giant Forkicles with Amni the Fay.
Howie.
Here is Vice King's grab.
Hawad.
Or you Aston-egged, jute you?
I am Thronstruck Figmud.
Stoop. If you are Abede-minded to this clay book, what curios of signs, please stoop. In this aleph bed, can you read, since we and thou had it out already, its world? It is the same told of all, many, miscenations on miscenations. Tekel, they lived and laughed and loved and left, for sin. Thy thingdom is given to the Meads and the Porsons. The Mandertale, a loss and a gain of our old Heidenberg in the days when head in clouds walked the earth. In the ignorance that implies impression, that knits knowledge, that finds the name form, that whets the wits, that convey contacts, that sweetens sensation, that drives desire, that adheres to attachment, that dogs death, that bitches birth, that entails the issuance of existentiality. But with a rush out of his navel reaching the reredos of Ramabatham. A Terricolour's vively own view this, queer, and it continues to be quaky. A hatch, a celt, an ear share, the porquos of which was to cassay the earth crust at all of hours, furrowards, baggerwards, like yoxen at the term fat. Here say figurines bellicose arming and mounting, mounting and arming bellicose figurines. See here. Furtherk, this little effigy is for a firefing called a flint for all. Face at the east. Oh, I say. Face at the west. Oh, you fie. Up wap and dump 'em. Ace. To ace. When a part so petit does duty for the holos, we soon grow to use of an alphabet. Here, please to stoop, are silveren-cued petit peas of quite a peculiar interest, in as little as they are the pellets and make the tom-tummies payroll. Right rank Ragnar's rocks, and with these rocks orangos rank-tangled tough and right gorong. Wisha, why dat da? Thick as for thorn, that's thuck in this thoil like thumb fool's thrater thrust for vengeance. What a nice old mess it all makes. A midden-hide horde of objects, Olives, Beets, Kimmels, Dollies, Alfreds, Beaties, Cormacs, and Daltons. Owlets, Eags, oh, stoop to please, I hear. Creakish from age, and all now quite epicene, and old worldly wobblewers, hardworth a wipe o' grass. See the snake worms every side. Our Durlbum is swarming and sneaks. They came to our island from triangular Tuchitair beyond the wet prairie, reared up in the midst of the cargan of prohibitive promifructs, but along landed Paddy Whippingham and his garbage cans, cotch the creeps of them, pricker than our who's there out of man could quick up her what's that's. Some divide and some the lot, but the tally turns round the same ballyfuson. Racketeers and botloggers. Axe on thrax, axe and wise. One by place, one be three, ditto, and one before. Two nurses, one make a plausible free and item behind. Starting off with a big boa and three-legged calvers and ivagard grain jadises with their message in their mouths. And 100 filled in unleavened white of liberum Q to con and we can till all horrors eve. What a Neanderthal tale to unfurl, and with what an end in view of squatter and anti-squatter and post-prone anti-squatter. To say to us, to be every Tim, Nick, and Larry of us, sons of the sod, sons, little sons, yea, and lay little sons, when uses not to be, every Sue, Sis, and Sally of us, Dugters of Nan. Accusative Arnshire, damadam to infinities. True, there was Nilos Dabos, as yet no lumpen papier in the waste and might mountain pen still grown for the mices to let free. All was of ancientry. You gave me a boot, signs on it, and I ate the wind. I quizzed you a quid, with for what? And you went to the quad. But the world, mind, was, and will be writing its own runes forever, man, on all matters that fall under the ban of our infrarational senses for the last milch camel. The heart vein throbbing between his eyebrows has still to moor before the tomb of his cousin Charmian, where his date is tethered by the palm that's hers. But the horn, the drinking, the day of dread are not now. A bone, a pebble, a ramskin, chip them, chap them, cut them up always, leave them to terracook in the mothering pot. And Gutenberg with his Cro-Magnon charter, tinting fast and great primer must once for omnibus step rubbicked red out of the wordpress, else is there no virtue more in alcohoran. For that, the rapt one warns, is what paper is made of, hides and hints and misses in prints. Till ye finally, though not yet end-like, meet with the acquaintance of Mr. Typus, Mistress Tope, and all the little type topies. Phil Stupp, So you need hardly spell me how every word will be bound over to Carty 70 and 10 top typical reading throughout the book of Double N's giant, may his forehead be darkened with mud who would sunder, till Daleth, Mahoma Huma, who oped it closeth thereof the door. Cry not yet, there's many a smile to nondum, with city maids per man, sir, and the park so dark by candle light. But look what you have in your hand self. The movables are scrawling in motions, marching, all of them ago, in pit-pat and zing-zang, for every busy eerie wig's a bit of a Tory tale to tell. One's upon a time, and two's behind their letter sleep, and three's among the strubbly beds. And the chicks picked their teeths, and the domkey he began. You can ask your ass if he believes it. And so cuddy me only wallops have heels. That one of a wife with faulty barnets. For then was the age when hoops ran high, of a Nork and a chopwife, of a pom full of grave, and a fammy of levity, or of golden youths that wanted gelding, or of what the mischief miss made a man do. Malmaridad he was reverso-gassed by the frisk of her frasks and her pretty pyrrhic. May fay, she's la gay, this snaky woman, from that trippery to expecting pellic. Vale, Valentine eyes, she's the very besh Winnie knows blows nay on good. Flow in, flow an, ho-ho, so it's sure it was her, not we. But lay it easy, gentlemen, for we are in rearing of a Norwig. So weeny, beany, veeny, teeny, come see, het wis if inute, lissum, I am doing it. Hark, the corn and treats, and the larp notes prittle. It was of a night, late, lang time agone, in the old stone eld, when Adam was delving and his madamine spinning water silts, when Mulk Mounty Naughty Man was every bully and the first leal ribber robber that ever had her ain way everybody to his love-saking eyes, and every billy lived alove with every biddy else, and Jarl Van Hoother had his burnt head high up in his lamp house, laying cold hands on himself. And his two little Jiminies, cousins of Aaron, Christopher and Hilary, were kick-a-heeling their dummy on the oilcloth floor of his homerig, castle and earthen house. And, be dermot, who come to the keep of his inn, only the niece of his in-law, the prank queen. And the prank queen pulled a rosy one, and made her wit forninst the dower. And she lit up, and Firehand was ablaze. And spoke she to the dower in her petty purisiren, mark the wants, why do I am look alike the poss of Porterpiece? And that was how the skirtnishes began. But the dower hand-worded her grace in Dooch Nassau, shut. So her grace of malice kidnapped the Jiminy Christopher, and into the shandy westerness she rain. And Jarl Van Hoother wallessed after her with soft dove's gall. Stop, deef, stop, come back to mine ear'n, stop. But she sworded to him, unlikelihood. And there was a brain a while that the same Shabbaleth night of falling angles somewhere in Erio. And the prank queen went for her 40 years' walk in Turlemond, and she washed the blessings of the love spots off the Jiminy with soap, sulliver, suddles, and she had her 4 owlers masters for to torch him his tickles, and she convorted him to the one sure all good, and he became a luderman. So then she started to rain, and be rid Tom. She was back again at Jarl Van Hoother's in a brace of samers, and the Jiminy with her in a pinafrond, lace at night at another time. And where did she come but to the bar of his Bristolry? And Jarl Von Hoother had his bare tholo bruised heels drowned in his cellar malt, shaking warm hams with himself, and the Jiminy, Hilary, and the dummy in their first infancy were below on the tear-sheet, ringing and coughing, like Broder and Histher. And the prank queen nipped a paly one, and lit up again, and redcocks flew flackering from the hillcombs. And she made her witter before the wicked, saying, mark the twy, why do I am a look alike 2 poss of porter, please? And shut, says the wicked, hand-wording her majesty. So her majesty aforethought set down a Jiminy, and took up a Jiminy, and all the lily-path ways, to woman's land she rain. And Jarl Von Hoother bleathered after her with a loud Finnegale, stop, Dom, come back with my earring, stop. But the prank queen swearedid, am liking it. And there was a wild old granny whale, that Lawrencey night of star shootings somewhere in Erio. And the prank queen went for her 40 years' walk in Turnal Mean, and she punched the curses of Crom Cowell with the nail of a top into the Jiminy, and she had her 4 larksical monatrix to touch him his tears, and she provorted him to the one certain all secure, and he became a Tristian. So then he started reigning, and in a pair of changes, bedomed her. She was back again at Jarl von Huther's and at the Larry Hill, with her under her abramet. And why would she halt at all, if not by the ward of his mansion home of another nice lace for the third charm? And Jarl von Huther had his hurricane hips up to the pantry box, ruminating in his hold-for stomachs. Dare, oh dare. And the Jiminy Tartha trees and the dummy were below on the watercloth, kissing and spitting, and roguing and poguing like knave poultry and naive bride, and in their second infancy. And the prank queen kicked a blank and lit out, and the valleys lay twinkling. And she made her wittest in front of the archway of Trihomp, asking, Mark the Tris, why do I am a look alike? 3 posts of porter, please. But that was how the skirmishes end up. For like the Campbells coming with forklance of lightning, Jarl von Huther Bergners himself, the old terror of the dames, came hip-hop handy-hap out through the pike-and opened archway of his 3 Schutten castles, in his Brodinger hat and his civic collar, and his Olabuff hemmed, and his bullbragan socks and gloves, and his Ladbroke breeks, and his catgut bandolier, and his fur-famed penincular cumbots, like a Rudgellen Grubline orange man in his violet indignation, to the whole length of the strength of his bowman's bill, and he clopped his rude hands to his easy hitch, and he ordered, and his thick spick for her to shut up shop, Dappy. And the duppy shot the shutter clop. Perkonax Kron Bargrubru Gok Gor Leor Gom Gremet Gehund Herth Ruma Thunna Udadilili Fighty Tilly Bumul Kun Klidon Kun. And they all drank free. For one in his armour was a fat match always for any girls' undershirts. And that was the first piece of alliteratized porthery in all the flame-end bloody flatuous world. How Kersey the Tittler made a sweet unclose to the Narwhalian capital. Saw for shalt thou not see, betune ye and be. The prank queen was to hold her dummy ship, and the Jimimies was to keep the peace wave, and Van Hooster was to get the wind up. Thus the hearsomeness of the burgher felicitates the whole of the polis. O Phoenix culprit, ex Nikilau Malo comes Michaelmast bonum. Hill rill ones in company, billeted, less be proud of. Best breast high and bestride. Only for that these will not breathe upon Noraneson or Iranian the secrest of their sourlessness. Squirrely silex, homfree noenswa. Undigentian festines, Livia answa. Walkencap is on him, frowned and duriate. He would eavesdrip, were it mouse in hand, were it din of bottles in the far ear. Murk, his veils are darkling. With lipth she liptheth him to him all the time of thuck on thuck, on tho. She, he, she, ho, she, ha, tu la. Herr Fluke, if he could bad twig her, impalpabont he abheres. The sound waves are his buffeteers, they tromp him with their trumps, the wave of Rory, and the wave of Husht, and the wave of Howd, and the wave of Nether heed them horse lugger and lispel to mine, landluft by his neighbour mistress and perpetrified in his offspring, sabes and suckers, the moaning pipers could tell him to his face back, the louthly one whose lobe we are devourers of, how but this for his hold halibut, or her to her pewter puff, the lip one whose libe we drink at, how biff for her tiddlywink of a windfall, our breed and washer givers, there would not be a holy spire on the town, nor a vestal flouting in the dock, nay to make plain avowals, nor a U, not an I, to play cash in novo nilbud by swamp light, nor a tool at all, and noddy hint to the conveyance. He dug in and dug out by the skill of his tilth for himself and all belonging to him, and he sweated his crew beneath his auspice for the living, and he earned his dread, that dragon volant, and made louse for us, and delivered us to boll weevils amain, that mighty liberator, Unfru Chicta Uru Wukru, and begad he did, our ancestor most worshipful, till he thought of a better one in his windower's house, with that blush mantle upon him from ear's end to ear's end. And would again could whispering grassies wake him, and may again when the fiery bird disembers, and will again, if be soothed by elder to his youngers shall be said. Have you wines for my wedding? Did you bring bride and bedding? Did you hoop for my deading? Is a wake usquid borgum anum muck and dool. Did ye drink me dawn ale? Now be acy, good Mr. Fenimore, sir, and take your leisure like a god on pension, and don't be walking abroad. Sure, you'd only lose yourself in Heliopolis, now the way your roads in Capilla Vester are that winding there after the cavalry, the Northumbrian and the Fives Barrows and Waddling's raid, and the Bower Moor, and wet your feet, maybe, with the foggy dews abroad. Meeting some sick old bankrupt, or the Cotterix donkey with his hue hanging, clang-catacanca, or a slut snoring a impure infant on a bench. 'Twould turn you against life, so 'twould. And the weather's that mean too. To part from Devlin is hard, as Nugent knew. To leave the clean tanglesome one lushier than its neighbour in franchisable fields, but let your ghost have no grievance. You're better off, sir, where you go, prime-signed in the full of your dress, blood-eagle waistcoat and all, remembering your shapes and sizes on the pillow of your baby curls under your sycamore by the keld waiter, where the Tories' clay will scare the varmints, and have you all you want, pouch, gloves, flask, briquet, kerchief, ring and amberella, the whole treasure of the pyre in the land of souls, with Homan and Broyan Baruch and Pol Ol Lonan and no bucket Mosler and Gunigus Khan. And we'll be coming here, the ombre players, to rake your gravel and bringing you presents, won't we, Fenians? And if isn't our spittle will stint of you, is it, druids? Not shabty little imagettes, penny dirts and dodge my eyes, you buy it in the sooty stores, but offerings of the fields. Meliodaries, that Dr. Faherty, the Madison man, taught to gooden you. Poppy pap's a passport out, and honey is the holiest thing ever was, chive, comb, and earwax, the food for glory. Mind you keep the pot, or your nectar cup may yield too light. And some goat's milk, sir, like the maid used to bring you. Your fame is spreading like Basilico's ointment since the Fintan lay laws piped you overboarder, and there's whole households beyond the Bothnians, and they calling names after you. The men here's always talking of you sitting around on the pig's cheeks under the sacred roof tree, over the bowls of memory where every hollow holds a hallow, with a pledge till the drengs in the salmon house, and admiring to our supercillet where the palm sweat on high is the mark of your monument. All the toothpicks ere ironisons chewed on are chips chepped from that battery block. If you were bowed and soiled and let down itself from the owner of the load, it was the paddy planters that might pick up plenty, and when you were undone in every point for the lapse of goddesses, you showed our labour lasses how to free was easy. The game old gun, they do be saying. Skull! That was a planter for you, a spicer of them all. Begog, but he was, the G.O.G. He's dud and gone now, and we're apt to finding the sores of his sedek at but peace to his great limbs, the bud hock, with the last league long rest of him, while the million-candled eye of Tuscar sweeps the Moylian main. There was never a warlord in great errands in Bretland, no, nor in all Pike County like you, they say. No, nor a king, nor an Ard king, Bung king, Sung king, or Hung king. That you could fell an elms tree, 12 urchins couldn't ring round and hoist high the stone that Liam failed. Who but a MacCallumore, the reese of our fortunes and the foreman at the funeral to compass our cause? If you was Hogglebully itself, and most thrifty, like you was taken waters, still, but what all where was your like to lay the cable, or who was the batter could better your grace? Mick Mac Magnus Macaulay can take you off to seen your missus to Yeah. Mick Mac Magnus Macaulay can take you off to the pure perfection, and Leatherbags Reynolds tries your shuffle and cut. But as Hopkins and Hopkins puts it, you were the pale eggy naggy and a kiss to tilly up. We calls him the journey all bugaloffs, since he went Jerusalem faring in Arsha Manor. You had a gamier cock than Pete, Jake, or Martin, and your archgoose of geese stubbled for all angels' day. So may the priest of seven worms and scalding Tayboil, Papa Vestre, come never near you as your hair grows wheater beside the liffey that's in heaven. Hep, hep, hooray there! Hero! 7 times thereto we salute you. The whole bag of kits, falcon plumes, and jackboots incloted is where you flung them at the time. Your heart is in the system of the she-wolf, and your crested head is in the tropic of Copra Capron. Your feet are in the cloister of Virgo. Your Olala is in the region of Sehuls, and that's ashore as you were born. Your shuck ticks swell, and that there Texas is toe linen. The Lomestone Rome to Lafayette is ended. Drop in your tracks, babe. Be not unrested. The head bodily watcher of the Temple of Isid, Totem Calmum, saith, I know thee, Methajar, I know thee, salvation boat. For we have performed upon thee, thou Abrahamation, who comest ever without being invoked, whose coming is unknown, all the things which the company of the precentors and the grammarians of Christ Patrick's ordered concerning thee in the matter of the work of thy tombing. How of the shipmen, steep wall. Everything's going on at the same, or so it appears to all of us in the old homestead here. Coughing's all over the sanctuary, bad scrant to me Aunt Florenza, the horn for breakfast, one a gong for lunch and dinner chime. As popular as when Belly the First was king and his members met in the diet of man. The same shop slop in the window, Jacob's letter crackers and Dr. Tipple's Vi cocoa and the Esward's vapoured soup beside Mother Seagull's syrup. Meat took a drop when Riley Parsons failed. Coal's short, but we've plenty of bog in the yard, and Bailey's up again, begrain to it. The lads is attending school, Nesson's regular, sir, spelling bees' knees with Hayton Hayley, and turning out tables by mud application. All for the books and never pegging smashes after Tombo Glassass or Timmy the Tosser. 'Tis really the truth. No, it isn't. No, isn't it? Roman Patherix, you were double-jointed janitor the morning they were delivered, and you'll be a grandfer yet entirely when the right hand seizes what the love arm knows. Kevin's just a dote with his cherub cheek chalking ogres on the walls and his little lamp and school belt and bag of nicks playing postman's knock round the diggings, and if the seep were milk you could leave his old by his eyed, but lock's sake the devil does be in that nerps of a Jerry sometimes, the tar and tan playboy making incositive income out of the last of his lavings and writing a blue streak over his birthday shirt. Hetty Jane's a child of Mary. She'll be coming, for they're sure to choose her, in her white of gold with a torch of ivy to rekindle the flame on Felix Day. But Essie Shanahan has let down her skirts. You remember Essie in our Luna's convent? They called her Holly Mary, her lips were so ruddy berry, and Pia de Purabelle when the Red Miners' riots were on about her. Were I a clerk designate to the Williams Woodsman manufacturers, I'd poster these powders on every jam in the town. She's making her rep at Lana's twice nightly, with the taborine tam-tammers of the Whirly-McGees. Beats that cuckoo flat. Would dilate your heart to go. I see now, you decent man, with your knees, and lie quiet, repose your honour's lordship. Hold him here, Ezekiel Irons, and may God strengthen you. It's our warm spirits, boys. He's spurring. Demetrius O'Flanagan, cork that cure for the Clancarties. You swamped enough since Portobello to float the Pomeroy. Fetch nowhere, Pat Coy, and fetch new you, Pam Yates, and be nather angst of Ramarich. Here's Lumbos, where Minsty's swallowed 'em, where Mishki's lodge none, where mysteries pour kind on, oh sleepy, and so be yet. I've an eye on queer Behan and old Kate and the butter, trust me. She'll do no juggly-wuggly with her war souvenir postcards to help me build me Muriel tippers. I'll trip your traps. Assure there. And we put on your clock again, sir, for you. Did or didn't we, share stutterers? So you won't be up a stump entirely, nor shed your remnants, the stern wheels crawling along. I seen your missus in the hall like the Queen of Ear. Arrah, it's herself that's fine too, don't be talking. Shirks ends? You Storian Harry chap lunga me Harry chap Storian grasp, woman plethy good trout. Shakes hands. Dibble a hayfork's wrong, with her only her lex salig. Bold Tib does be yawning and smirking cat's hours on the Pollux' woolly round Tabor's cushion, watching her sewing a dream together, the tailor's daughter, stitched to her last, all while waiting for winter to fire the enchantment, decoying more nesters to fall down the flue. It's an avalanche that blows no pussy food. If you only were there to explain the meaning best of men and to talk to her nice of golden selva, the lips would moisten once again, as when you drove with her to Findrinny Fair. What with reins here and ribbons there, and all your hands were employed, so she never knew was she on land or at sea, or swooped through the blue like Airwinger's bride. She was flirtsome then, and she's fluttersome yet. She can second a song, and adores a scandal, and when the last post's gone by. Fond of a court concertina and pears passing when she's had her 40 winks for supper after cannican, and ably dimpling, and is in her Merlin chair assorted, reading her Evening World. To see is its smarts, full length or swaggers. News, news, all the news. Death, a leopard, kills fella in Fez. Angry scenes at Stormount. Still a star with her lucky in going aways. Opportunity fair with the China floods, and we hear those rosy rumours. Ding-tams he noise about all the same Harry chap. She's seeking her way, a chuckle, in and out of their serial story, lay loves of Selskar a Pervench, freely adapted to the Norwegian's Viv. There'll be bluebells blowing in salty sepulchres the night she signs her final tear. The end. But that's a world of ways away, till track law's time. No silver ash or switches for that one, while flattering candles glare. Anastasies, how are you? Worth a weight in the noblest, says Adams and Sons, the would-pay actioneers. Her hair's as brown as ever it was, and wivy and wavy. Repose you now. Finn, no more. Now be that same-sake substitute of a hooky salmon. There's already a big roady ram lad at random on the premises of his haunt of the hungered bordels, as it is told me. Shop illicit, flourishing like a Lord Major, or a boa baybome, litting flop a dead lop, a loose to lee, but lifting a bend branch a yard along. Eve away! On the breezy side, for shaum. The height of Brewer's chimney, and as broad below as Phineas Barnum, humping his share of the shouters, is sinking on him. He's such a grand fella, with a pocked wife in pickle that's a fly fire, and 3 lice nittle clinkers, 2 twilling bugs, and 1 midget pucelle. And aither he cursed and recursed, and was ever seen doing what your 4-footers saw, or he was never done seeing what your cool pigeons know. Weep the clouds aboon for smile down witnesses. And that'll do now about the fairy he's and the fraily she's, though east fibble it to the Zephyroth, and arter zoom it round for her heavens for ever. Creator he has created for his creatured one's creation. White monothoid? Red theatricat, and all the pink prophets coal-hail thing? Very much so. But however 'twas, 'tis sure for one thing, what Sheriff Tura voucher fors, and Matt Pickwick makes put out, that the man hum the cheapner, esque, overseen as we thought him, yet a worthy of the name, came at this time-coloured place where we live in our parochial firmament, one tied on another, with a bum-rush and hull of a wherry, the twin-turbine dow, the bay for dibbling, this archipelago's first visiting schooner, with a Wicklow pattern waxen wench at her prow for a figurehead, the Dead Sea dugong up-dip dripping from his depths, and has been repreaching himself like a fish mummer these 60 years ever since, his shelby by his side, 80 and aid, and growing whorish under his turban, and changing cane sugar into cellulose starch, tut says to him. As also that, batin the bulky hood he bloats about when inebriated, our old offender was humile, commune and insectuous from his nature, which you may gouge after the bynames was put under him in lations of languages, honai and suit and praises be, and totalizing him, even Hamisim of Himishim, that he, sober serious, he is and no counter he who will be umitently responsible for the hubbub caused in Edinburgh. Now, to forbear for ever so little of iris trees and lily orangans, concerning the genesis of Harold or Humphrey Chimpton's occupational agnomen, we are back in the pre-surnames, pro-Domarith period, of course just when Enos chalked hole traps, and discarding once for all those theories from older sources which would link him back with such pivotal ancestors as the Glues, the Gravies, the Northeasts, the Anchors, and the Earwickers of Sidlesham in the 100 of manhood, or proclaim him offsprout of Vikings who had founded Wapentake and settled Herrick or Eric, the best authenticated version, the Dumlat, read the reading of Hofed ben Edar, has it that it was this way. We are told how in the beginning it came to pass that like Cabbaging Cincinnatus, the grand old gardener was saving daylight under his redwood tree one sultry Sabbath afternoon, Hag Chivius Eve, in pre-fall paradise peace, by following his plough for rootles in the rear garden of Mob House, ye old marine hotel, when royalty was announced by Runner to have been pleased to have halted itself on the high road, along which a leisure-loving dog-fox had cast followed, also at walking pace, by a lady pack of cocker-spaniels. Forgetful of all save his vassal's plain fealty to the Ethnarch Humphrey or Harold stayed not to yoke or saddle, but stumbled out hot-faced as he was, his sweatful bandana loose from his pocket-coat, hasting to the forecourts of his public in tope, surcingle, solar scarf, and plaid, plus fours, puttees, and bulldog boots ruddled cinnabar with flagrant marl, jingling his turnpike keys and bearing aloft amid the fixed pikes of his hunting party a high perch atop of which a flower pot was fixed earthside hoist with care. On his majesty, who was, or often feigned to be, noticeably long-sighted from green youth, and had been meaning to inquire what, in effect, had caused yon causeway to be thus potholed, asking substitutionally to be put wise as to whether paternoster and silver doctors were not now more fancied bait for lobster trapping, honest blunt, harum Humphrey id, answered in no uncertain tones, very similarly with a fearless forehead. "No, ye maggers, I was jist cotchin' on them bluggy earwuggers." Our sailor king, who was draining a guglet of obvious Adamale, gift both and Gorbin, upon this, ceasing to swallow, smiled most heartily beneath his walrus moustaches, and indulging that none too genial humour which William the Conk on the Spindle's side had inherited with a hereditary whitelock and some short-fingeredness from his great-aunt Sophie, turned towards two of his retinue of gallow-glasses, Michael, Etheling, Lord of Lakes and Offaly, and the Jubilee Mayor of Drogheda, Elcock, the two scatterguns being Michael M. Manning, proto-syndic of Waterford, and an Italian excellency called Jubilee, according to a later version cited by the learned scholarch Canavan of Can Make Noise. In either case, a triptychal religious family symbolizing puritas of doctrina, business per usuals, and the perky patch of Hamlock, where the paddish pretties grow, and remarked dissolilly, holy bones of Saint Hubert, how our red brother of Puringrania would audibly fume did he know that we have for Sir Trusty Bailiwick a turnpiker who is by turns a pike bailer no seldomer than an earwigger. For he kins John Pill with his court so grey, and his haunts in his house in the morning. One still hears that pebble-crusted laughter, jappy-jap, cheerily, along among the roadside tree, the Lady Holmpatrick planted, and still one feels the emotive silence of the Gladstone Beeling. I've moused outside the burn. Comes the question, are these the facts of his nomen-gentilization as recorded and accoladed in both or either of the collateral Andrew Paul Murphic narratives? Are those there fatter which we read in Sibylline between the far and the nafar? No, dung on the road. And shall no Homish be our place like? Yes, Mullaki our kingable Khan. We shall perhaps not so soon see. Pink ponks that bale for Sikhs Alexcents where comes scepters with centaurs stray. Bear in mind, son of Hokmar, if so be you have Mitheg in your midness, this man is mountain, and unto changeth doth one ascend. Heave we aside the fallacy, as punicle as Finnegan, that it was not the king's self, but his inseparable sisters, uncontrollable night talkers, Skiritsade with Donitsade, who afterwards, when the robbers shot up the social lights, came down into the world as amusers, and was staged by Madame Sudlow as Rosa, and Lily Muskingett in the pantomime, that the two pits Pathera-nosed, Melodiris and Galathy. The great fact emerges that after that historic date, all holographs so far exhumed initialed by Harumphry bear the sigla HCE. And while he was only and long and always good Duke Umphrey for the Hungaline spalpeens of Lucalizod and Chimbers to his cronies, it was equally certainly a pleasant turn of the populace which gave him a sense of those normative letters, the nickname, Here Comes Everybody. And imposing everybody, he always looked, constantly the same as and equal to himself, and magnificently well worthy of any and all such universalization, every time he continually surveyed, amid vociferatings from in front of, accept these few nutties, and take off that white hat, relieved with stop his grog, and put it in his log, and loots in his bass voco boots. From good start to happy finish, the truly Catholic assemblage gathered together in that King Street house of satin lustre-like, above floats and footlights, from their ass-bald velds and ox-gangs, unanimously to clapboard, the inspiration of his lifetime and the hits of their careers, Mr. Wallenstein Washington Semper Kelly's Immigreen Tourers, in a command performance by special request, with the courteous permission for pious purposes, the home-droned and enlivened performance of problem passion play of the Millantoury, running strong since creation, a royal divorce, then near the approach towards the summit of its climax, with ambitious interval band selections from the Bowgirl and the Lily, on all horsery show command nights from his vice-regal booth. His Barcelona is shillinged. There is a cuckoo's pit, less eminent than the red ritual hoods of Macabre and Cullen, where a veritable Napoleon the Nth, our world stage practical joke piece, and retired Celtic commandant in his own wise, this folk's forefather all of the time sat having the entirety of his house about him, with the invariable broad-stretched kerchief, cooling his whole neck, nape, and shoulder blades, and in a wardrobe-panelled tuxedo completely thrown back from a shirt well entitled a swallow-all, on every point far out-starching the laundered claw-hammers and marble-topped highboys of the pit stalls and early amphitheatre. The piece was this. Look at the lamps. The cast was thus. See under the clock. Ladies' circle. Cloaks may be left. Pit, promer, and parterre. Standing room only. Habituals conspicuously emergent. A baser meaning has been read into these characters, the literal sense of which decency can safely scarce hint. It has been blurtingly bruited by certain wisecrackers, the stinks of Mahorat are in the night plots of the morning, that he suffered from a vile disease. Asthma, unmanner them. To such a suggestion, the one self-respecting answer is to affirm that there are certain statements which ought not to be, and one should like to hope to be able to add, ought not to be allowed to made. Nor have his detractors, who an imperfectly warm-blooded race apparently conceive him as a great white caterpillar capable of any and every enormity in the calendar, recorded to the discredit of the Duke and Kellikeck families, mended their case by insinuating that, alternately, he lay at one time under the ludicrous imputation of annoying Welsh fusiliers in the People's Park. Hey, hey, hey! Hawk, hawk, hawk! Fawn and Flora on the Lee loved that little old jock. To anyone who knew and loved the Christ-likeness of the big, clean-minded giant H.C. Earwicker throughout his excellency long vice-fregal existence, the mere suggestion of him as a lust-sleuth nosing for trouble in the booby-trap rings particularly preposterous. Truth, beard on, prophet, compels one to add that there is said to have been quondam, fute, some case of the kind implicating, it is interdum believed, a quiddam, if he did not believe exist, it would be necessary quoniam to invent him. About that time, stambuling around dumbailing in leaky sneakers with his Turk record, who had remained tophacantically anonymous, but, let us hew him Abdullah Gamelexarchy, was, it is stated, posted at Malons at the insistence of watch warriors of the Vigilance Committee, and years afterwards cries one even greater, Ibid, a commender of the frightful, seemingly unto such as were sulhan sated, tropped head, fiat, waiting his first of the month Frood's turn for that choppa cabax alicubi on the old house for the charge hard, roke haddocks off Hawkins Street. Lo, you blondie liar, Gob seen you in the narked place, and she what's eateth our home defileth these boils. There's a cabful of bash indeed in the Homer of that meal. Slander, let it lie its flattest, has never been able to convict our good and great and no ordinary Southron earwalker, that homogeneous man, as pious author called him, of any graver impropriety than that, advanced by some woodwards of regarders who did not dare deny, the Shomers, that they had chin-ted, chin-tam, chin-taffed, that day consumed their soul of the corn, or of having behaved with ungentlemanski immodious opposite a pair of dainty maidservants in the swulth of the rushy hollow whither, or so the two gown and pinners pleaded, Dame Nature in all innocency had spontaneously and about the same hour of the eventide sent them both, but whose published combinations of silken lane testimonies are, where not dubiously pure, visibly divergent as wept on minor points touching the intimate nature of this, a first offence in vert or venison, which was admittedly an incautious, but at its wildest, and partial exposure, with such attenuating circumstances, Garthin, Gaddeth, Green, Where, Soakman, Brighteth, Girling, as an abnormal St. Swithin's summer, and Jesse's Rosa Sharon, a ripe occasion to provoke it. We can't do without them. Wives, rush to the restures. Off man will toman while led is the lull. Zesids arcadum, vitherpleach, volapluck, fiscup for flesh Nelly, el mundo nov zolflen. If she's a Lilith, pull early. Pauline, allow. And mailers are bushed, keep back, guiltless as much laid to him as he was clearly for once at least, he clearly expressed himself as being with still a trace of his erstwhile burr, and hence it has been received of us that it is true. They tell the story, as amalgamas absorbing of calcium corallides and hydrophobes sponges could make it, how one happy-go-gusty Ides of April morning, the anniversary as it fell out of his first assumption of his mirthday suit and rights in appurtenance or to the confusioning of human races, ages and ages after the alleged misdemeanor when the tried friend of all creation, Tigerwood Roadstaff to his stay, was billowing across the wide expanse of our greatest park in his catechit kepi and great belt and Haydn sax and his Blaufunks fustian and Ironsides jackboots and Bhagavat gaiters and his rubberized Inverness, he met a cad with a pipe. The latter, the luciferant, not the orlulate, who the odds are is still berting dagabout in the same straw beamer, carrying his overgoat under his shoulder, sheep side out so as to look more like a country gentleman and signing the pledge as gaily as you please, heartily accosted him with Guinness Thaw Tool in G mid-dinner Oosin Phil. A nice how do you do in pool black at the time of some of our old days may still tremblingly recall, to ask could he tell him how much o'clock it was that the clock struck, had he any idea by cock's luck as his watch was Brady's. Hesitancy was clearly to be evitated, execration as cleverly to be homisoid. The earwicker of that spurring instant, realizing on fundamental liberal principles the supreme importance, nexally and noxally, of physical life, the nearest help relay being Ping Ping K.O. St. Patrick's Day and the Fenian Rising, as wishful as he felt of being hurled into eternity right then, plugged by a soft-nosed bullet from the sap, halted quick of the draw, and replying he was feeling tipstaff cue produced from his gun pocket by Jurgensen's shrapnel Waterbury, ours by communism, his by use of capture, but on the same stroke hearing above the skirling of harsh Mother East, old Fox Goodman, the bellmaster, over the wastes to south, at work upon the 10-ton tonuant thunderous tenor toller in the speckled church, Cohunan's call, told the inquiring kidder, by Jehovah, it was 12 of 'em Sideral, and tankard time, adding but all, as he bended deeply with smoked sardinish breath, to give more ponders to the copper stick he presented, though this seems in some confusion with the chap-stuck ginger, which, as being of sours, acids, salts, sweets, and bitters compounded, we know him to have used as chaw for bone, muscle, blood, flesh, and vim vital, that whereas the accusation against them had been made, what was known in high quarters as was stated in Morgan's Post, by a creature in human form, who was quite beneath par and several degrees lower than your triple hydrad snake, in greater support of his word, it, quaint anticipation of a famous phrase, has been reconstructed out of an oral style into the verbal for all time with ritual rhythmics. Inquiritary quietude, and two salmon stucked from successive accounts by Noah Webster in the redaction known as Sayings Attributive of H.C. Earwicker, prize on shillings, post lots free, the flaxen Gygas tapped his chronometrum drum, and now standing full erect above the adjacent floodplain, scene of its happening with one Berlin gauntlet chop-stuck in the huff of his elbow, by ancientest signor, his gesture meaning pointed at an angle of 32 degrees towards his Duke de Furs overgrown milestone, as fellow to the gauge, and after a rendy present pause, averred with solemn emotions fire. Shish shake co-comrade, me only them 5 ones, he is equal combat. I have once 5 straight, hence my no nation-wide hotel and creamery establishments, which for the honours of our mutual daughters, credit me, I am willing to take my stand, sir, upon the monument, that sign of our redemption, by any hygienic day to this hour, and to make my oath to my sin-finners, even if I get life for it, upon the open Bible, and before the great taskmasters, I lift my hat, and in the presence of the deity itself, and well of Bishop and Mrs. Mycan of High Church of England, as of all such have said my immediate with-dwellers, and of every living soul in every corner wheresoever of this globe in general, which useth of my British to my backbone tongue and commutative justice, that there is not one tittle of truth, allow me to tell you, in that purest of fib fabrications. Gaping Jill, swift to mate Erithors, stern to check self, diagnosing through useless tube that it was to make with a markedly post-puberal hyperchiturity pipe of Heidelberg man-like cavern ethics, lufted his sloping forward, bad Sweategore, good Murrach, and Dublin Notch onto it as he was greedily obliged, and like a sensible ham, with infinite tact in the delicate situation, seen the touchy nature of its perilous theme, thanked them for guilders received and time of day, not a little token of Bock all the same, that was owl the god's clock it was, and upon humble duty to greet his tisk minister, and he shall gild the gap gaper, and thee his a mouldy voids, went about his business, whoever it was, saluting corpses, as a matter of course. One could hound him out, had one heart for the monticules of scalp and dandruff dropping blaze his trail, accompanied by his trusty Snorla and his permanent reflection Verbigracis. I have met with you, bird, too late, or if not, too worm and early, and with tag for ildiot, for in his second month language, as many of the big-timers' verbatim words, which he could balbly call to memory that same Cavelde, ere the hour of the twattering of bards in the Twitter-lutter between Druidia and the deep-sleep sea, when suppertide and souvenir to charlatan mall, jointly came gently, and upon the quiet darkenings of grand and royal Flitman fush, and kept the hedge, whereas to many a soft tongue's porky talk, mewed unser sufter pogio, arvanda always acquiescent. While studying castells in the Blaun and studying cowshots over the Norren, he spat in careful convertedness a mosaic dispensation about his hearthstone, if you please. Irish saliva, mosh du hole, but would a respectable, prominently connected fellow of Iro-European ascendances, with well-dressed ideas, who knew the correct things, such as Mr. Shall we sigh or Mr. Shall we laugh, expectorate after the callous fashion. No thank yous. When he had his Belcher Spuckatuck in his pocket, Pethuck, Muse fed with his thockets, after having supped of the dish sot and potage, which he snobbishly dabbed peach Bombay at his rawly own Lucan Pukin Pilsen pie, which she knows when Sinaft and Pimbed him. A supreme of excelling peas, boiled under a minshog mill into white malt wine's hour, a proviant, a little bilker hoarsely relished, shaffet in the sneeval season, being as fain on as you rat with fennel, and on this celebrating occasion of the happy escape for a crowning of pot valiance, this regional platter, Benjamin of Buelis, with a splolish olive to middle point its zenith, was marrying itself, poco grasso, busked very deluxiously with a bottle of Finis Bruer 98, followed for second nuptials by a Pierce Porter Grand Cur, of both of which cherished table lights, though humble the banquet till the Lehman's farewell, he obdurately sniffed the cobweb-crusted corpse. Our cad's bit of strife, nee Berenice Maxwelton, with a quick ear for spittoons, as the after tale hath it, gland up as usual with domestic husbandry. No persix and armorlands for thee, Pomeranzia. But slipping the clave in her claw, broke of the matter among 111 others in her usual curtsy. How faint these first Vespers women that are, a secret piglandio, a mud the laverdy den of their manfolker. The next night nudge one as was Hegespius over a hoppachi, her eyes dry and small and speech thicklish because he appeared a funny colour like he couldn't stood they old hens no longer, to her particular reverend, the director, whom she had been meaning in her mind primarily to speak with. Hosh! Intra, just a timblespoon, trusting between coupled lips and Annie Laurie promises, may she never Enniskerry puddin come Hunniskov for the Pecklish Peskins, that the gospel so delivered in their epistolaire, buried tears totally in their Irish stew, would go no further than his Jesuit's cloth. Yet in Vinas Vanitas, volatiles valetotum, it was this overspoiled priest, Mr. Brown, disguised as a Vincentian, who, when seized of the facts, was overheard in his secondary personality as a Nolan and under-eared pool-sool by accident, if, that is, the incident it was an accident. For here, the ruler of Ecclesiastes of Hippo outpuffs the writress of Havaban Anna to pianissimi, a slightly varied version of Crooked Ribs Confidentials. What Mayor Alois said, but for Josephine's sake. Hands been hands, in fealty sworn, my bravo breast, my flower, and to the strains of The Secret of Her Birth, hushly pierced the Rubian aurelium of one Philly Thurston, a lay teacher of rural science and phonetics of a near stout figure and about the middle of his 40s, during a priestly flutter for safe and sane bets at the hippic run fields of breezy Baldoyle on a date. WW goes through the card. Easily capable of remembrance by all pickers up of events national and Dublin details, the doubles of Perkin and Porlock, Peer and Prole, when the classic Encourage Hackney plate was captured by two noses in a stablecloth, finish ek and neck, some and none, Evilo Nivilo, from the cream colt bold boy Cromwell, after a clever getaway by Captain Chaplain Blunt's row Hinny St. Dalla, drummer coxswain non-depict third, at breakneck odds, thanks to you great little bonny, little porty, little Winnie Widger, you're all their nappies, who in his never-rip mud and purpular cap was surely leagues unlike any other phantom weight that ever topped our timber Maggies. Was two Pisonomes Tiddencovies, the wetter is pest, the wrens are overt and come, and the vokes of the turfer is hurled on our land, of the name of Treacle Tom, as was just out of pop, following the theft of a leg of Kehoe, Donnelly, and Pakenham's finished pork, and his own blood and milk brother Frisky Shorty. He was, to be exquisitely pumptilious about them, both Shorty and Frisky. A tipster, come off the hulks, both of them awfully poor. What was out on the bum around for an oof-bird game, for a Jimmy a Goblin, or a small thick-un as chanced, while the Seaforths was making the colleen ball, to ear the passion in the motor clobber make use of his law language. Edzo on! Touching the case of Mr. Adams, what was in all the Sundays about it, which he has rubbing noses with, and having a gurgle off his own along of the butty bloke in the specs. This Treacle Tom, to whom reference has been made, had been absent from his usual wild and woolly haunts in the land of counties capellines for some time previous to that. He was, in fact, in the habit of frequenting common lodging-houses where he slept in a nude state, hail fellow with meth, in strange men's cots. But race night blotto after divers tots of hellfire, red biddy, bulldog, blue ruin, and creeping Jenny, Eglandine's choicest herbage, supplied by the duck and doggies, the galloping primrose, Bridget Brewsters, the cock, the postboy's horn, the little old men's and all swell that aim swell, the cup and the stirrup, he sought his well-warmed Liebelob in a housing room abide with one other at block WW. Why did he back it? Why didn't he back it? Pump Court, the Liberties, and what with Maltapuke on Voltapuke, resnored a hacaho, a caherily, to the burden of I come, my horse delayed, nom, the substance of the tale of the evangelical busybody, Bussy, and the Russiner Nabeen, the girls he would keep calling them for the collarette and skirt, the sunbonnet and carnation. In parts, it seemed he was before the Iots of Martyrs, or other whales the thirds of fossil years, he having Beham with Katya when Lavinius had her men's lease to sea in a pump ship of doodly show, whereas he was looking for fight with the willed Rorses. Oft in the chilly night, the meganistic, the epic Thalamarus, using easy slumber in their hearings of a small and stony-broke cash draper's executive, Peter Cloran discharged, O'Mara, an ex-private secretary of no fixed abode, locally known as Mildew Lisa, who had passed several nights, funnish enough, in a doorway under the blankets of homelessness on the bunk of Iceland, pillowed upon the stone of destiny colder than a man's knee or woman's breast, and Hosty, no slouch of a name, an all-starred beach busker who, sans rooty and sans scrapey, suspicioning as how he was setting on a tooled stool on the verge of self-abyss, most starved with melancholia over everything in general. Knight Berman, you served him with Nadagal's Nano, had been towhead tossing on the shakedown, devising ways and manners of means of what he loved to infidelis somehow or other in the nation, getting a hold of some chap's parabellum in the hope of taking a wing sociable and lighting upon a side-wheel dive somewhere off the dull key down Larry and bleak rookie Trameline, where he could throw true and go and blow the Sibishaddle Napper off himself for 2 bits to Boldywell Boltitude in the peace and quitibus of one sure shot bottle. He, after having been trying all he knew, with the ladies' help of Madame Grisel, for upwards of 18 calendars to get out of Sir Patrick Dun's, through Sir Humphrey Jervis's, and into the St. Kevin's bed in the Adelaide's hospitals, from these incurable Wellersleys among their uncarable Wellersdays, through St. Iago, by his cockle hat, good laser, deliver us, without after having been able to jerry-wrangle at any sides. Lisa O'Davis and Roche Mongan, who had so much in common, episcatally, if the phrase be permitted, hostis a odor in super petro perfractus, as an understood thing, slept their sleep of the swimborn in the one sweet undulant mother of tumbler bunks with hosty, just how the shavers in the shore, the yokels in the yotes, or, well, the wasters in the wild, and the bustling tweeny dawn of all works, mead of anthems where here we pant, had not been many jiffies furbishing pot lids, door brasses, scholars' apple cheeks, and link boys' metals, when ash hopper minded like no fella, he go make bacon beg fuss long a white man, the rejuvenated busker, for after a good night's rave and rumble and a shuncam's top morning with his coexes, he was not the same man. And his broad-awake bedroom suite, our boys, as our Byron called them, were up and a shuffle from the hog's home they loved named the Barrel, cross Eben's chilled hamlet, thry roots and restings on there, then superficies curiously correspondent with those Lanaya and Puncta, where our Tubany, Habany, Metro, Maniplums, below the Oberflake under rails, and stations at this time of writing, to the thrummings of a cruth fiddle, which cremoning and crenorning, levy-grevy, witty and wavy, appy, leppy, and playable, caressed the ears of the subjects of King St. Finity the Festive, who in brick homes of their own and in their flavoury berry beds, heeding hardly cry of honeyman, sowed lavender of foinboin salmon alive, with their priggish mouths all open for the larger appreciation of this long-awaited messiah of roratorios, were only half past a stweep, and after a brisk pause at a pawnbroking establishment for the pathetic purpose of redeeming the songster's truly admirable false teeth, and a prolonged visit to a house of call at Cujas Place, Fizz, the old sot's hole, in the parish of St. Cecily, within the liberty of Creelmore, not 1,001 national leagues, that was, by Griffith's valuation, from the site of the statue of prime-era Glasstone, setting a match to the march of a maker, at the last of the stewards Pute Etre, where their tail rambles along. The trio of whack-fault the diddlers was joined by a further intentions, apply, tomorrow casual, and a decent sort of the had-been variety, who had just been touching the weekly insult, for wit and all fig blabbers, who saith of noun, had stimulants in the shape of G and G's, stood by the damn decent sort, after which stag luncheon, and a few ones more just to celebrate yesterday, flushed with their fire-stuff-forted friendship. The rascals came out of the licensed premises, Brown's first, the small PS executive cap a hand in their sad rear like a pate lady's postscript. I want money, please send. Wiping their laugh-leaking lips on their sleeves, how the Bucalines shout their Roscans generally, Shen Fion's Araron, and the rhymers' world was with reason the richer for a would-be ballad, to the ballader of which world of humanity singing owes a tribute for having placed on the planet's melomap his lay of the vilest bogier, but most attractionable avatar the world has ever had to explain for. This more correctly Lubine or fellow, me, Lida, was first poured forth where Rio Livio riots and cold Ahodo humps under the shadow of the monument of the should-have-been legislator. Eleuthodendron, spare, woodman, spare, to an overflow meeting of all the nations in Leinster, fully filling the visional area, and as a single-minded supercrowd, easily representative, what with masks, wet with faces, of all sections and cross-sections, wine shop and cocoa house poured out to brim up the broaching, of our Liffey-side people, to omit the mention of the mainland minority, and such as had wayfared via Watling, Erning, Icknield, and Stane, in chief a halted Cockney car, with its quotal of Hardmouth's hacks, a northern Tory, a southern Whig, an East Anglian chronicler, and a Land Wester Guardian, ranging from slips of young Dublinos from Cutpurse Row, having nothing better to do than to walk about with their hands in their knee pants, sucking air whackers, weed dullichet, jumbo bricks, side by side with truant officers, 3 wooden bowls and poplin in search of a crust of porn to busy professional gentlemen, a brace of palesmen with run dairies, nooning towards dailies, fresh from snipe hitting and mallard missing on Rutland Heath, exchanging cold sneers, mass going ladies from Holmes Street in their chairs, the bearers baited, some wandering hammerlags out of the adjacent clover fields of Moss Gardens, an oblate father from Skinner's Alley, bricklayers, a Fleming, intabitant fumant with spouse and dog, an aged hammersmith who had some chisellers by the hand, a bout of cudgel players, not a few sheep from with the braxy, 2 blue-coat scholars, 4 broke gents out of Simpson's on the Rocks, a portly and a pert still tassing turkey coffee, an orange shrub in Tick-Eye's door, Peter Pym and Paul Fry, and then Elliot and, Atkinson, suffering hell's delights from the blains of their annuitants' acorns, not forgetting a deuce of Diana's ridey for the hunt, a particularist beprenderity pondering on the Roman Easter, the tonsure question and Greek uniates, plunkum a lace lappet head, or 2 or 3 or 4 from a window, and so on down to a few good old souls, who, as they were juiced after taking their pledge over at the uncle's place, were evidently under a spell of liquor. From the wake of Tarry the tailor, a fair girl, a jolly poster boy thinking off 3 flagons in one, a plumo droll, a half sir from the weaver's almshouse, who clings and chat clings to her, a whole damn's cloud-hued petticoat, as child, as curio later, as Keok O'Leary. The war arrow went round, so it did, the nation wants a gaze, and the ballad in the Fenebrine Trancope meter, affectioned by Tayo Sibo in his Casudas di Pulinicello Artahut, stamp dated onto a slip of Blanco Vide, and headed by an excessively rough and red woodcut, privately printed at the Rhyme Press of Delville, soon fluttered its secret on white highway and brown byway to the rose of the winds and the blue of the gales, from archway to lattice and from black hand to pink ear, village crying to village, through the 5 pussy-fours green of the United States of Scotia Picta, and he who denies it, may his hairs be rubbed in dirt. To the added strain, so peacefold, of his majesty the flute, that one croon king of instruments, Pigot's purest cello al cielo, which Mr. DeLacy? Horn anticipated, a perfect downpour of plaudits among the rhapsods, piped out of his decent sort hat, looking still more like his Percival namesake, as men of Gaul noted, but before of to sput about. The snowy crested curl, a moist the leader's wild and molting hair, Ductor Hitchcock hoisted his fizzy fuzz at bludgeon's height, signum to his companions of the chalice of the Lord for the Lord Loudfellow, boys and silentium incuria, our maypole once more where he rose of old, and the canto was chantied there, chorused and christened where, by the old tollgate, St. Anna's Street and Church. And around the lawn it ran, and this is the ran that Hosty made. Spoken. Boyles and Cahills, Skerritts and Pritchards, versified and persified, may the truth we tale of live in Stony. Here line the refrains of, some vote him Vike, some mote him Mike, some dub him Lin and Finn, while others hail him Lug, Bug, Dan, Lop, Lex, Lax, Gun, or Gwyn. Some apt him Arth, some bapt him Barth, Col, Null, Sol, Will, Wheel, Wall, but I parse him Perso Riley, else he's called no name at all together. Arrah, leave it to Hosty, Frosty Hosty, leave it to Hosty, for he's the man to rhyme the ran, the king of all rans. Have you here? Some ha. Have we where? Some ha'n't. Have you heard? Others do. have we word? Others don't. It's coming. It's brumming. The clip, the clop, all cla. Glass crash. The click, 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 clopads, click, clutch, click, clabata, creppy, croppy, gradang, sammy, a newy, a proprietary, apple daddy, pecan cider, pink, cut. Arditi, music cue, the ballad of Perce O'Reilly.
Have you heard of one Humpty Dumpty? How he fell with a roll and a rumble, and curled up like Lord Olofa Crumple by the butt of the magazine wall, hump helmet and all. He was one time our king of the castle. Now he's kicked about like a rotten old parsnip, and from Green Street he'll be sent by order of his worship to the penal jail of Mountjoy, to the jail of Mountjoy. Jail him and joy. He was father of all schemes for to bother us, slow coaches and immaculate contraceptives for the populace, mare's milk for the sick, 7 dry Sundays a week, open air love and religious reform, hideous in form. Why says you couldn't he manage it? I'll go bail my fine dairyman darling, like the bumping bull of the Cassidys. All your butter is in your horns, his butter is in his horns, butter his horns.
Hurrah there, hosty, frosty hosty, change that shirt on ye. Rhyme the Ran, the king of all Rans, Balbaccio, Balbuccio.
We had cha-cha chops, chairs, chewing gum, the chicken pox and china chambers, universally provided by this soft-soaping salesman. Small wonder he'll cheat era when our local lads nicknamed him, when Shimpton first took to the floor with his bucket shop store down Bargain Way galore. So snug he was in his hotel premises sumptuous, but soon we'll bonfire all his trash tricks and trumpery, and 'tis short till Sheriff Clancy'll be winding up his unlimited company with a bailiff's bomb at the door, bim bam at the door, then he'll burn no more. Sweet bad luck on the waves washed to our island, the hooker of that hammer-fast Viking, and Gall's curse on the day when Eblana Bay saw his black and tan man-o'-war, on the harbor bar. We're from Roar's Poolbeg, Cookinga happens, he balls, Doneymore, Scrampertle, Wick, and Wipin Fampney, Fingal, Mac, Oscar, One Zine, Barjars, Boniface, Thoxmine, Gamelhol, Norvigikers, Moniker, Ogazayar, at Gamelhor, Norvikers, Cod, a Norwegian camel, Old Cod, he is be God.
Lifted, hosty, lifted ye devil ye, up with the Ran, the rhyming Ran.
It was during some freshwater garden pumping, or according to the nursing mirror while admiring the monkeys, that our heavyweight heathen Humphrey made bold a maid to woo. Woo-hoo, what'll she do? The general lost her maiden Lou. He ought to blush for himself, the old hay-headed philosopher, for to go and shove himself that way on top of her. Begob, he's the crux of the catalogue of our antediluvial zoo. Messieurs Billing and Coo, Noah's Lark's good as new. He was jolting by Wellington's monument, oratorious hippopotamans, when some bugger let down the back trap of the omnibus, and he caught his death of Fusiliers with his rent in his rears. Give him 6 years. 'Tis sore pity for his innocent poor children, but look out for his missus legitimate. When that fru gets a grip of old earwicker, won't there be earwigs on the green, big earwigs on the green, the largest ever you seen.
Sophocles, Shakespeare, Pseudo Danto, Anonym Moses.
Then we'll have a free trade Gales band and mass meeting for to sod him the brave son of Scandinavary. And we'll bury him down in Oxman's town, along with the devil and the Danes, with the deaf and dumb Danes and all their remains. And not all the king's men nor his horses will resurrect his corpus, for there's no true spell in Connacht or hell that's able to raise a Cain.
Chest C, Stents, Corpo di Baraggio, you spoof of visibility in a freak fog, of mixed-sex cases among goats, hill cat and plain mousy, Bigamy Bob and his old Shanvocht. The Blackfriars treacle plaster outrage belittled. Therewith was released in that King's Rick of Humidia a poisoning volume of cloud barrage indeed. Yet all they who heard or redelivered are now with that family of bards, and Virgo Bratus himself, and the crowd of cara calculatios, as much no more as be they not yet now, or had they then not ever been. Can be in some future, we shall presently hear amid those Zoeve players of Inkerman, the mime mumming, the Mick and his Nick, miming their Maggies, Hilton St. Just, Mr. Frank Smith, Ivan St. Austell, Mr. J.F. Jones, Coleman of Lucan taking 4 parts, a choir of the O'Daly O'Doyles double-sixing the chorus in Fen MacColl and the Servan Furies of Loch Nish, Galloper Tropler and Harlequin, the zitherer of the past with his merry men all, zim zim, zim zim. Of the persons in this irregular saga, which thorough readable to int from, and is from tub to bottom all false tissues, anti-libellous and non-actionable, and this applies to its whole volume, of poor Osty Fosty, described as quite a musical genius in a small way, and the owner of an exceedingly nice ear, with tenorist voice to match, not alone, but a very major poet of the poorly meritary order. He began Tuanisonian, but worked his passage up as far as the we all hang together Animandavites. No one end is known. If they whistled him before he had curtains up, they are whistling him still after his curtain doom's doom. A foo. His husband, poor old Ahara, Okaroff, crestfallen by things and down at heels at the time, they squeak, except in the Zachnocht, Ardries shilling at the conclusion of the Crimean War, and having flown his wild geese, aloned in crowds to wander on like Shuley Looney, enlisted in Tyrone's horse, the Irish Whites, and soldiered a bit with Wolsey under the assumed name of Blanco Fusilovna Buklovich. It's spurious. After which the core and the marble halls of Pump Court Columbarium, the home of the old Seekings, looked upon each other and queth their haven evermore, for it transpires that on the other side of the water it came about that on the field of Vasilis Cornix, inauspiciously with his unit, he perished, saying, "This papal leafless to old chap give, roll chol cates for mouther in louth." Bool. Poor old dear Paul Horan, to satisfy his literary as well as his criminal aspirations, at the suggestion thrown out by the doomster in Locacity Lunacy, so says the Dublin Intelligence, was thrown into a Ridley's for inmates in the northern counties. Under the name of O'Rani, he may have been the utility man of the troop capable of sustaining long parts at short notice. He was. Sordid Sam, a dour decent de Blanca, the unwashed, haunted always by his ham, the unwished at a word from Israfel the summoner, passed away painlessly after life's ups and downs one Halloween night, ebrous and in the state of nature, propelled from behind into the great beyond, by foot blows, coolin clouted upon his oyster, and atlas on behanged and behooved and behicked and beholped of his last fishin' blood bed scrappers, a Northwegian, and his mate of the she-wolfing class. Though the last straw glimped his bearing the stage, thunk hard is said, the pitfalling gagged him as prompt a boxer, to have solemnly said, as had the brief thought, but fell in till his head like a bass, dropped neck fussed in till a bung crate, cogged. Me drams, O'Loughlin's, has come through. Now let the centuple selves of my Egorge, as Nicholas de Cusack calls them, of all of whose I in my hereinafter, of course, by recourse demission me, by the coincidence of their contraries reamalgamerge in that identity of undiscernibles, where the Baxters and the Fleshmans may they cease to bedivillans and... But at this point, through the iron thrust of his cockspurt start, might have prepared us. We are well nigh stink-pothered by the mustard plunge in the tail end. This outstanding brown castle stock melt Nolans into piece. Hanvar. Disliken as he was to Druidirama, her wife Langley, the prophet, and the decentest dozenest short of a frusca, whoever stuck his spickle through his spoke, disappeared. In which to-doing, he has taken all the French leaves unavailable out of Calumniquilla's pravities from the sour face of this earth, that austral plane he had transmarried himself to, so entirely spuriously, the mother of the book, with a dust whisk, tabula racing his obliteration done upon her involucrum, as to tickle the speculative to all but opine, since the Livy who might have been Langley may have really been a right Divius of paganism or volunteer Vouston, that the hobo, who possessed a large amount of the humoresque, had transtuled his funster's latitat to finsterest interimost. Be she. Again, if Father San Brown, tea and toaster to that quaintest of yarn spinners, is Padre Don Bruno, Tren and Troster to the Queen of Spain, was the Reverend, the Sodality Director, the eupeptic vice flayer, a bare-faced Carmelite to whose palpitating pulpit, which of us but remembers the rare, valent, and honourable Fratermeister Norland Moore and Braun, singing society sirens, see the Roman Catholic press passim, fortunately became so enthusiastically attached and was an objectionable ass who very occasionally cockaded a Raffles ticket on his hat, which he wore all to one side like the hangle of his pan. If her elegance saw him, she'd have the canary, and was semi-privately convicted of malpractices with his hot-wash table knife, glossing over the cark in his pocket. That same snob of the Dunhill, fully several year-shams riper, encountered by the General on that red-letter morning or May noon Jove's day, and were they? Fuit, fuit. When Fishlin Phil once throws his lip, 'tis folly to be fortune-flaunting, and whoever's gone to Mick's Hotel by the salt say water, there's nix to nothing we can do, for he's never again to see. It is nebulous and autodidact fact of the commonest that the shape of the average human cloudy fizz, whereas sallow has long days faded, frequently altered its ego with the possing of the showers, not original. Whence it is a slopperish manner, given the wet and low visibility, since in this Scheherazade of 1001 is that sword of certainty which would infidetide the body never falls. To identifying the individuone in scratch wig, square cuts, stock lavalier, regrettable oxiter, baggy pants, and shufflers, he is often alluded to as Sly Patrick, that lad in the lane, with already an incipience, lust in the direction of area baldness. One is continually first meeting with odd sorts of others at all sorts of ages, who was asked by free board school shirkers in drench coats overall, Will, Con, and Otto, to tell them over agate, Vol, Pov, and Dev, that fisherbed ghost story of the hardly creditable adventures of the haberdasher, the two Kirchies and the three ankle chums in their bearskin goats. Girls and jongers, but he has changed a lock sign Thorkel's time. Ya, da, tra, gathery, primp, chesses, Shosaphat, Okadaboko, 9. Those many warts, those slummy patches, half sinister wrinkles, what has come over the face and whole broader E? And shine of Mount Moo, save us! The large fungo park, he has grown. Drink! Sport's a common thing. It was the Lord's own day for damp. To wait for a postponed regatta's eventualizing is not of battlecock shettle-door, juxta mare only, and the request for a fully armed explanation was put, in lieu of Pat, to the Porty, a native of the sister isle, Meathman or Meccan, by his brogue, X-ray size, local colour, and lucal odour, which are said to have been average clown Turkish, though the capitalists voiced nasal liquids and the way he sneezed at Z's haul us back to the Creogs and Brins of the Silurian Ordovices, who the lesser pilgrimage accomplished, had made, Pats and Pigs older incelt, the southeast bluffs of the stranger stepshore, a regifugium persecutorium, hence hindquarters. As he paused at Evenchime for some or so minutes, "Hit the pipe, Danny boy. Time to one, barman. I'll take 10 to win," amid the devil's own one doldrum. Apple by her blossom window, and Charlotte at her tossed panamancy, whose sole admirers, his only tierts in store, for a fragrant culabosh during his week-end pastime of executing with Annie Oakley deadliness the consumatory pairs of provocatives, of which remain provokingly but two, the ones he fell for, Lily and Tutu, cork 'em! Empties which had not very long before contained Reed's family. You ruad that before, Soki, but all the bottles in sodomed history would not soften your bloodthirst. Stout. Having reprimed his repeater and rested-roomed his timepiece, his revenances, with still a life or two to spare for the space of his occupancy of a world at a time, rose to his feet, and there, far from Tolkaheim, in a quiet English garden, commonplace, since known as Whittington Wild, his simple, intensive, purulent vocality, my dear Braithers, my most dear Braithers, as he, so is a supper, as is a sipper, spake of the one and told of the common passionate, called up before the triad of precocious scare-makers. Score-taking, spegulo ni helpus almal bellulo, mi credus qui vi estis prava, via dote la visigo respondas fraulino. The now to usher mythical habiliments of our Far and Arthur of our Doin. Television kills telephony in Brothers Boyle. Our eyes demand their turn. Let them be seen. And wolf-bone balefires blaze the trail most, if only that Mary Nothing may burst her bibby buckshee. When they set fire, then she's got to glow, so we may stand some chances of warming to what every circabacha, tum or hum would like to know. The first Humphreys, latitudinous beaver with puggaree behind, Calaboose, Belong, Big Boss, Belong, Kang the Tall, his four-in-hand bow, his elbaroom surtout, the reef-faced unmentionables of Gingerine Hugh, the state slate umbrella, his gruff woolsey Wellesley with the Findrin Knopfs, and the gauntlet upon the hand which in an hour not for him solely evil had struck down the might he might have been, d'Ester, of whom his nation seemed almost ready to be about to have need. Then, stealing his thunder, but in the befitting legerdemain of the smaller country, probable words possibly said of field family gleaming, a bit duskish and flavoured with a smile, seen as how his thoughts consisted chiefly of the cheerio, he aptly sketched for our soon-to-be second parents, Suckand and YCYB, the touching scene, the solence of that stilling. Here one might a fin fell, boomster rom bom bonant. It seems like a landscape from Wildu Picturesque, or some scene on some dim arras, dumb as mum's mutiness. This mimage of the 77th Cusin of Christensen is audible to us across the wineless air, no odor nor mere eerie nor less potent of suggestion than in the tales of the Tingmount. Prigged. And there, oft after, jaunty jogging on an Irish yishavish, instead of the with shoulder to shoulder, ye who will tell to Christiana, saint to sage, the comfreyad of that fall and rise, while Daisy winks at her pinker sister, among the tussocks and the copole between the shafts mocks the couple on the car. And as your who may look like how on the outher side of his big beltry your tears enclose, your nose and paradigm may re-rise in errand. Follow we up his whip vindicative. Thurston's, lo behold, la arboro, lo petrusio. The Augustan peace be to them oaks, the monolith rising stark from the moonlit pine barren. In all fortitudinous Ajaxius rowder noisy tenuacity. The angelus owl with ditches bent upon their farm utensils, the soft belling of the fallow deers, do re mus genuan, advertising their milky approach as midnight was striking the hours, litate, and how brightly the great tribune outed the shark-skin smoke wallet, imitation, from his frock, kippers, and by Joshua. I lost my spot. I'm gonna. What is that? By Joshua. I'll take this bit out. And by Joshua he tips in a topping swank cheroot, none of your swellish soid, quite the reverse, and how manfully he says, pluck to pluck, and leakin for lukin, he was to just pluggy well suck that brown boyo, me son, and spend a whole half hour in Havana. Sora of the Creeksman, would not there be old high Gothsbrogue? Wherefore he meant master, he meant to say, he do, sire, bester of red publicans, at Eaglecock Hostel on Lorenzo Tooley Street, and how he wished his honour, the Bannocks of Gort and Moria and Breehead and Puddy Rick, your lordship, and a starch box sitting in the pit of his St. Dominick's, a strange wish for you, my friend, and would poleaxe your sons, grandsons, utterly though your own sweat and swear florurants heaved at hock many as the times when they were terrified by the hits. Cheers for up King Billy, and crow cruel Cramwell's down a boo. Hop, boys, and had him. See? Oil beam thou lost that we've found romanticers, they're ours to date link these airs to hear, but woo, where are those yours of yesterdays? Far singin' the rich and pool old woman Caracthercus and his Anne Van Vogt, Ed Ned, Indid, or sleeping soundlessly. Favor with your tongues, intidenti. Any dog's life you list, you may still hear them at it, like sixes and seventies, as ever sure as Halley's Comet, Ulalumen, Sobranjur woman, Sturthing boys and Duma girls as they pass its bleak and bronze portal of your Casa Concordia. Huru more near, mini frickens, word is dar lidi det, lost door on left mladies, Q.
Millicent Crondira du Scudi, Tipoti, Kiri, Tipoti, Ka he, Roti kai Makar Sahib, Despenserim usted, senor, esten son Xoko Sabez, O Thor Bron a Kothrage, thinking now gaily, Lick pa fly high, pa li si lang lang, epi allo eco Baptiste, Tuvenar dons lipt, boing going, Ismim di bumkak, e meas di portacole, os pipos mios es demasdia grasso por o piccolo pochino, we fee, un doro, cockchis bad, mercy and you, gomach, thack. And cod, says he with his mugger's tears, would you care to know the prize of a liard? Maggers nicked your nighty novel. Mass taverners at the mic again, and that bag belly is the buck to goat it. McGay chap jappish fellow, I call our univalse to witness, as sicker as moi liffey eggs is known by our good householters from your hundreds to mammoth to be, which they commercially are in ahoy high British quarters, conventional. My guest house and cowhen handle credits will immediately stand open as straight as that neighbouring monument's fabrication before the hygienic gill. This was where the reverent Sabbath and bottle breaker with furbalk forth stretched and touched upon his tri-coloured boater, which he uplifted by its pickled hoopy. He gave Stetson one and a penny for it. While as oleogeny of ancestral oloosis scogiated down the both pendices of his multifotos liptails, sent capetulo a more modestus conciliabuti never curled a torn pocket mouth. Cordially inwitting the adolescents who he was wising up to do in like manner what all did so as he was able to add, lobe before the great schoolmasters. I tell you no story. Smile. The house of Atriox is fallen into dust. Ilium, matramore, mournamates, averaging on blights like the Mundy banks of Fenyana. But deeds bounds going rise again. Life, he himself said once, his biographiend, in fact, kills him very soon, if not yet not after, is a wake, livet or cricket, and on the bunk of our bread-winning lies the crops of our seed-father, a phrase which the establisher of the world by law might preternaturally write across the chest-front of all man or woman born. The scene, refreshed, re-roused, was never to be forgotten, the hen and crusader ever intermuta merchant, for later in the century one of that pucine band of fact-ferreteers, then an ex-civilly out of the custom huts, retired, hurt, under the 65s act in a dressy black modern style, and we were shiny tan Burlingtons, tan Hommed and Dicky, quo Prickross and Pegajagged, rehearsed it, pepper-pointing, with a dignified copy, bowed to a name-cousin of the late Archdeacon F.X. Preserved Coppinger, a hot fellow in his night, may the mouther of God have mastic on him, in a pull woman of our first trans-Hibernian, with one still sadder circumstance, which is a dirk and lurk heart-skewer if ever to bring bouncing brimmers from Harvard eyes. Cycloptically through the window discs and with eddying oars the round eyes of the Rundices, back to back, buck to bucker, on their airish chaunting car, beheld with interesting anterousness the clad pursue the bear, and bear the green, and green the fraw, and fraw the clad again, as their convoy wheeled encirculingly abound the gigantic's life-tree, our fire-leaved lover-lucky, blow-master-bomb, phoenix in our woodlessness, haughty, cacuminal, erubescent, repetition, whose roots they be ashes with lustres of peens. For as often as the Archicadinus, pleasing aside his Irish field and craving their auriculars to receptacle particulars before they got the bump at Castle Bar, Matt and Far, spoke of it by request all, hearing in this new reading of the part whereby, because of Dias in his Machina, the new Garrickson's grimacing grimadilsm
apostatized on substantiating the axiomatic orotundity of that once grand old Elrington Hall. The copious descriptions of that fellow commuter's play upon countenance could simply imagine themselves in their bosom's inmost core, as pro tem locums time-sported across the yawning abyss, as once they were seasiders, listening to the cock's high shooter's evensong evocation of the doomed, but always ventriloquent agitator. No not more planjo pound, the billows o'er Thuno Halla reef, silk-hatted, a wallings, might I add, against the dusk of Scumring. Would that fain be St. Mizen's calling, holy places, and this fez brimless as brow of faithful toucher of the ground did wish it were, blessed be the bones, the Ghazi power of his sword. His mansplayer's son gun-wielder protended towards that overgrown lead pencil, which was soon, monumentally at last, to rise and Mollivigan told on to be his mausoleum. O Dan stod Tilsign as Mises' eye scud show pon. While O Lover his exculpatory features, as Roland rung, a wee droppeen of grief about to silenize his juice, the ghost of resignation diffused a spectral appealingness, as a young man's drown or the fate of his waters may gloat, similar in origin and accurate in effective to a beam of sunshine upon a coffin plate. Not olderwise in the days of the bining would our traveller remote, unfriended from Van Diemen's Land, some lazy scold or maundering pote, lift weary Willie his slow-cut snobsick eyes to the semi-signs of his zoo-attack, and lengthily lingering along flask necks, cracket cup, down-trodden brogue, turf-sod, wild broom, cabbage-blad, stockfish, longingly learn that there at the Angel were herberged for him poteen and tea and praties and baccy and wine with women worth warbling, and informally quasi begin to present to meal the quizathin. Nonsense! There was not very much windy noose blowing at the given moment through the hat of Mr. Melancholy Slow. But in the pragma, what formal cause made a smile of that to think? Who was he to whom? O'Brien's not his name, nor the brown one his maid. Who's the place wares? Kiwasti, Kiska, Kitha, Kitnabunja. Tell the tem of the tumulum, give the gab of the groob, be it cudgel player's country, or fish fellow's town, or leak licker's land, or Panapovingreski. What regnans raise the reins have levelled, but we hear the pointers, and can gauge their compass, for the melos yields the mode, and the mode the manners, plickyman, plancyman, plucyman, plab. Sin, 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 sin. The forefathers Folker for a prize of 2 peaches with Ming, Ching, and Shunny on the lie low lee. We'll sit down on the hope of the ghouly ghost, for the tithe man troubleth, but his hantitat highs not here. They answer from the zones. Here the 4 of them. Tak toror of them. I, says Armar, and I'm proud of it. I, says Clonakilty, God help us. I, says Dean's Grange, and say nothing. I, says Barna, and what about it? Hee-haw! Before he fell hill, he filled heaven. A stream, up-lapping streamlet, coily coiled cool of her curls. We were but thermites then. We, our ant-heap we sensed as a hill of Allen, the barrow for a people, not jot nurse jail. And it was a grimalung among the pork troop that wonder-struck us as a thunder yonder. Thus the unfacts, did we possess them, are too imprecisely few to warrant our certitude. The evidence givers by Legpole, too untrustworthily irreparable, were his adjugers are seemingly freak threes, but his judicandes plainly -2s. Nevertheless, Madam's Taushowis waxes largely more lifelike, entrance 1 kudos, exits free, and our notional gullery is now completely complacent, an exegious monument, airily perennious. Oblige with your blackthorns, gamps, de grace, and there many have paused before that exposure of him by old Tom Quad, a flashback in which he sits sated, gowned about, in clerically habit, watching bland souls slide dogsomely into the nethermore, a globule of moggledness about to corrugate his wild-dewed cheek and the tartar of tiny Victorian Alice, pressed by his limper looser. Yet certes one is. Eher the following winter had overrid the pages of nature's book until Ceodober atta Cleith became Dablina Tertia, the shadow of the huge outlander, Maledic, Multibult, Magnopyrrhus, had bulked at the bar of a rota of tribunals in Manor Hall as in Thieves' Kitchen, mid pillow talk and chit-house chat on Marlborough Green, as through Molesworth Fields, here sentence pro tried his with Jedburgh justice, there acquitted testimony with benefit of clergy. His thing mod have undone him, and his mad thing has done him man. His beneficiaries are legion in the part he created. They number up his years. Great Wheel Dunlop was the name was on him, behung as we are his bicycles. And holiday in his house, so was he priest and king to that. Ulvy came, envy saw, ivy conquered. Loo, they have waved his green bows o'er him as they have torn him limb from limb. For his mortification and expiration and damnation and annihilation, with Shrice and Grider, de profound shoespears, steady Sullivans, Mannikin's paws, Long Tongue's breech is fallen down, but Gronia's speeds abroad. Aduste, fee daily ones, and feel the flucker's balls, for the total of your flouts is not fit to fan his fettle. Oh, have a ring and sing wool, chin chin, chin chin. And of course all chimed in with the eatmost boviality, swiping rums and biones and sherries and ciders and negus and citronades too, the strongest. Oh ho, Mr. Begg, you're about to be bagged in the bog again. Bug. But softies soof side, a hue for gassies. But lo, by the threnning gods, human, erring, and condonable, what the statues of our Quo, who as the mischief be our Quang, assure there, the unforgettable tree shade looms up behind the jostling judgments of those, as all should owe, mal-recapturable days. Tap and pat, and tap it again. Fire first shot, messieurs the refusaliers. Ping pong for Saxon Luty. 3 Tomics, fold soldiers free, Cockaleek and Capapay of the Coldstream. Guards were walking in, pardonnez-le, Gieva in Prix, Montgomery Street. One voice and opinion in which on either wide, pardonnez, nodding, all the Finnegans conferred, j'ai vu in Prix, It was the first woman, they said, souped him that fatal Wellersday, Lily Conningham's, by suggesting him they go in afield. Roth mold Eldfar, Ruth Red Stillsand, Roth racked Roth, confessed Private Pat Murchison retro, terse. Thus contenters with Santoy's play. One of our coming Vauxhall on the boards, who is resting for the moment, she has been cullet by a noted stagey elocutioner, a waste packet sit-ons, was interviewed in a Waste End pewty parlour, looking perhaps even more pewty flushed in her cherry derry padesays, girdle and braces by the half moon and 7 stars, russets from the blackamoor's head, amongst the climbing boys at his eagle and child, and over the corn and hay emptors at their black and all black Mrs. F. A. set aside, half in stage of whisper and to her confidant Glass, while recuperating her cartwheel chapet. A hat, and now we know what thimbles a backets on Lallance at alls mean. She hoped. Sid Arthur would get a Christman's portrait of orange and lemon-sized orchids with hollegs and ether from the feature of the incident, as the world has been uncaned. Then, while it is odorous comparisoning to the sprang flowers of his birthday, which was a veritable god-in-potty for the rainworms and the charlatinas and all branches of climatitis, it has been such a wonderful noith entirely, added she, with many regards to Maha's Prangipansies, tart, prehistoric, obiter to his dictaphone, an encyclologist. His pronomen is proper is menon. A dustman, knock-named 7 churches, in the employ of Messrs. Archburn, Saltpetre, and Asherbon, prayer-makers, Glinterlook, was asked by the sisterhood the vexed question during his midday collation of lever and buckrome, alternatively with stenk and kitteny fie, in a hash-house, and thank heaven, responds impulsively, we have just been propagandering his nullity suit, and what they took out of his ear among my own crush. All our fellows at O'Day's Sages with Aratar Calaman. He is a cemented brick, bucket all. A more nor usually sober car driver, who was jauntily hosing his runabout, Ginger Jane, took a strong view. Laurie hosed her as he talked, and this is what he told right men. Ironwalker is just a plain pink joint reformee in private life, but folks all have it by Brahman's laws has parliamentary honours. I, Scaffer, said, Luigi's, you know that man's brilliant Savorain, Mon foi, you wish to have some omelette, yes, lady? Good, mein Lieber, your egg he must break himself. See, a crack, so, he sit in the pool, unbedimmt. A perspirer over 60 who was keeping up his tennises panted, he ne ho ha toi to elect fintimatios, but the diffpard flannels climb wall and trespassing on doorbell. After full-blown Braddon hear this fresky Totterella. A railway's barmaid's view, they call her Spiltier's Rue, and thus expressed to sympathizers of the Dole line, Death Avenue anent those objects of a pity-prompted ministrance to wet man and his siphon. Ahem! It is ever too late to whistle when Phyllis floods her stable. It would be scarlet shame to jail him in the lock-up, as was proposed to him by the Sedum's creature. What matter what merry tricks went off with the revolver in connections with him being an orphan and enjoining such wicked ilth him? Well done, Drum Colloquial. Kitty Tyrrell is proud of you, was the reply of a BOT official. Oh, blame not the board. While the daughters Bencletter murmured in uniswoon, Gol for Glitter's jewelry legs. Brian Linsky, the cub cursor, was questioned at his shouting box, Bowlin' Braggett, and gave a snappy comeback when saying, Paw, once more I'll hellbow, for I am for caveman chasing Sahara sex, Burke you. Them 2 bitches ought to be leashed, Canem. Up hog and whore hunt. Paw! A would-be martyr who is attending on St. Acitas, where he is being taught to wear bracelets, when grilled on the point, revealed the undoubted fact that the consequence would be that as long as Sanka Mundi played his mango tricks under the misty tree, with shady apsaras sheltering in his leaves license, and his shadow was torrified by the potent bolts of intertraction, there would be fights all over Cuxhaven. Tosh. Missioner Ida Wombwell, the 17-year-old revivalist, said concerning the coincidence of interfizzing with the Grenadines and other respectable and disgusted persons using the park, that perpendicular person is a brute, but a magnificent brute, Caligula. Mr. Dan McGrath, bookmaker, well known to Australian poor users of the Sydney Parade Balloton, was as usual and typical with his striving toady, hoppening tomello, wear splash, cobbler. We have meet 2 hourly, sang out El Kaplan by count, with the famous Padres Turiders Cape Cast, meet 2 hourly Matadeer. Dan Meiklejohn, precenter of SS Smack and Ollies, was proverbial in his upsiduxit, mutatus mutatandus. Duran's Lord, Sniffpox, and Morgan's Lady, Flatterfun, took sides and crossed and bowed to each other's views and recrossed themselves. The dirty dubs, youping their flies, went to free, echoed the Danely drabs down in their sanities, una mona. Sylvia Silence, the girl detective, Meminerva, but by now one hears turtlings all over Doveland. When supplied with informations as to the several facets of her case in her cozy-dozy bachelor's flat, quite overlooking John O'Dream's mews, leaned back in her truly easy chair to query restfully through her vowel-threaded syllables.
Have you ever thought, weepo, too, that shew greatness was his tragedy? Nevertheless, according to my considered attitudes, for this act he should pay the full penalty, pending pursuant as su per subsec 32, section 11 of the CLA Act 1885, anything in this act to the contrary notwithstanding. Jarley Jilk began to silk, for he couldn't get home to Chelsea, but ended with, he's got a sack that helped him moot in stench with his gladsome rags. Moore, a naval rating, seated on one of the granite cromlech sects of our new fish shambles for the usual air-eating after the ever-popular act, with whom were Questa and Puella, piquant and quite. This had a cold in her brain, while that felt a sink in her stomach. What's wet, was encouraged, though near vanished himself, by one of his co-affianced, to get your breath, Walt, and gobbet, and when they're chitten by her fastra sastra to saddle up your pants, Navel. Thus Cora replied to her others thank kissing, I lay my 2 finger buttons, fiancé Mora. He speaks. He was to blame about your 2 velvet thighs up Horniman's Hill, as Hook and I blame him or any other piskman. But I also think, Pewley Wally, by the siege of his trousers, there was someone else behind it, and you bet your bottom blarneys about their 3 drummers down Keese's Lane. Trite!
Be these mere marchant tailors' fablings of a race referred with Oddman Rex? Is now all seen, heard, then forgotten? Can it was, one is fain, in this leaden age of letters now to wit, that so diversified outrages they have still to come, were planned and partly carried out against so staunch a carpenter, if it be true that any of those recorded ever took place, for many, we throw, be yeast to and denied of, are given to us by some who use the truth but sparingly, and we, on this side, ought to sorrow for their pricking pens on the account. The seventh city, Urvilla, his citadere of refuge, whither, who we believe the laymen and their counts, beyond the outraved gales of Ettrick, changing clues of the Bagglemaster, the Hergerite had fled, Silo tosserement under night's altosonority, ship alone, a raven of the wave. By mercy, Mara, a he whence Raholis, from the Ostman's dirt by on the old Vic, to forget and expedite manslaughter and rebirthing and remerriment out of dead sickness to divine previdence. If you are looking for the bliber deer, your ear on the movie tone, to league his lot palm a pate and a papshi. For mine, Quevy, I thee gift take, and bind my Hans band, I thee halter the was to be land, the lousty land, the luctus land, the emerald ilium, a peasant pasture, and which by the 4th commandment, with promise his days apostolic, were to be long by the abundant mercy of him with thundereth from on high, murmured, would rise against him with which in them were franchisabilis and inhabitus, estes as agora, halo stuffolitis, do him hurt, poor Jinx, ghostly following bodily, as were he made a curse for them, a corruptible lay quick, all saints of incorruption, of an holy nation, the common or ear in garden castaways, and red resurrection to condemn, so that they might convince him, first Pharaoh, Periphas, Chepas, Exechus, of this proper sins business bred to speak with a stiff upper lip to all men and most occasions, the man we wot to took little short of fighting chance, but for all that he or his care we subjected to the horrors of the prime terror of Ireland. Perhaps. We seem to us, the real us, to be reading our Amante in the 6th sealed chapter of the Going Forth by Black. It was after the show of Wednesbury that one tall man, humping a suspicious parcel, then returning late amid a dense particular of his home way from the second house of the Boar and Burgess Tristy Minstrels to the old spot, Rose Corner, had the bar kiss revolver placed to his face with the words, "You're shot, Major," by an unknowable assailant, masked, against whom he had been jealous over Lauda Crabtree, a Panoma Evelyn. More than the win of Waylayer, not the Lucizold Docian, or even the Glendalough Sea, but hailing Fro, the prow of Little Britain, mentioning and a by the way, and he, the craw-sopper, had, in addition to Reed's cutlass Centerblade, a load Hobson's which left only twin alternatives as vice versa. Either he would surely shoot her, the aunt, by pistol, she could be okay sure of that, or, failing of such, bash the Patch's blank face beyond recognition. Pointedly asked the Gaelish Gaul what car Blizzard's business Thornton had with the Cane's fender, only to be answered by the aggravated assaulted that was the snaps of him. Midweeks to sultry we go and find if he was showy well able. But how transparently non-true, gentle writer? His feet one is not a tall man, not a all man, not a parson, not a fender, not a lumber, no such race. Was it supposedly in connection with the girls, Miriam Huey or Cloris Archer or Flaggy Bridge? For Anne there is but one live, in her new bridge is her old, or to explore his 12 chamber, and force the chivalry entrance to that heavy belt all body in a butcher blue blouse from One Life, One Suit, a men's wear store, with a most decisive bottle of single in his possession, seized after dark by the town guard of Have You Caught Emrod's Temperance Gateway, where there it was there in a gate's way. Fifthly, how parasoliloquy true toned of his first time hearing the wretched statement that, muttering Irish, he had oh gloriously a lot too much hagast of Hoshu, so uh, a Hoshu fine to drink in the house of blazes, the parrot in hell, the orange tree, the giblet, the sun, the holy lamb, and, last not least, the Ramington Downs Ship's Hotel, since the morning moment he could distinguish the white thread from a black to the engine of the laws disclosed to Murray, and was only falling, filled to fluttered, up against the Gatestone pier, which, with the cow's bonnet atop of it, he false took for a caterpillar with the purest peace blessed intentions. Yet how lamely hobbles the hoy of his then pseudo joke's explanation, how, according to his own story, he was a process server and was merely trying to open Zomzies a bottle up stop by mortally hammering the magnum bonum, the curter, the club, the sorer, the savage, against the bludgy gate of the boots about the swan Maurice Bahan, who hastily into his shoes with nothing his hat his howled bara thin teak and came down with hump stemp and jumped to the till yard from the waist asleep in his obi oni overclothes or choker, attracted by the Norse of guns playing "The Lady is Cardiger" of the Raglar Rock of Dealin, said war praised, safe in bed as he dreamed that he'd wealths in Mormon halls when won't get by a fourth loud snore out of his land of below, while Hinkstray's maws was grazing in the moonlight by hearing hammering of the paddywhack scale emanating from the blind pig, and nothing like oink oink in it, the whole history of the Mulligan Inn he never. This battering babble lowered the door and sidepost, he always said, was not in the very remotest like the Bazale the Belzy babble of the bottle of booze, which would not rouse him out of slumber deep, but reminded him loads more of the Marjawasi Mars of foreign musicants, instrumongs, or the overthrower of the third last days of Pomfrey, if anything. And then, after his nooningless nocturne, the young Rhine came down desperate, and that old Limpopotamus started ploring all over the plains, as mud as she could be, ruinating all the bonchers' shirts and the backers' wisherturgs, so that be the chandelure of the redger jelly that were all night washing in the weltering Walters of off white. Just one moment. A pension time of the ideal musketeers, Alphos, Burkos, and Caramis, all astrally of the astral jerrys, and for the love of the sauces and the honor of Keevan's pike, putty whack back to Pamatol, a roll away the real world, the real world, the real world, and call all your smoke blushes, snow white and rose red, if you will have the real cream. For now the strawberry frolic, Folens, Folouche, Charons la flamme, fam. Come on, ordinary man, with that large, big, nobly head and that blanco, bareback, facial expression, Meckenskies, Scapor, Polos, Dujan Knox, or other. Your Maclar's mutton's legs getting muscle bound by being too pulled. Noah Barry, Wade Stone 1001, when Hazel was a hen. Now her fat's falling fast. Therefore, chat bags, why not yours? There are 29 sweet reasons why Blossom Time's the best. Elders fall for green almonds when they're raised on bruised stone root ginger through the winters on their heads, if as if octamated round their waistbands. If you'd had pains in your hairs, you wouldn't be so orgabald. You'd have Kali Maricus on your lump of lead. Now listen, Mr. Lear, and stow the sweaty, funny Adams simper. Take that old geezer who calls on his skirt. Note his slick hair, so elegant, tableau vivant. He vows her to be his own honey lamb, swears they will be papa pals by Sam, and share good times way down west in a guaranteed happy love nest where May moon shines and they twinkle all the night, combing the comet's tail upright and shooting pop guns at the stars. Cream puffs all to dime every nice Missy McKenzie's. For dear old Grandpapa has gone on Razzledar through gazing and crazing and blazing at the stars. Compris. She wants her wardrobe to hear from above by return with cash so as she can buy her Peter Robinson Trousseau and cut a dash of Artie, Bert, and possibly Charlie Chance. Who knows? So toll, Mr. Hunker, you're too dada for me to dance. So off she goes. And that's how half the gels in town has got their bottom drawers and grandpapa's. He's trying to hitch his braces onto his trousers. But old Grum, he's not so clean dippy between sweet and yum. Not on your life, boy. Not in these trousers. Not by a large jugful. For some place on the sly where from pre he isn't by old Grum has his gel number two. Brave vow, old R Grum, and he would like to canoodle her too some part of the time, for he is downright fond of his number one. But oh, he's fair massed on Peach's number two, so that if he could only canoodle the two, Cheeve, Chuve, all three would feel genuinely happy. It's as simple as A, B, C. The two mixers, we mean, with their cherry bum chappy, for he is simply shamming dippy. If they all were afloat in a dream life boat, hugging two by two, in his zoo do, you do, a trough of for thee, Missy, for me, and how came you in this or for Farber in his tippy, up and down, dippy, tip top tippy, canoodle, can you? Finny. Ock, ock, ock. With which clap, trap, and sodiment, three to a loaf, our mutual friends, the fender and the bottle at the gate seem to be implicit in the same bateau, so the singing bears also several of the end marks of design. For there is the fact no use in putting a tooth in a snippery of that sort, and the amount of all those sorts of things which has been going on once a day in and twice a day out, every other Knoxdog, amongst all things promiscuous individuals in all ages, in private homes, in rebuos, public geese, and all over, all the elsewhere throughout secular sequence, the country over and over abroad, have been particularly stupendous. To be continued. Federals, Uniteds, Transporters, Unions, the exultations, the triumphant ecstasies. But resuming inquiries, will you will it ever be next morning the postal unionist, officially called carriers, letters Scott, limited strange fate, figure index CX, his height DE, the lossel that hucks around missive maids, gummy backs, to hand in a huge chain envelope written in several diverse stages of ink, from blanche essence to lavendite, every pot hook and pan crook bespeaking the wisher wife, superscribed and sub penciled by yours, a laughable party, with with after right SAG to hide and cheek Edenbury Dublin WC. Will whatever will be written in lappish language, an inburst of Magyar always seen symposed, black looking white and white guarding black, and a semimix twax talk use twist, stern swift and jolly Roger? Will it bright upon us nightly and plunge in our to our plight? Well, it might not now, miracle, so it light. Always and ever till Cox's wife, twice Mrs. Han, pokes her beak into the matter with Owen K. after her, to see wha smother after, with this Kerberos pouch filled with litterish fragments, lurk dormant in the paunch of the hap brother of a hymn and pillar box? The coffin, a triumph of the illusionist's art, at first blenched naturally taken for a hand harp, it is hand wrap and Tringuish Jubab from Jab Bull, of either from to boot, when all three have been invented, have been had been removed from the hardware premises of Oatsenman and Nephew, as noted house of the gone most west, which, in the natural course of all things, continue to supply funeral requisites for all needed description. Why needed, though? Indeed, needed. Wouldn't you feel a rattin' foul if you hadn't the Oscar? Because the flash brides or bride in their boleros on games in the Nevy Nibbies finery ball, in your upright grooms that always come right with you, and a jingo when they do. What else in the mortal world, now ours, when meet their night, mid their knot, me their nact, may their knocked, the hour strikes, would bring the right came would bring them right came back in a flash, thumbs down to their orsos and their hashes. To proceed. We might leave the nutrients of oxygens to take its free of the air, and just anic- anictrolis of the chemicals combination, the gas bag where the wanderers works, and try to pour summer hindrance upon Thelamos fur. In the bottled Helios case continuing, long Lely Tobkins, the special, sporting the fine breast of metals, and the conscientious script reader, to boot in the brick and tin couch round the corner, swore like a Norwegian tailor on the stand before the proper functionary that he was up against a right queer nose of a man and the butcher of the blues who he genuated on last imponing after delivering some car- carcasses, mutton and chops, and meat shoots on behalf of Messrs. Otto Sands and Eastman. Limerick Victorous went and, with his unmitigating astonishment, hicked, hicked at the dun and Doris against all the runes, and when challenged by the pretended hick, it was kick up and down with him, on his solemn by the imputed, simply said, I op pi op, oath. Philip's captain, you did as I so stressed before. You are deep knee in error, sir. Madam Tompkins, let me tell you, replied with a gentle womanly salam MacPartland, the meat man's family, and the oldest in the world except Nick, name. And Phelps with flayful with his peeler, but his fizz fell. Now to the obverse. For velveteens to dismiss is a five finger spun, and hence these camelback excesses are thought to have been instigated by one or either of their causing causes of all. Those rushy hollow heroines in their skirt sleeves, be she uh, migrated, be she the post. Oh, oh, because it is a horrible thing to have to say today, but one Delala, Lupita Loretta, shortly after, in a fit of the unexpectedness, drank carbolic with all her dear placid life before her, and paled off white. The other solid dove, that's her sister in love, Luprica Latoche, finding one day while dodging chores that she stripped teasily from binocular man that her jams were Jim joyed to see each other. The naughty girlie soon found her fruitful hat too small for her and rapidly took time look so rapidly took to necking, parting and selling her spare favors in the haymow and the lumber closets or the greednaw ad hoc. There are certain intimacies in all ladies' lavatories we just lease to imagination, or in the sweet churchyard close itself for a bit of soft coal or an array of thin trunks, serving whom, in fine, that same hot conny a la zigara, which one own little grania and the childred cheeks dished up in the great sire of Oscar, that son of a Coley. Horai of the coast of Emerald, Ara of the lascive Poghu, Assalam all Muslim, the resigned to her surrender. Did not she come Lister even, true daughter of the Dearmond? Her pitch was 40 steps, and her perch old Cromwell's quarters with so Valkyrie a license as set many a poor pucker packed to perdition. Again and again, aye, and again said there him, tease Fido, tease Fido, tease Fido, twos topples, topple, stop, dug of a dog, of a digior ye, Anglos me, as and did not he, like Akron 40, far off Bisavolo, misbrand his misbehaviors with iridescent hue cry of downright mean false sop lap sick dope? Twa folks dreck. A rhine of the she ben Quin, a queen of pranks, a kingly man of royal mane, regally robed, exalted by his glory. So gave, so take. Now not now. He would just amend, suffering trumpet. He thought he want. Wath, here, oh here, living of the land. Hugbred dead era hark. Hee ha, eyes ravenous on her lippling lils. He hear her voice of day gone by. He hears, zay, but by the beer of his prophet he cannot answer. up to putty till rise and shine, nor needs none shaft ni stele from Fenica of Little Asia to oblique on the spout, neither Poblock, neither Folkestone, nor sunkenness in Tamar's woods, the be wary how Eris gangs score off the rude. The mouth that tells not will ever attract the unthinking tongue, so long as the obscene draws theirs which hear not so long, till all earth's dumb nation shall be blind, lead the deaf. Tacho, 20 yeeklings. The column of lumps leads the patron and the leaves behind us. If violence to life, limb to chantels, often not has been the expression, direct or through an agent male, of womankind offend. Ah, has not levy of black male from the times the fairies were in it, the fane from wild Erith blossoms, followed an impressive private reputation from whispering sins? Now, by memory inspired, turn wheel again to the whole of the wall, where Gant Blant fronts Pelinamore. There was once upon a wall, and a hoog wall, as what a was, and such a wall hole did exist, ere or ire in Ireland, or you dyer's hair, or you diggin Moses, or you hoard or of orts or orintants to garble and gathering of Odin and the lost pale days when all the Edmonds end with Avis. Amen. The Don. And theirs is still to see the Magnus if you strike the louse for it, and will come to the bare gazed shoe shines if you just shudove a second. And let Oggs be good, old Gaggles and Ister Esther play Yester Oster, and the dram of Sortost Eris diseased. A stone hinged gate then was for another thing, while the Suramtimist had bought and enlarged the shack under fair rental for the yearling sheep, prime, value of sixpence, and one small yearling goat, cadet, value of eightpence, to grow old and happy, hog it and kid it, for the remnants of his years. And when everything was got up for the purpose, he had an applegate of the place, by no means by some pretext a bedstand, to loo thereof to keep out donkeys. The pig dirt hanging from the jags to the hours makes the clear, and just then abouts the iron gape, and by old custom left open to prevent the cats from getting at the gout, and the triple locked on him on purpose by his faithful porters to keep him from probably and possibly Initor. He felt like sticking out his chest too far and tempting gracious providence by a stroll of the people plaid's eggs day, unused as he was yet to be freely clodded.
Oh, by the by, let's we brag of praties. It ought to be always remembered in connection with what has gone before that there was a North rumour, Herr Bettrefender, out for his Zimmer Holdigs, digging in number 32 at the Ram and Punction branch of Dirty Dick's Freehouse, in Laxlip, where the sockeye salmons were stopping at the time orange fasting. Prior to that, a commercial, Gorba Patio, he was reeking like Zentral oil rubber, from Osterich, the USE paying, goal saved the mark, 11 pence in the week. Gosh, these holy romads. Of conscience money in the first deal of July, wheel he was, swishing bee's nest with blessure, and swabbing brogan eria Schmith brocken Dutch, making his reporterage on Der Fall Adams for the Franco-Furto siding, a fast land pay rodicule, and constated that one had on him the Lynn O'Brien, a meltoned lamb's wool, disturbed and wider, he might the same Zurich chicken, other he would, with 2 cent and oberd to send on tonneau waters, one monkey's damages become. Now you must know, Franksman, to make a heart of glass, that the game of gaze and bandstand butchery was merely a patio-strap tissue of threats and abuses, such as Roebuck's Roch at Pinnacle's Peak and after his sort. Humphrey's unsolicited visitor, Davy, or Titus, on a Burghley's clan march from the Middle West, a highly excellent crude man about road, who knew his bull-fussed mountains like a starling beard, after doing a long dance to untitled to Cloudy Green, deposed his box stump on the Wait You May Want Me, after having blew some Quakers, for you, oats, in through the house king's keyhole to attract attention, bleated through the gale outside, which the tailor of his clothes was hogger-collaring. First be the hirsute, that he would break his bullshewigger's head for him. Next be the heel tapper, that he would break the gauge over his lanky duckling head the same way he would crack a nut with a monkey's wrench. And last of all be the stirabouter, that he would give him the thumperoms or any bloody else's, thicker than water to drink, and his bleeday step-brohars into the bucket. He demanded more wood alcohol to pitch in with, alleging that his grandfather's was all taxis, and that it was only after 10 o'connell, and this his isbar was a public oven for the sake of Irskersky, and then, not easily discouraged, opened the wrath floods of his artillery and went on at a wicked rate, weathering against him in mixed metaphors from 11:30 to 2 in the afternoon, without even a luncheonette interval for House, son of Clod, to come out, you beggar, to be executed amen. Earwicker, that pantomime, that paradigmatic ear, receptor attentive as his, if Dionysus, long-suffering, although whitening under restraint in the sit-it-out corner of his conservatory, behind famine-built walls, his thermos flask and Ripitian flabel by his side, and a walrus whisker bristle for a tusk-pick, compiled, while he mourned the flight of his wild Guinness, a long list, now feared in part lost, to be kept on file of all abusive names he was called. We have been compelled for the rejoicement of foine ladies in the humours of Milltown, etc., by Josephine Brewster in the collision known as Contrastations with Inkerman, and so onward. Lacey's in Lewwater, Flea, Celestials, One Clean Turve,
First Nighter, Informer, Old Fruit, Yellow Wigger, Wheat Ears, Goldie Gate, Bogside Beauty, Yas We've Had His Bananas, York's Porker, Funny Face, At Baggety's Bend He Bumped, Grease with the Butter, Open Door Auspices, Canonabler, Ireland's Eighth Wonderful Wonder, Beat My Price, Godsoil Man, Moonface the Murderer, Hoary Harry Hoax, Midnight Sunburst, Remove That Bible, Heb Dromedary Publication, Tummer the Lame the Tyrannous, Blau Clay, Tight Before Tea Time, Read Your Panta Joke, Acoustic Disturbance, Thinks He's Gobblast the Good Duke of Argyll, W.D.'s Grace, Gibbering Behemoth of Dublin, his father was a Munzucker, and she had him in a growler. Burnham and Bailey, artist, unworthy of the homely Protestant religion. Terry Cotter, You're Welcome to Waterfood, signed the Ribbon Men. Lobster Pot Lardling, all for Arthur of this town. Hooshed the cat from the bacon. Leather Togs Donald, the ace and deuce of poppering. O'Reilly's delights to kiss the man behind the borel. Magogagog, Swad Puddlefoot, Gouty Gibbeline, Loose Luther, Hatches Cox's Eggs, Muddle the Plan, Luck Before Wedlock, I Divorce Thee Husband, Tanner and a Make, Go to Helena or Come to Connie's, Piebald Puff Puff His Bride, Purged Out of Burke's, He's None of Me Cousin, Bear Baron Peculiar Person, Grunt Owl's Factotum, 12 Months Aristocrat, Lycanthrope, Flunky Beetle Vamps the Tune Letting On He's Lonely, Thunder and Turf Married into Clandorf, Left Boot Sent on Approval, Cumberer of Lord's Holy Ground, Stodge Archman, Aunt Uke, Tommy Furlong's Pet Plagues, Archduke and Cabanger, Last Past the Post, Keneally won't tell thee off Nancy's gown. Scuttle to cover. Salary grab. Andy Mac noon in Annie's room. All out. Twitch Bratch Spalls. Bombard Street Bester. Sublime Porter. A ban for Lee King of the Bergans and a bomb for ye sir of all the Rutledges. O Philim's cut price. And at number 111, what he done to Castle Costello. Sleeps with feathers and ropes. It is known who sold Horace the Rattler. Enclosed find the sons of Fingal, swayed in his falling. Wants a wife and 40 of them. Let him do the fair. A.P.G. Quani Chimmock. Plout goes his wassail. Ruin of the small trader. He milking honey beaver brooker. V was a vendor. Sour rapes. Armenian atrocity. Sick fish belly up. Edomite. Man devoid of the commoner characteristics of an Irish nature. Bad Hamburg. Harab. Cuckoo handler. Dirt. Mitching daddy. Born burst feet foremost. Woolworth's worst. Easiathic philosophist. Guilty pig's bastard. Fast in the barrel. Boose in the bed. Mr. Fatmate. In custody of the polis. Boal's allocutionist. Deposed.
But anarchically respectful of the liberties of the non-invasive individual, and did not respond to solitary wedgeword beyond such sedentary, though it was as easy as kiss anywhere for the passive resistant in the booth he was in to reach for the hello gripes and ring up Kimmage Outer 17.67, because, as the fundamentalists explain, when at last shocked into speech, touching his wounded feelings in the future, the Dominican mission for the Celius Potty was on at the time, and he thought the Romish devotion known as the Holy Rosary might reform him. Gone. That more than considerably unpleasant bullocky, before he rang off drunkishly, pegged a few Gladstones of all size, by way of final mocks for his grapes, at the wicket in support of his words, that he was not guilty, but after he had so slunger volleyed, reconnoitring through his semi-subconscious the seriousness of what he might have done, had he really polished off his terrible intentions, finally caused him to change the bowling and leave down the whole carumus of brook pebbles pang-pung, and having sobered up a bit, paces his ground old diablin lion dub, the flay, the phlegm, the floaty fleshener, Percy first, I'll splish the splume of them all. This black backblocks boor brusquely put out his language and quite quit the paleologic scene, telling how by his self-denying ordinance he had left Highland on the dissenting table after exhorting Earwicker, or in slightly modified phraseology, Messrs. or Mrs. Earwicker, seer his feminizable name of multitude, to Coco come outside to Mockaloo out of that for the honour of Crumlin, with his broody old flishguds, Gog's curse to him, so as he could Brian slog and burst him all dizzy. You go bail like Potts Fracture did with Kettle Flatnose and nobody at all with Holy Famus, and build rocks over him. Or if he didn't, for 32 straws, be Cacao Campbell, he didn't know what he wouldn't do for him, nor nobody else no more, nor him after which, Batel, Martel, a Brusher, a Miller, a Stroker, a Buller, so the rage of Malbrook, playing on the least change of his Manchester's voice, the first heroic couplet from the fugal, tropical, opus elf, thoughty toe, my schemes into abeyance for this time has had to fall. They bit good bite to their thumb, and his bandole ere his soldier drip drop drap on pool or polger, wishing the loft for Philadelphian on the morning, proceeded with a hubble-forth slouch in his slips backwards, a cure heckhelly, in the directions of the Duff and Dem institutions, about 10 or 1100 years, lurch away in the moonshiny gorge of Patself on the Bach. Adieu! And thus, with his Rochely Exeter of Bullyacre, came to close that last stage in the siegings round our arch citadel, which we would like to recall if old Nestor Alexis would wink the worth for us, as Baird le Duc and Dog and Doris and Bangin op Zoom. Yet he made leave to many a door beside of Oxmond walled, for so witness his chambered cairns a cloud let litter silent that air at brows up hill and down coombe and on Eolithistron, at Howth or at Coolock or even at Enniskerry, a theory none too rectiligne of the evaluation of human society, and a testament of the rocks from all the dead unto some the living. Oliver's lambs we do call them, scatterlings of a stone, and they shall be gathered unto him, their herd and paladin, as nubelets to Cumul, in that day when, same the lightning lancer of Azava, Arthur honoured, some fin avant, he shall wake from earth sleep, hot crested Elmer, in his val of briars of Greenman's rise. Oh, lost leaders live, the heroes return, and o'er dun and dale the Wolverlurval Lord protect us. His mighty horns shall roll, Orland roll. For in those days his dais shall ask of all pro home, and call to him, all pro home, and he make answer, add some, nor wink nor wunk, animadi bolum, mini credisti mortuum. Silence was in thy faustive halls, O true eager, when thy green woods went dry, but there will be sounds of many mirth on the night's ear, ringing when our patriarch of Cumstown to Novel gets the pullover on his boots. Liverpool sought a bit of it. His brains cooled parish, his pelt Nessie, his heart's a drone, his blood streams a crawl, his puff but a piff, his extremities extremely so. Fengless, Palmbroke, Chilmaya Brend, and Boldole. Humph is in his doge. Words weigh no more to him than rain drips to Rethburn him, which we all like. Rain when we sleep drops. But wait until our sleeping drain stops.
As the lion in our tear garden remembers the Ninefars of his Nile, shall Ariuz forget Ariun, or Borgas the Bergams of the Marmazales from Marminiere? It may be. Totswear since, Fullanagan in Twintig have sigil posted what in our briving bust the besieged bedreamt him, still and solely of those Liliths, undevilled, undeveiled, which had undone him, gone for age, and knew not the watchful treachers at his wake, and theirs to stay. Fui, fui, chammermissies. Zeepy zopy, Larson lads. Zingen, zingen, zingen. It may be. We most ons hasten selves to declareer it that he reglimped. Pre-saw the fields of heat and yields of wheat where corn gold is it? Shamed and shown. It may be. We haben to upseek a biddy door. Our good township's currants, want we knew it, that with his deep-seeing insight had not wishing oft been, but good time wasted, within his patriarchal shamana, broad stein above city, Twilby, he conscious of enemies, a King Billy white-horsed in a Finglass mill prayed, as he sat on anxious seat. Cunt, ye, neat gift may to, bout appear soft eyeballs. During that 3 and hell hours agony of silence, ex profundis melorum, and bred with unfeigned charity that his word wounder, an eagle, an, an ingles to the teeth who, nomond Nash of Girahash, would go any old where in the weeping world on his mottled belly, the rab, the creepons need. For milk, music, or married mistresses, might mercy to providential benevolences who hates prudency's astuteness, unfold into the first of a distinguished dynasty of his posteriors, black-faced Conameras, not of the fold, but elder children of his household, his most besetting of ideas, pace his 12 predominant passions. being the formation, as in more favored climes, where the meadow of honey is guest friendly and the mountain of joy receives, of a truly criminal stratum, Ham's crib cracking yeggs, thereby at last eliminating from all classes and masses, with directly derivative decasualization, Sigarius sic, vindicat urbis terrorum sicker. And so to mark a bank to all, she arter, the obedience of the citizens elp the eelf of the ole.
Now, Goad, let us leave theories there and return to here's here. Now here, 'tis Goad again. The teak coffin, plug glass plane fitted, feet to the east, was to turn in later, the pitly patly near the porpoise, materially affecting the cause. And this, Livia, is the thing how. Any number of conservative public bodies, through a number of select and other committees having power to add to their number, before voting themselves and himself, town, port, and garrison, by a fit and proper resolution, following the court's order of the ground wet, once for all out of the ploddy existence, as a force cut. So you mate Skippy might in the cut and runner on a new pack of clerds made him, while his body still persisted, there present of protem grave in the morielta of the best Lao nay pattern. Then as much in demand among Mosanesses as the Isle of Man among the Lemonphobes. Walked even. It was in a fairly fishy kettle carry, after the Fianna's foreman had taken his handful, enriched with ancient woods and dear duchy deeplands, mid which were an old knoll and a throttbeck, veiny vein her osier, and a chatty Sally with any wilt or walt who would ongle her as Isaac did to the tickle of his rod, and watch her waters of her sillying waters of, and then now brown Peter a ripple. May their quilt gild lightly over their somnolent form. Who for you lies his last by the wrath of bog, like the erst crust hun in the bed of his treblu downwoo. Best, this was to have been underground heaven or mole's paradise, which was probably as an inversion of the fallow intended to foster wheat crops and to gander up tourist trade. Its its architect, Magyar Para, Paracol, Pura Chelsea, having been obsticated lest he should petrify such a never, while the contractors, Messrs. T. A. Burkett and L. O. Twoholes, were made invulnerably venerable. First in the West are Mr. Builder, Castle Villainous, openly damned and blasted by means of a hydromine system Sawan and Belting, exploded from a reinvented TNT bombing post up ahoy of 11 and 30 wings rest. Sir Sitter, to stern board out of his aerial throw-pater, Auton Dynamon, con- contacted with the expectant minefield by tins of improved ammonium lashed to her shield-plated gun whale, and fused into cables, slipping through those and playing down from the conning tower into the ground battery fuse boxes, all differing as clocks from keys, since nobody appeared to have the same time of beard, some saying by the orlog it is Sistrigis of to nine, none holding with the Rhine vogt it was Dane to Pfife. He afterwards, whenever his blather began to fail off him, and his rough bark was wholly husky, and stoop by stoop he neared it, would main spare, carefully lined the fur concrete results with rot-proof bricks, and Mortant phased and fosed and retired beneath the haptarchy of his towardness, the buke champ, byword, bull and lion, the white, the wardrobe and bloodied, so encouraged. In step, all's hats believed. Additionally, additional useful counsels public, with hoofed off dealings, which were well holden of Lady Cants. To her out such was the Breeders' Union, the Guild of Merchants of the Staple, Ect AUC, to present unto him the funeral pomp. Over and above that, a stone slab with the usual pala address of the valediction, a very foul worded instance of false meanings, etymology. We have done ours Geholt with you. Here whippet, overgiven it, skidoo. But to house and all aboard shoops, show coffin, winding sheets, goodbye, bare cheps, cinery urns, lay loud blasses, snuff chest, poutine tubs, lacrymal vases, Huden doses, reek water beckers, break middles, zootzacks of eat lust, including up your up your helving, rook worst, and meat the worse often, fork and pooties, and for the matter, javel all, any kind of inhumanitarian bric-a-brac for the adornment of his glass tone Honifrum would meet these trine of condentities naturally follow, alas, in the ordinary course, enabling the round the worlder wanderlings right. Did such pass page turn, thank you. Him him to live all safe at homely the presently days of his life of opulence, ancient decrepitude, late Lent's last lenience, till stuffering stage, wailing away the whole of the while, hypnos chilla inonion, Lethlude between explosion and re-explosion, dawn water, hunder thunder, from grow crop to megapod, embalmed and grand age, rich in death anticipated. But abide Zeit's summern serving, rise after all. Blue Blitz bolted from there, knowing the hinge worms of the hallmarks of habit habitationlessness, buried burrowing in Gehenna, to proliferate through all the utter wealth, seam by seam, shoal and shoal, and visit our upper crest, Sendera of Utilitarius, the divine one, the hoarder hidden, propagating the Plutor popular progeny of pots and pans and pokers and puns from Bidenland and Bottonland, the spearway for the sporeway.
The other spring offensive on the heights of Abraham may have come about all quite by accidents. Forda Rasunda, for Breeder Bruder had at length persuaded him to have himself be as sepulchrally buried as the murdered Chian in Finntown, had not been 3 monads in his watery grave, what vigilantes and ridings then spewed wine pledges with ard rapple a fittling, when putrefaction, dreyfust as ever, began to ramp. The boys are parching. A Hoodinwinkle gave the signal, and a blessing paper freed the flood. Why did the patrician make him scares with his gruntons? Because the Druven were muscating at the door. From both Celtiberian camps, granting at the onset for the sake of argument that men on the 2 sides in New South Ireland and Vatira Ulad, Bloomin and Pillfaces, duting the ferment with the Pope and or on the Pope, had Moors or Lets, grant ideas, grunted. All conditions, poor cons and divers more, each, of course, on the purely defensive, since the Eternals were alwise on their side every time, were drawn towards their Bologna's black bottom, once Wolves White's waltz. Ho be a ho, how be crime, be cursed, kissed, and be dumb to it. some for want of proper feeding in youth, others already caught in the honourable act of slicing careers for family and carvers in conjunction, and if emaciated enough, the person garroted may have suggested to whomever he took the ham of, the plain being involved in darkness, low circ waggery, nay, even the old first wugger of himself in the flesh, Vigissimus incarnadined, when false-sighted by the if such he was bully on the hill, for there had circulated freely, fairly among his opposition the feeling that in so hibernating Massa Iwaka, who previous to that demid-changed life, had been known of balm McIdle days, Cook said, between soups and savours, to get outside his own length of rainbow trout and tarts at a tarn as no man of woman born, nay, could, like this great crested brebe, devour his 70 of roach per life day, aye, and as many minnow a minute, the big mix made gibbet choke him, was, like the salmon of his ladder leap, all this time of totality, secretly and by suckage feeing on his own misplaced fat. Ladies did not disdain those pagan iron times of the first city, called after the ugliest Danadoon, when frond was a friend ineen to carry as earwigs do their dead, their soil to the earth ball, where indeed we shall calm decline our legacy unknown. Venuses were gigglibity tempetrix, Vulcans guffawably eruptious, and the whole wives' world frock full of fickles. Fact, any human inyon you liked any ear noon or efter would take her bare godkin out, or an even pair of hem, le god, lugadoo, and prettily pray with him, or with an M even, every he to her taste, long for luck, tapet and tape petter, and take pettest of all, tip. Wells she'd woo and will she'd win, but how the dear knowed where she'd marry. Arbor, bucket room, caravan, ditch, coach, carriage, wheelbarrow, dung cart. Kate Strong, a widow. Tip, tip. She pulls a lane picture for us in a dreario-drama setting, glowing and very visual, of old Dumpland as she nosed it, a home-like cottage of Elvenstone, with droppings of biddies, stink-end pushies, moggies duggies, rotten witcher wobbles, festering rubbages and beggars' bullets, if not worse, sending salmofarious germs in gleefully through the smithereen panes. Widow Strong, then, as her weaker had turned him to the wall, tip, 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 did most all the scavenging from good King Hamlow's golden Dane, through her lean besom, clean but sparingly, and her bare statement reads that, there being no macadamized sidetracks on those old necropolitan nights in, barring a footbatter, Bryant's Causeway, bordered with speedwell, white clover, and sorrel a woodnose, which left off being beaten, where the plaintiff was struck, she left down as scavengers, who will be scavengers must. Her filth dump near the Serpentine in Fornix Park, at her time called Finewell's Keepsaker, but later tab-tossed Pat's Purged, that Dangerfield circling Butcher's Wood, where Firewalker O'Flaherty engaged a nutter of Castle Mallards, and for Archer stuns Turk, all over which fossil footprints, boot marks, finger signs, elbow dints, breech bowls, ASO, were all successively traced of a most involving description. What subtler time-place of the Weald than such wolf's belly castrament to will hide a Liber from Thursman's brandy hands, or a love letter, lostfully hers, that would be lust on Mar, than when ructions endured, than here where race began, and by 4 hands of forethought the first babe of reconcilement is laid in its last cradle of Hume, sweet Hume. Give over it, and no more of it, so pass the pick for child's sake, O men. For here all hire sprack for Christians, as for propaganda fiddies, and his nuptial eagles sharp their beaks of prey, and every mortal man of us, poem by poem, falls back into this terran. As it was, let it be, says he. And it is as though we're Agni Araflammed and Mithra Monished, and Shiva slew as Maya Mutras the abluvial waters of our noarchic memory withdrew, windingly go harksome to some hasty swasty timberman torch priest flamin flam, the ward of the wind that lightened the fire that lay in the wood that Jove bolt at his rude word. Posidonius, O fluctuary, lave that bloody stone as it is. What are you doing, you dirty minx, and his big tree block way up your path? Slip around, you, by the rare of the ministers, and you take that barrel back where you got it, McShane's, and go the way of your old one went, Hatchetsbury Road. And gish, how they gushed away, the penny fares, a whole school for scamper, with their sashes flying shish behind them, all the little pearly pets. Issy La Chapelle, any Lucans, please? Yes, the viability of Vicinals, if invisible, is invincible, and we are not trespassing on his corns either. Look at all the plotch, Fluminian. If this was Hannibal's walk, it was Hercules' work, and 100,000 of the unemancipated slaved the way. The mausoleum lies behind us, O Agidasta, multipopuli pater, and there are milestones in their cheed milias faltering along the trains tracked by Brahm and Anton Hermes, per omnibus secula secularum, amalm. But the past has made us this present of the Herode. So more Boher O'Connell, though rainy hidden your rhino hide, and if he's not a Romeo, you may scallop your hat. We're up under in the fane of St. Fiacre. Halt!
It was hard by the house there, plainly on this dissoluded and a buchan cold spot. Rupestric then, resurfaced that now is, that lutral sold if lautral bought, in the saddle of the Brennans, now Malpa Plus, Pass. Versts and versts from true civilization, not where his dreams top their troms halt. Beneath there, but where live land yon tide mirrored with the wild, saltly with flood, that the attackler, a Kropatkin, though under medium and between colors with truly native pluck, engaged the adversary, who had more in his eye than was less to his leg, but whom for plunder's sake he mistook in the heavy rain to be Oglethorpe, or some other Ginkus, par apparently, to whom the head and heelless chickens stag bore some Michelangelo-esque resemblance, making use of sacrilegious languages to the defect that he would challenge their hemispheres to exterminate them, but he would canonize the life out of him and lay him out contritely as smart as the had his night prayers said. 3 Patrick Noxters and a couplet of Hail Marys. Tout est sacré pour un sacreur, femme à barbe ou homme nourrice. At the same time, so as to plug well, let the blueby whale goats out of him, catching holst of an oblong bar he had and with which he usually broke furnitures. He rose the stick at him. The border incident repeated itself. The pair, whether there they were, Nipoluono engaging, Wailing Tao, or de Raskias trying to reconnoitre the general Bukalev, man may not say, struggled apparently for some considerable time, the cradle rocking equally to one and oppositely from the other in its law of capture and recapture. Under the all-in rules about the book safe, fighting like Purple Top and Tipperary swayed, sacramented Servius of the divine zeal. And in the course of their tussle, the taller man, who'd opened his bully bowl to beg, said to the miner who was carrying the worm, a handy term for the portable distillery, which consisted of 3 vats, 2 jars, and several bottles, though we purposefully say nothing of the stiff, both parties having an interest in the spirits. Let me go, Pauthine! I hardly knew ye. Later on, after the celestial pause for refreshment, the same man, or a different and younger him of the same ham, asked in the vermicular with a very ugly chew-chin grin, was 6 victolios, 15 pigeon, take ye off of you? Tell he me, Stallone fella, by picky-pocky 10 to foul months behind aside. There were some further call-it-a banter and severe tries to convert for the best part of an hour, and now a wooden affair in the shape of a Webley. We at once recognize our old friend Ned, of so many ill or temperate letters, fell from the intruder who, at stuck as that cat to that mouse in that tube of that Christchurch organ, did the image of girl cloud pensive flout above them light young charm in ribbons and pigtail? Whereupon became friendly, and saying not his shirt to tear, to no wanted, laying all joking and knob carries aside. If his change companion, who stuck still to the invention of his strong box, with a tenacity corroborating their mutual tenatorial rights, happened to have the loose change of a 10-pound crickler about him at the moment, addling that hap so, he would pay him back the 6 fix odd. Do you see? Out of that for what was taken on the man of samples last Uni or July. Do you follow me, Cap'n? To this the other, Billy with the bull, who'd mummed and mauled up to that, for he was hesitancy carried to excelsicism, rather amusedly replied, "Woo woo! Would you be would you be grossly surprised, Till, to learn that, as it so happens, I honestly have not such a thing as the loo, as the least chance of a tin-pan crackler anywhere about me at the present moment. But I believe I can see my way, as you suggest, it being Yuletide or Judenfest, as it's Mad Nuts Sun for you when it's Hatter's Hares Mon for me, to advance you something like 4 and 7 pence between hopping and trapping, which you might just as well have, boy Bacchus, to buy JJ and S with." There was a minute's silence before memory's fires rekindling, and then, heart alive, which at very first wind of gay gay, and Whiskquig's Wick's ears pricked up the starving gunman. Strike him pink, became strangely calm and forthright, swear by all his lards porcenal that the thorn tree of Sheol might ramify up his Sheol fawn to the lux appointlex, but he would go good to him sometime, marks my word for it chip off the old flint, and the Nictian glossary which purveys a prioric roots for a posteriorius tongues. This is nat language at any sense of the world, and one might as fairly go and kish his sprogs as fail to certify whether the war trophy alluded at some lives earlier was that something like a jug to what a cock-table, and remarksing and languidoily, seemingly much more highly pleased than tongue could tell at this opening of a lifetime, and the foretastes of the Dunbank pearl mothers and the boy, to wash down which he would feed to himself and the ruad cow at Talacht, and then in the good woman at Ringsend, and after her in at Conway's Inn, and at Blackrock, and first to fall, cursed be all, where appetite would keenest be, at funeral fair or fun fain rail, Adam and Eve's in Quaintity Street, by the grace of gamey Queen Tailty, her will and testament. You stunning little South Downer, I'd know you anywhere, to Claney. Let me truthfully tell you in or out of the lexinction of life, and who the hell else be your Blanche Patch on the bony part. Goal ball I've struck this daylight dilate, night of nights, by golly. My hat, you have some bully German grit, Sundowner. He spud in his Faust accent. He toped the raw best, pardon. He poked his pick, a tip is a tap, and he tucked his friend's leave. And with French hen, or the portfolio of hastes and leisures, about to continue that, the queer mixture exchanged the packs in embrace, or pogue, hue, Puxi, as practiced between brothers of the same breast, Hililulia, Kililulia, Allen law, and having ratified before the god of the day their Torgan truce, which belittlers have schmal called the treating to cognac. Turning his fez, menial straight, in the direction of Moscas, he first got rid of a few Mitzmillers and Hurushoes, and levanted off with tubular turbulence at a bull's run over the Aspach Bridge, spitting his teeth on roofs, with the 7 and 4 endangled in Donegeld, and their humoral hurlbat, or other uncertain weapon of lingam vitae, but so ever more ruminescent of toboggan poop, picked up to keep, I'm so mature, picked up to keep some crowd plucking appointment with some rival Rialtos anywhere between Peerage and the Little Horn, while this poor Delaney, who they left along with a Confederate fender behind, and who, albeit balls bluffed, bore up wonderfully, all of it with a whole number of plume-sized contusions, plus a lasala, bruised coccyx, all over him, reported the occurrence in the best way he could to the flabbergaze of the whole lab, giving the paddy banners the military salute. As for his excellencies, the Odafe, in justifiable hope that in Nobiloraman review of the hugely satisfactory conclusium of their negotiations and the juggle monkeyish agreement, Dean derivative, some lotion or fomention of poppy heads would be generously exhibited to the parts. At the nearest watch house in Vicar Lane, the white ground of his face all covered with diagonally Red Cross non-fatal mammalian blood, as proof positive of the seriousness of his character, and that he was bleeding in self-defiance. Stanch it. From the nostrils, lips, pavilion, and palate, while some of his hitter's hairs had been pulled off his Knut's head by Colt, though otherwise his all-round health appeared to be middling along, as it proved most fortunate that not one of the 206 bones and 501 muscles in his corso was whit the worse for her whacking. Herr who. Now then, leaving clashing ash, brawn and muscle, and brass made to oust earth and born, and rock crystal to wreck isinglass, but worming along gradually for our savings, back towards mother waters, so many miles from Bank and Dublin stone, Olympiading even till the 11th dynasty, to reach that thuddy sickened Hamlaugh, and to the question of Boney's unlawfully obtaining a pierced paraflam and claptrap fireguard, there crops out the still more salient point of the politish leanings and town pursuits of our forebearer, Eldon de Dunilly. May his ship ficht stick in the bottle of the river, and all his cruisers stock locked in the burl of the seas, who, when within the black of your toenail, sir, of being mistakenly ambushed by one of the Udavedas, and as close as made no matter, ma'am, to being kyo'd offhand when the Hyungono heckler with the Peter Painter wanted to hole him, was consistently practicing the first of the primary and imprescriptible liberties of the Pacific subject by circulating, be British, boys, to your belly bone and chuck a chum a chance, alongst one of our unprohibited cemetery through farts, open to buggy and bike to walk Wellington Park Road, with curb or Quaker's quack nostrum under his oxter and his alpenstock in his red hand. A highly commendable exercise, or number 2 of our acta legitima plebea. On the brink, beware to balk a man at his will, of taking place upon a public seat, to what? Bear by butts. Most easterly, but all goes west, of Blackpool bridges, as a public protest and natural-like vice without intent to annoy either, being praised good thankfully for the wrath-bereaved ringdove and the fear-stung boa, boa constrictor, and all the more right jolly well pleased, which he was, at having other people's weather.
But to return to the Atlantic and the Venetia proper, as if that were not to be enough for anyone, but little headway, if any, was made in solving the was not to be crime conundrum when a child of Mam, Festi King, of a family long and honorably associated with the tar and feather industries, who gave an address in old Plamanchi, Mayo of the Saxons, in the heart of the foul famed Pothin district, was subsequently hauled up to the Old Bailey on the calends of Mars, under the incompatibly framed indictment of both the counts, from which uh, equinoxy Equinox's points of view, the one fellow's fetch being the other fellow's person, that is to see, flying cushats out of the overalls and making fesses immodest his forces on the field. Oh yeah, oh yeah, when the prisoner, soaked and methylated, appeared in dry dock, apparently Ambrosia realized, like Kara's corduroy caricature, wearing, besides stains, rents and patches, his fight shirt, straw braces, sou'wester, and the policeman's corkscrew trousers, all out to be all out of the true, as he had purposely torn up his Chitramanx bespokes in the Mamertine, deposing for his exution of all the flourish of the sparse and the royal Irish vocabulary, how the whole Pater-Jag-Martin Trippelzeit Zoot, and all the suffet of copperas had fallen off him quartz unaccountably like the crystallizations of Alm on Evan, while he was trying for it to stick fire to himself. Infected he was dripping as he found upon stripping for a pipkin of malt, as he feared the cooled rain. It was attempted by the crown, P.C. Robert, to show the king Elos Crowbar, once known as Malachi, impersonating a climbing boy, rubbed some pixies of any Livia Peatsmore o'er his face, plucks and pusses with a clentophore as the best means of disguising himself, and was to the middle white fair and mudfore on a Thursday, fests of Peeler and Polly, under the ill-assumed names of Ty King Fest and Rabwork, picked by him and Anthony out of a telephone book, allegedly with a pedigreed pig, unlicensed, and a hyacinth. There were they were on that sea by the plain of Ear 999 years, and they never cried crack or ceased for regular paddy-wicking till that they landed their two and a trifling selves at mass camel and ass, grey beard and suckling, priest and pauper, Mart Martron and Mary Meg, with the meddling of a mudstorm. The gathering, convening of the Irish agricultural and prepastoral organis- organizations to help the Irish muck to look his brother Dane in the face and attend thanks to Larry by large numbers, the Christies and Jews totems to spite of the divulge, distinctly of a scattery kind, when the bally bricken he would get no good of, after cock of the walking, through a few fancy fought mains, ate some of the doorweg, the picky later selling the gentleman ratepayer because she, Francie's sister, that is to say, ate the whole side of his, the animal's, sty on a struggle street, que stra troia, in order to pay off, hiss or lick, 6 doubloons, 15 ares of his, the villain's not the rumbler's rent.
Remarkable evidence was given, anon, by an eye, ear, nose, and throat witness, whom Wesleyan chapel-goers suspected of being a plain-clothes priest W.P., situate at Null Null Medical Square, who, upon letting down his rice and peace-green cover-disc, and having been sullenly cautioned against yawning while being grilled, smiled. He had a one-bumper at parting from Mrs. Mulroe in the morning, and stated to his elicitor under his Morse must accents, God bless, that he slept with the bona fides and that he would be there to remember the filth of November, hatternaring rowdy-o, which, with the jubilees of Juno and the dates of old langxiety, was going, please the rainmaker, to descends within the ephemerides of profane history, all one with Tournay, Yestersley, and Temera, and one thing which would pig-stuccularly strike a person of such sorely tried observational powers as Sam, him, and Moffat, though theirs not to reason why, the striking thing about it was that he was petrified to see, hear, taste, and smell, as his time of night, how Hyacinth O'Donnell, B.A., described in the calendar as a mixer and word painter, with part of a civis basem, Gael tact for dung fork, on the fair green at the hour of 24 o'clock sought, the bully Cassidy of the Friedhofer, to sack, sock, stab, and slaughter single-handed another two of the old kings, Gush MacHale and Roaring O'Crian Jr., both changelings, unlocalized, of no address and in non-communicables, between him and whom, ever since wallops before the mise of Lewes, bad blood existed on the ground of the Boer's trespass on the bull, or because he first parted his polar beaver hair in two ways, or because they were creep-foxed and grouse suppers over a nippy in noveletta, or because they could not say meese, mutant daft, meath. The litigants, he said, local Kongsmen and Donalds, kings of the Arons and Dalkeys, kings of Mud and Tory, even the goat king of Kilorglin, were egged on by their supporters in the shape of better women with bowstrung hair, of Carthaginian ruddiness, waving crimson petties and screaming from Isod's tower top. There was cries from the thick sets in court and from the MacDublins on the Bow and the Breen of "Mind the bank from Banagher, mixer! Produce O'Donnell! Aye, exhibit his relics! Buh! Use the tongue more! Give the lip less!" But it oozed out in Dead Man's Dark Scenery Court through cost examination of the case-hardened testis that when and where that knife of knives the tree-partied ambush was laid, roughly spouting around half hours twixt ducks in dawn, by water hoses metal Europe time, near stop and think, high chief ever virens, and only a fall tree in all the land. There was not as much light from the widowed moon as would bedim a child's altar. The mixer, accordingly, was bluntly broached, and in the best basal to boot, as to whether he was one of these lucky cocks for whom the audible, visible, nosable, edible world existed. That he was only too cognitively, cogitably sure of it, because living, loving, breathing, and sleeping melosophonopancreates, as he most significantly did, whenever he thought he heard, he saw, he felt, he made a bell clipper, 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 clipper. Whether he was practically sure, too, of his lugs and trues names in this king and blouseman business, that he was prediculously so. Certified? As could be. Be lying? Ad Delony I will. It was Morbus o' somebody. A quite. Thursday's son. A satyr in weddings. And how did the green-eyed mister arrive at the B.A.? That it was like his pole. A cross-grained trapper with murty odd ogs, orflerated aries, inclinine nays, and a twitcherous mouth, he would be. Who kid bit you at to a tenderfill when assailed? Belly or a jobber? Some major bar too? Ingains. And with tumulous legs, redipnomitated Helmingham, Urchin Wine, Rutter, Egbert, Cromwell, Odin, Maximus, Esme, Saxon, Isa, Vercingetorix, Ethel, Wolf, Ruprecht, Idweller, Bentley, Osmond, Dysart, Yggdrasil, man? Holy Saint Eiffel, the very phoenix! It was Chudley Magnol once more between the Dephadates and the dumb scene. The two child spies were preasing him außer the Devolog, but the renting of his rock was from the three wicked Vancouver's forests bent down at wits. Art how sure? You betty, come Bilom comes. One of the oxmen's thingabosses, Havad. And had he been refrexed by the founts of bounty playing there is a pain Ireland in long googling barrel. A loss of Ludeward and a lack of Sire Philip, a Surgenet Sherahone, could suck more gargling bubbles out of the five lamps in Porteran's praise. Wurgling and Mary's, as whose wouldn't, laving his leaf time in Blackpool. But of course, he could call himself Tem, too, if he had time to. But he could, any time, when he pleased, when and place. A stoker temptated by eavesdripping against the driver who was a witness as well. Sacred avatar, how the devil did they guess it? Two dreamiums in one dromium? Yes, no, and no error. And both as like as a jewel of lentils? Precisely. So he was pelted out of the coram populo, was he? Be the powers that be, he was. The prince in principle should not expose his person? Machiavel, Ruskiman, camarade, sooner Galwegian would he say. Not unintoxicated, fair witness, drunk as a fish-up, asked to whether she minded whither he smooked, not if he barked into flames. And then his ejaculations to the cross-can lawn, Cossa. It was Curso in Cursu on Cursor again. The gracious miss was, we're not doubt sensible how Yellowatty on the forks was altered. That she easily was, o'dowed me not. As to his religion, if any, it was the C.U. Sunday sort. Exactly what he meant by the pederast prig. Be Jacobs just a gent who prayed his Lent. And if middle-class Portivorius was a usual beast, by night as usual as a vomit to a shorn man. If he had Rognerized their Georts marshals, day nays they had. Lindendeli coker skillies spell me gart without a gate. Hardly a drope. The grazing rights, Mrs. Magistra Martinetta, expired with the expiry of Goat's sire, if they were not mistaken. That he exactly could not tell the worshipfuls, but his mother and waiters had the recipes for the price of the coffin, and that he was there to tell them that herself was a velocipede that could tell them Kit-Kat. A Mandarin tongue is a Pounderin jowl, farther order about the matters of pronunciation. Distributing air endings, and if we recommends, quare hircum? No answer. Unde gentium fe? No, Are you not danzling on the age of a volcano? Sir, I am deed. And how old of him? He was interdant to study Pulu, which was meant in a shirt of two shifts, macogramade or up Finn tree-hatted ladder, that a head in thighs under a bush at the sun-face would bait a serpent to a mill race through the heather. Arm-bird coloured deaf-dumb ethnic fort, perhaps. Sure, and glomps handy jottle feason as well. Hokey Jasons, then, in a pidgeeses, on a pontiff's order as sure as theirs, and ital on atac. As a gololi bit to Joss, lily and to luli. But why this hanko chaff, and whence this second tone, son yet son? He had the kowtow in his bux's flay of flace. So this that Solier sistress, setting odds evens at defiance, took the lord from labouriter. What displaced Tob, Dilk, and Halley had not been greatly in love with the game, and changing the vendors from the King's Head to the Republican's Arms, as to the pugnacities evinced from a flagfall to antipost during the effrays round Father Time's Beckside, and the regents in the Plaintstown reigning, with the Skiddy Stars and the Morecurne wind-up, how they appealed to him then, that it was Wildfire's night on all the Betty Gallaghers. Mick Michael's swords, shrieking mechs through all the Wilkinses and Necker Nicholas's toasting forks, pricking prongs up the tunny bladders. Let there be fight, and there was fought. On the site of the angels, you said. Guinea's Gap, he said, between what they said and the pussy kitties. In the middle of the garth, then? That they mustn't touch it. The devoted couple was or were only two dissipated solicitresses on the job of the unfortunate class on Saturn's mountain fort. That was about it, ja. And Camillus then said to Gemellus, I should know you, parfaitly. And Gemellus then said to Camillus, yes, your brother, absolutely. And if it was all about that, egregious sir, about that and the other, if he was not alluding to the hole in the wall, that he was when he was not alluding from the whole of the woman. Briefly, how such beginner finally struck him now, like the crack that bruck the bank in Multifarnham. Whether he fell in with what they meant, cursed that he suppoxed he did. Dos thuris thormers thom, the rudicras rotter in row bructum, sir topical and subhuman, if it was, in Yapanoi's language, ach bad clap, ooh, ogs and oars with Ryan Oakley, and to put it terchinly, we wrong? Shocking! Such as turly pierced our realies that he might never that night, tryly and rurally. Bladjuch foul Morkelenberg, Wura, Hora, Escorta, Strumpa, Porna, Nelly, Coxa, Patti, Patta, Putta, Patter, Trip, Paka, Panisek. Eh? You have it. All right.
Mirrored reach and oin quish, but a new complexion was put upon the matter when, to the perplexedly uncondemnatory bench, whereon Punic judgeship strove with penal law, the senior king of all, Pegar Festi, as soon as the outer layer of stuckamuck had been removed at the request of a few live jurors, declared in a loud burst of poesy, though his Brythonic interpreter on his oath, Hoith Pist, see what? Oh, okay. As Farah Bohera Marie Hirosmas, whereas take notice be the relics of the bones of the story, Bocal, that was 8B Cleopatra, the sow, princess of parked porkers, afore God and all their honors and king's commons, that when he would swear to the tyranny of Dundle again, or any other tyranny, Yif live Thurkels flogged him about sure that was no steel, and that nevertheless what was deposited from the eye-bold, ear-big, nose-naving gut throat, he did not fire a stone either before or after he was borne down and up to that time. And incidentalizing, that they might talk about McCarthy, or they might walk to Ballstar Tea, or they might join the neighbor party and come on to Potter feud. This the sock Dolliger had the neck to endorse, with a head bowed on him over his outturned nor'easter, by protesting to his lip readers with a just been cleaned barefacedness, a beam of moonlight's hope in the same Trelawney, what he would impart. Please bench to the lewd Joseph and the gentlemen in juries, and the four of masterers who had been all those yarns yearning for that good one about why he left Dublin, that Amrita Beaker coddling doom, as an Irishman was as good as any cantonadal. If he was to perish by the market stake before the dorming of the Maun, he sculled, never asked to see sight or light of this world or the other world, or any either world of Tiernan Og, as true as he was there in the jackbox that minute, or wheeled and wind. No thanks, deuce. The inexhaustible, was Sailhorn taught of Iski Bausch, the haileth up the wealth of the unknown abgod of the fire of the moving way of the hawks, with his heroes in war horror, if ever in all his squared career he up or lave Chauncey hand to take or throw the sign of a mortal stick or stone at man, yo lamb, or Salvation Army, either before or after being baptized down to the most holy in every blessed hour. Here upon the half-kneel castle knockers attempting Kith Guishly to lilt his holy mess, the pause, and make the sign of the Roman god Helic fakes. Zershai Zertz. In his excitement, the Lado had broken extro Castilian, into which the whole audience perseguired and pursued him a la Padrida. Outbroke much yelactors from owners in the heel ha, in which under the mollification of Methologan, the test fighter reluctantly, but with ever so ladylike intercorum joined. Ha ha!
The hilaria hoot of peggers wind up come josted as neatly with the tritone of the wet pinters as were they isca et illy, equals of opposites, evolved by the one same power of nature or of spirit, iste, as the sole condition and means of the him under her manifestation, and polarized for reunion by the symphysis of his antipathis. Distinctly different were the duas destinies. Whereas the maidens of the bar, a perilous Trentine, a lunaray's score, when the Enethress murmured, shoned and posed, fluttered and flattered around the willing pressed, nominating him for the Sweeney Prize, complimenting him and captivating youth, and on his having all his senses about him, stinked uh, Thyasis through his curls. O fiend! O Dior! And bringing busses to his cheeks, their masculine Ayrshire rose, his knees clear, and legendo round his nice new neck for him, and pizzicalinalling his woolly wags with their dindy dandy sugar de candy McCree me post-teen floans couriered to believe them of all his untiring young dames and send treats in their times. Wyman, but it was not unobserved of these presents, their worships, how of one among all her deputized to defame him by the Lunar Sisters Celibacy Club, a love-looking leap girl, all a lonely Gentia Gemma of the make giddy culling reeks, he, wan and pale, in his unmixed admiration, seen blindly, mutely, tastelessly, tactlessly, and amorant with her upon him, in shining a minglement a shame, and his hissue shifted into the shimmering of hers, youth's beauties, he's her chap, and she'll tell Mimas when she gaze whom, till the wild wish of her shisha melted most musically mid the dark deep of his shay charm. And whereas distracted, for was not just this an effect which was just ceased that the effect of that which it had caused to occur? The four judicers laid their wigs together, Untis, Muncius, Puntius, and Pilex, but could do no worse than promulgate their standing verdict of Nolan's Brahmins where one after king having murdered all the English he knew, picked out of his pockets, and left the tribunal scot free, trailing his Tommy Lami's tunic in a hurry, there and under proudly showing off the blink patch to his Britgits to prove himself. Ain't please use a rail genteel to the Switz bodyguards, cruel but court-like. Commodore Valley O'Harry, Anthony Jenny Rosie, a firewater louver returned with such a vine-smelling 42er ages raw down hams, tan your hide, as you would the latent stomach even of a two-mass equinus. We were prepared for the chap's clap cap, the accent, but took us as by surprise, and now we're guessing it like gush gash from a burner so that all the 2 from 30 advocatesses within echo, pulling up their briefs and a crig cry, shun the punman, safely and soundly sorcered the Fentimine parish pauser. How dare he? Impromptu right away Hames, much of his thanks, gratis sagarum, to all the wrong Donatrice, bis, drink battles, dingy dwelling, where, for like your true venison, Esu, he was dove timid, as the deers at bottom, he shat in zoo. With the muddy gold mine, he was done. The chastity's bellies conclaiming, you and your gift, your you and your gift of gaff and your garbage about our favor. A gain gradado, Han, Verg, now, Pooter, Scam, Shams, Shames.
And so it all ended. Arthur, Karma, Dharma, Moxa asked Caviar for the K. And so everybody heard their plaint and all listened to their applause. The letter, the litter, and the sooth of the bitter, of eyebrow penciled by lip stipple penned, borrowing a word and begging the question, stealing tinder and slipping like soap. From dark racer lane a sigh and a weep, from Lesbia Louche the beam in her eye, from lone Coogan Barry his arrow of song, from Sean Kelly's anagram a blush at the name, from I am the Sullivan that trumpeting tramp, from suffering Dufferin the sit of her style, from Kathleen May Vernon her meb fair efforts, from Phil the Pot Curran his Scotch love Macretha, from him op to Phil Aldolphus the weary O, the leery O, from Samuel Lever or Damuel Lover, that jolly old Molly bit or that bored saunter by, from Tim Finnegans weak tribes, loss of strength to his so will, from the wedding on the green, our girlies, the gretness of Joy Boys, from Pat Mullen, Tom Mallon, Dan Meldon, Don Malden, a slick stick picnic made in moat by Muldoons. The solid man saved by his sillied woman, cracker-jolking away like a hearse on fire. The elm that whimpers at the top told the stone that moans when stricken. Wind broke it, wave bore it, reed wote of it, Syce ran with it, hand tore it, and wild went war. Hen treeved it and plight pledged peace. It was folded with cunning, sealed with crime, uptied by a harlot, undone by a child. It was life, but was it fair? It was free, but was it art? The old hunks on the hill read it to perlection. It made ma Mary and Sissy so shy, and rubbed some shine off Shem and put some shame into Sean. Yet Una and Eta spill famine with drought, and Agrippa, the pro-pastard, spells tribulations in his threne. Ah, fruct, Trimidonides, Ina Milo Melamon, Frey is Frau, and Swee is two when Swoo is free, Anna Mala, woe is we. A pair of sycophantes with amygdaline eyes, one old obster lumpky pumpkin, and three medlars on their slies. And that was how, Fram Sin from sun, a city arose, fin, fun, a sitting arrows. Now tell me then.
What was it? Ah! Oh! So there you are now. There they were, when all was over again, the four with them, setting around upin their judges' chambers and the muniment room of their Marshalsea, under the suspices of Lally, around their old traditional tables of the law, like Sornany Solons, to talk it over, or all the same again. Well and truly dry, suffering law the dring, according to King's Evelyns. So help her goat and kiss the boke, festives and hyajinks and Gentiam and her B.T. Rossi, Betty Doty, and not to forget now, Aduna O'Darnell. The four of them, and thank court now there were no more of them. So pass the push for port's sake, be it soon. Ah-ho! And do you remember Singabob, the bad father, the same, the great, how do you call him, and his old nickname, Dirty Daddy Pantaloons? in his monopoliums, the War of the Two Roses, with Michael's victory, the Sheeman's priester, before he caught his paper dispensation from the poke, old Minnis and Minster York. Do I mind? I mind the gush off the mon like Ballybock manure works on a trade Wednesday, and the O'Moily Gracies and the O'Brieny Rossies chaffing him blush face and playing him pranks. How do you do, Toto? North, mister? Get into my way. Ah, dearum for sail she, gone over the bays, when gin a body met a body. Yarrow, why would he heed that old gasometer with his whooping coppin and his dying Boosie cough, and all the birds of the south side after her, Minxie Cunningham, their dear divorcee darling, Jimmy's and Johnny's to be her Joe? Hold hard. There's three other corners to our Isle's cork float. Sure, 'tis well I can telesmell him H2CE3. That would take a township's breath away. Gob and I knows him too well, as I do myself, heaving up the K wall by the 32 to 11 with his lime-looking horse bags full of sesame seed, the white side Kaffir in his Samon's effluvium, and his scent-painted voice puffing out his thundering big brown cabbage. Pa, thought I'm glad a gull for his poostine fionn. Go Boro, says he, lanky sheed. Go bugga, ye, says I. Oh, breezes. I sniffed that lad long before anyone. It was when I was in my far father out at the west, and she and myself, the red-headed girl, first nighting down Sycamore Lane. Fine field play we had of it mid the kissabets frisking in the cool kirkle dusk of the lushiness. My perfume of the pampas, says she, meaning me, putting out her nether lights, and I'd sooner one precious sip at your pure mountain dew than enrich my acquaintance with that big brewer's belch. And so they went on, the four-bottle men, the analysts, the Unguam and Nuguam and Lunguam again, their Anschluss about her who's before and his whereafters, and how she was lost away in the fern, and how he was founded deep on deep in an ear, and the rustlings and the twitterings and the graspings and the snappings and the sighings and the paintings and the cuckooings and the hist, the spring apartings and the hast, the by scuttlings, and all the scandalmonkers and the pure craigs that used to be up that time living and lying and ratting and riding round Nunsbelly Square, and all the buds in the bush, and the laughing jackass, Harrick, 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 the rose is white in the Durick, and Sunfellow's nose has got rhinoceros from haunting the roses in the park. So all rogues lean to rhyme and contra-drinking themselves about Lily Trilly, Lobhorn, Hilly, and Mrs. Niall of the Nine Corsages, and the old Marquis, their best or far. And arrah, sure, there was never a Marquis at all among the Manleys, and the dear Sir Armory, queer Sir Roomery, and the old house by the Chirpalizade, and all the goings on so very wrong long before when they were going on retreat, and the old gameldags, and four of them in Milton's Park under lovely Father Whisperer, and making her love with his stuff and the languish of flowers, and feeling to find was she mushy, and wasn't that very both of them the sauce sisters, Adraharine o mockery, and Peep meeting waters most improper, Pipette ball around the garden, trickle tris, please Myman, may I go flirting, farmers gone with a groom, and how they used her, mused her, licked her, and cuddled. I defer with ye. Are you sure of yourself now? You're a liar, excuse me, I will not, and you're an other. And lully holding their breach and of peace for them, pool all lolly, to give and to take, and to forego the pasht, and all will be forgotten. Ah ho! It was too bad to be falling out about her kindness pet in the shape of Orang's time. Well, all right, Lily, and shake hand, and shank some more. For Craig's sake, be it suck.
Well, even should not the framing up of such figments in the evidential order bring the true truth to light as fortuitously as a dim seer's setting of a star chart might, heaven helping it, uncover the nakedness of an unknown body in the fields of blue, or as forehearingly as the sib speeches of all mankind have foiled. Earth seized them from the root of some funner's stodder, all the soundest sense to be found immense our special mentalist now holds. Securus ictite orbis terranum. That by such playing possum our hagius curious ancestor bestly saved his brush with his posterity, you, charming Coper Copercinus, us, heirs of his Tyseal, gun dogs of all breeds, were bagling with renounced herb urban Doribic bugles, hot to run him given law on the scent breast thigh keen of the worry. View from his holt outratted across the jewel tides genial course lands of Humphreys Chase from Mullenhob to Peacockstown, then bearing right upon Tankardstown, the outlier, a white Nolan with Mr. Lowenwistill Fitz Urus beset beaters had first misbadgered for Brune of some swart, led buyers to run, then through Raystown and Horslockstown and louping the loop and Tankardstown again. Ere Kenny Hare, for doubling through Sheverstown, they raced him, through Longingstown and Nutstown, to wind him up the bullies. But from the good turn, when he last was lost, check, upon ye hill of rut, in full winter coat, with ticker pads, pointing for his rooming house, his old Nordst, to the roly top royal to the roll top royal, Hessens a deaf futures, Volponism, hid him close to covet, miraculously raven fed and buoyed up in rumor, ridicule, onosum, and abumsum. Upon may all brew ham have his mead, the cream clotted sherriness of cinnamon syllabub, Meckle raved, nickel saved, hence hounds hide home. Preservative preservance in the re-education of his intestines was the rebuttal by Wilk he sought of get the big bulge of the whole bunch of spack soakers dieting against glues and gravies in the sometime pre-street pro town. Vainly violence, virulence, and vituperation sought well nigh utterly to attack and abridge, to derail and depontify, to enrate and enroad, to ogode, to unhume the great shipping mogul and underlined overlord.
But the spoil of hesitance, the spell of hesitancy, his a take is it ash, tittery tor tattery tail, has a tense humpet on a dimply, hey 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 hey, a wincy wecky. Assemblymen murmured, Reynard is slow. One feared for his days. Did they yawn? 'Twas his stomach. Eruct, deliver. A gush from his visuals. Pung, deliver him, Orlode. He had laid violent hands on himself. It was brought in Fugger's newsletter, lain down, all in fagged out, with equally melancholy death. For the tridium of Saturnalia, his goat servant had paraded his willing sons in the forum, while the Jenny infanted the last to be greeted raucously, the yard stated, with hooks and fuse, and measured with missiles too, from 100 of manhood, and a whimmering of weebs. Big went the bang, then wide was quiet. A report. Silence. Last farmer put it under ether. The Nos or the Lowell had driven him blem, stun blem. Sparks flew. He had fled again. Open Shunshema. This country of exiled, sloughed off Seidel's home via the subterranean shored with bedboards, stowed away and anchored in a Dutch bottom tunk the Asa Hod SS Finlandia, and was even now occupying under an Islamic Newhame in his 7th generation a physical body, Cornelius McGrath's, bad old character, commonoring Canbung, in Asia Minor, where as Turk of the theatre, first house all flatty, the king, 11 sharps, he had bepiastered the boot dancers from the opulence of his omnibox, while as Arab at the street cour he bepestered the bumbashores for the alms of a para's pence. Wires humped. Peacefully general astonishment, assisted by regretitude, had put a term till his existence. He saw the family Sagath, resigned, put off his remainders, was recalled and scrap-heaped by the maker. Chirpings crossed, an infamous private ailment, vulgo varia venereal, had claimed Enright, closed his vicious circle, snap, jams jarred. He had walked towards the middle of an ornamental lily pond when inebriated up to the point when braced shirts meet knickerbockers, at wangfish daring their buoyant waters, when Rodman's first aiding hands had rescued un from a very possibly severable feet of demi-fresh water. Mush spread. On Umbrella Street, where he did drinks from a pumps, a kind workman, Mr. Whitlock, gave him a piece of wood. What words of power were made fast between them? Eke-names and orc-gnomes, ecnomia, icnumia. That did Hansard tell us, would gar Gans Dub's ears wag in every pub of all the sitter. Batty believes a baton, while Hogan hears a hod, yet here prefers a punsel shapner, and cup and bull go cup and ball. And the Cassidy, Craddock, Rome, and ream around ere a weege ne'er a wage, is still immer and immore a wagering over it, a cradle with a care in it, or a casket with a kick behind. Totties, testies, quoties, questies. The war is in words, and the wood is in the world. Maply me, willowy we, hickory he, and you yourselves. How for him chirrupeth ever reach bird. From gold dawn glory to glowworm gleam, we were low quacks, did we not tacit turn? Elsewhere, here, no concern of the Guinnesses, but only of the ruining of the rain has heard. Estout, poor Porterall, cracklings cricked, a human pest, cycling, pissed, and recycling, passed about the sledgy streets. Here he was, pussed again. Morse nuisance noised. He was loose at large and, oh baby, might be anywhere with when a disguised ex-nun of huge stand-build and masculine manners in her fairly fat 40s, Carpulenta Gigasta, attract attention to by arbitrary conduct with a homnibus. Ariel's buzz to coastal listeners of an Ortax Brawl collector's budget, fully big, sporran, tie, tough, tapered, and bloody anti-chill cloak. Its tailors, Baronfathers, tab reading VPH, found nigh Skull Brothers whole, and divers shivered to think what kind of beast, wolves, croppices, or fourpenny friars had devoured him. CW cast wide. Vistings lick, droneth zvertgleam, Vauchter locked. On his pink sir's postern, the boys had at it at Wit Weekend, had been nailed an inked-up name entitled, inscribed in the national cursives, accelerated, regressive, filiform, turreted, and enveloped in pigotry. Move up, Mumpty, Mike room for Rumpty, by order, Nicokellis plug. And this go, no Pentecostal jest about it, how gregarious his race soever, or skilful, learned, wise, cunning, knowledgeable, clear, profound, his saying fortitudo fraught, or prudentia proven, were he chief, count, general, field marshal, prince, or king, or Miles the Slasher in his person, with Molia Mordhar mansion in the Breffnian Empire, and a place of inauguration on the hill of Tullymongan, there had been a real murder of the Rayhalak Royal Raxacraxian variety. The McMahon chaps, it was that had done him in. On the Fid de Verde, the rampart combatants had left him lying with his dexter hand-coup resurrected in a pureed, poor me, bloody proper. Indeed, not a few thick and thin well-wishers, mostly of the Clontarf-minded class, Colonel John Bowie O'Rourke, Vexemplus, even ventured so far as to loan or beg copies of D. Blainsea's trilingual tri-weekly Scatterbrains Afternoon Posht, so as to make certain sure one time and be satisfied of their quasi-contrabussed deletarians having become genuinely quite beatly dead, whether by land, whether by water. Trans-ocean acclaimed him. The latter. Shall their hope then be silent, or Macfarlane lack of lamentation? He lay under leagues of it in deep Bartholoman's deep.
Akdung, Pozor, Attenshun, Viceroy besites smucky young pigiscoolies, Tri Pays Dinnernis, Aventir Med, Lochlaner, Fat Hack I, Fioin is Gehaven. Banalana bangs Ballyhooly out of her buttery of a bull of vogue. But their bright little contemporaries notwithstanding, on the mooring morn of the suicidal murder of the unrescued expatriate, as like as a snake comes sliduant down that oak tree onto the Duke of Beavers. You may have seen some liquid amber exude exotic from a balsam poplar at Partine Alak's limestone, rode and cried, Abby's Magnifica, not noble fur, a quarter of 9 imploring his recipiency, saw the infallible spike of smokes jut stiff, punctual from the seventh gable of our Quintus Centimachus's poor thyroid butter tower, and then thirsty PM with oaths upon his lastingness. En caecus hatrospicis annos longos patimur. The lamps of maintenance, beacons for a field, inner half, the zuggurat, all brevet named the wasting wyvern, the tawny of his mane, the swing low swaying blue paw, the outstanding man, the low-like lady, being litten for the long, O land, how long? Life's night, with suffusion of fine glass, transom, and lead-light panes. Wherefore let it hardly by any being thinking he said either or thought that the prisoner of that sacred edifice, were he an Ivor the boneless or an Olaf the hide, was at his best a one-stone parable, a rude breathing on the void of to be, a venter hearing his own walk speech in backwards, or more strictly, but Tristerned initials, the clue key to a world room beyond the room whorled, for scarce one, or pathetically few, of his dode canal salmon livers, cared seriously or for long to doubt with Kurt Eld Van Dyke, the gravitational pull perceived by certain fixed residents, and the capture of uncertain comets, chance drifting through our system, suggesting an authentic itatum of his aliquidinities, the canonicity of his existence as a tesseract. Be still, O quick, speak him dumb, hush ye fronds of Ulma.
Dispersal women wondered, was she fast? Do tell us all about, as we want to hear all about. So tell us all about her, and why or whether she looked all lottie like ussies, and whether he had his wind up like them's is shut. Notes and queries, tip bids and answers, the laugh and the shout, the ards and the downs. Now listing to one and neither, and list them down, and smoothen out your leaves of rose. The war is o'er. Win-wim, was in unity more, or Estelle Swifty, or Vanera Fay, or Quantra Quandum, Thomas Mark for your uncle, Pig Eyes, hold up med ye leg. Who, but who, for second time of asking, was them the scourge of the parts about folk-rich Luca Lizard? It was wont to be asked, as is in ages behind of the Homos Cepite Erectus, that price Peabody's money, or, to put it bluntly, wherence is the Harrington's white cravat, as an epoch's more Canozoic, who struck Buckley through nowadays, as then times every school filly of 70 moons or more who know her etymologies, and every Colin Ball roof, and every red flamel waving, war wife and widow piece upon Dublin wall, for ever knows as yayas to yayas how it was Buckley self. We need no blotting paper to tell it neither, who struck and the Russian generals, da, instead of Buckley, who was cattily struck by him when be herselves. What full priced pull a poison in the spy of three castles, of which Hatefield Smiley cellar? And that such a vitriol of venom, the Queen's head affrancescent, a quite stinking plaster zeal could cover, pre-postered or post-paid. The lounge lizards of the pump room had their 9 days' jeer, their pratichette cats at their plastic pails too, and Holland Poland dome beside. Spatspisms, the Zane Zoins, when, still believing in her own glass, when Izars were twinklings, that the upper reaches of the mouthless face of her impermanent waves were the better half of her, one nearer him, dearer dearer than all, first warming creature of his early morn, bound woman of the man of the house, and murmur of all the mavericks. She would have given his eye for her bed, and a tooth for a child, to 1 and 110 and 100 again. Oh me, and oh ye, cadet and prim, the hungray and Anna Green, and if she is older now than her teeth, she has hair that is younger than thine, my dear. She was shunted after him his fall, and waking him, widow sparring, and gave him keen, and made him able, and held Adiziles to each arc of his nose. She who will not rast her from her running to seek him till, when with the help of the Oakenmick, some such time that she shall have been after hiding the crumbins of his enormousness, and the are you looking for pearl far sea, stood forth, burns burn, the Gorgony old damned world, in Gorga's name, for Gargar's sake, dragging the countryside in her train, finicking her and funnicking there with her Luzaqueen bros and her old colder buzzle and her little bolero boa and all and 2 times 20 curlicornies of her headdress, specks of her iris, and spuds of her Horalis, and a crucifix riding her Parisines cockneys, avant her straddled from Equerry Egon, when tink tink in the church close clinked Stepa Plagazima Sunday, sola with pawns, prelates, and pukas piloting in her piece bag, for handyman the chomp esquero bistbass to crush the slander's head. Weary weeny right, plead the mander the more and more. Notre Dame de la Villa, mercy to thy ball hearts and heat. Organ Watts dykes beyond her batate, work of the druggist. Bulk him no bulkies, and let him rest, thou wayfare, and take no grave spoil from him, neither mar his mound. The bane of Tut is on it. Where? But there's a little lady waiting for her name, and there's a little lady waiting, and her name is ALP, and you'll agree, she must be she, for her Holden here heaps hanging down her back. He spent his strength among harum-scarums, Poppy Narasi, Gaelia, Chloria, Marinic, Aniline, Prame, and ilk of those dames had her rainbow humorous yet, for will go her whims, but he coined a cure. Tiff tiff today, kissy kiss tonight, an age-long pine tormerena, then, who put crippled with children, would speak up for dropping with sweat. Sold him her lease for 999 tresses undressed, so die dainty. Goo, the Groot grudgeon, gulped it all. Who was the C.O.D.? Bum. At Island Bridge she met her tide. A tom, at a bomb, at a bomb. The Finn had a flux and his Ebba a ride. At a bomb, at a bomb. We're all up to the years and hues and cribbies. That's what she's done for ye. Whoa. Nomad may roam with Nachbach, but let Nam laugh at Jordan. For we have taken our sheet upon her stones, where we have hanged our hearts in her trees, and we list as she bibs us by the waters of Babylon.
In the name of Anna, the all-mazerful, the ever-living, the bringer of plurabilities, haloed be her eve, her sing-time sung, her reel be run, unhemmed as it is and uneven. Her untitled Mamafesta, memorializing the most highest, has gone by many names at disjointed times. Thus we hear of the Augusta Augustivmost for Old Sebistius salvation, Rockabill Booby in the wave trough. Here's to the relics of all decencies, Anastasia's rise to notice, Nickel down Duddy gun and Arish Sir Cannon, my golden one and my Selva wedding, Amory Tristum and icy Sistule, saith the Sawyer till a strame, Ick dick dope et tu mihi, buy birthplate for a bite. Which of your Hesterdays mean ye tomorrow? Hobigun the Hebrewer hit Waterman the brained, arcs in his ceiling flee chinks on the fleur, Rebus de Hibernicis, the crazier letters, groans of a Britoness. Peter Peepler picked a plot to pitch his popolin, an apology for a big, some such know noun as husband, or husboat, or hosebound. It's probably understood, for we have also the Pluther plethoric, my hoons bood hands bad our journey to Pothergill gone, and he never has the hour. Ought we to visit him? For Arksy Zoo, Cleopatra's needlework, picturing Albrauham on the Sahara with the combing of the camels and the parlour maids of Egypt. Cock in the pot for father, place at Vestre, a new cure for an old clap. Where portentos there'd grow Gonda, how I wish I'd woos a geese. Gettle netty, thrust him not. When the myrtles of Venice played to block a sline, to plunge me high he waves chiltern on friends. Ormond's Q visits Amen Mart. E'en though I granny a be, he would fain me cuddle. 20 of chambers, weighty 10 beds, and a wan set-room. I led the life. Through the boxer cocks arising in the house with the golden stairs. The following fork. He's my O Jerusalem, and I'm his Poe, the best in the West. By the stream of Zemzem under zigzag till. The man that made his mother in the Marlbury train. Try our tale on a torb. The log of Annie to the base oar. Nopper tipped a nappy wank to his not little dancy girls. Pers Orzer Oral, the king of Ordlebs. Intimer minislisp of an exterior monoloth. Drink to him, my jucky, and dolt bemine thy winnoring's sheet. I ask you to believe I was his mistress. He can explain. From Victrolia nuancy to Albart Noansy. Da's a daisy, so gimme your Hansel too. What Barabbas done to a barrel organ before the rank tank and bond tail, husk vi admortal. What Jumbo made to Jalus and what Anisette to him. Ophelia's cool prince, here hubty hublin, my old Danch. I am older North rogues among a wished I slips, and he calls me his jewel of Aisha. Suppotes a ventriloquist marries a corpse. Laps for Finns this funny coon's week. How the buckling shut at rush in January. Look to the lady. From the rise of the Dudge public to the fall of the pot still. Of the two ways of opening the mouth, I have not stopped water where it should flow, and I know the 29 names of recreanty. The Tortor of Tory Island traits Galacia like his milch cow. From Abbey Gate to Crow Alley through a lift in the Lude. Smocks for their graces and meant for them clodshoppers. How to pull a good Horace coup even when old sire is dead to the world. In the gleam of Waterloo, fath he's succeeded to my aspirations. 3 steps forward, 2 stops back. My skin appeals to 3 senses, and my curly lips demand column kisses. Gage Street on a cranny's cabin savings. Them lads made a tryon of battle watchers, and they totties a doet of deers. In my lord's bed by one whore went through it. Mum, it is all over. Cowboy ride by 12-acre terraces in the unique estates of Amessian. He gave me a thou, so I serve him with thee. Of all the wide torsos in all the wide glen, O Dunna, white Dunna, he's hue to me cry, I'm the stitch in his backside, you'd not be naught without mom, to keep the huskies off the hustings and pitcher pecks from lifting shops, Norska Torska find the pottle, he pursed me here with the ardour of a Tonneberks, a boob was weeping, this mower was reaping, O Lachlan, up from the pit of my stomach I swish you the white of the morning, Anglo-Andean medleys from Tominey Moor. The great Polynesial entertainer exhibits Ballantine brooches with a link of natures. The mimic of Meg Neg and the Mackeyes entered as the lastest pigatarial and my puriduricurial at Stitchener's Hall. Sigfield Follies and or a gentle Hom's Fout Pa. See the first book of J. Ulysses Pessim. The suspended sentence. A pretty brick story for child-sized heroes, as low our sleep I knew I'd got it in me, so thit settles that, Thunderbolt Captain Smith, and a La Belle Sauvage Pocahontas. Way for wet weak Wellikins Dushka Marion, the last of the Fingalians. It was me egged him on to the Stork Exchange and lend my dutiful face to his customs. Chi-chi cheels on their China Michin. Picked me up, Peters. Lumpty-tum-tumpty had a big fall. Pim-pimp-pim-pimp. Measly ventures of 2 lice and the fall of fruit. The folks' family interior. If my spread eagles wasn't so tight, I'd loosen my cursets on that bunch of Maggie straps. All Osha popofets, and how cotch me eye. Seen Aples and thin dyed. I beg you to believes from love and mother. Fine's fault was no felon. Exat Delvin renter life, the flash that flies from Vuggy's eyes, had set me hair on fire. His is the house that Malt made. Divine views from back to the front. Abe to Sayre stood ikic neutered till Brahm talked him common sex. A nibble at Eve will that bowl relieve. All for guineas. Sounds and compliments libidinous. 7 wives awake weak. Airy Ann and Berber Blut. Amy licks porter while Huffy chops eads. A brace of umbrellas or a triple of canes. Butter bust. From the Manor Hove to the Mrs. O'Molleys and from the dames to their sames. Many festoon for the colleagues on the green. An outstanding back and an excellent half-centre if called on. As tree is quick and stone is white, so is my washing done by night. First and last only true account all about the honorary Mersu Earwicker LSD and the snake Nuggets by a woman of the world who only can tell naked truth about a dear man and all his conspirators, how they all tried to fall him, putting it all around Luke Lizod about Private's Earwicker and a pair of sloppy sluts, plainly showing all the unmentioned nobility falsely accusing about the raincoats.
The proteoform graph itself is a polyhedron of scripture. There was a time when naive alphabeters would have written it down, the tracing of a purely deliquescent recidivist, possibly ambidextrous, snub-nosed probably, and presenting a strangely profound rainbow in his or her occiput. to the heartily curiosing entomophilust, then it has shown a very sex mosaic of nymphosis, in which the internal chimera hunter Oreolopus, now frond of sugars, then leaf of salts, the sensory crowd in his belly, coupled with an eye for the goods truth bewilder bliss by their night effluvia, with guns like drums and fondlers like forceps, persequestulates his Vanessas from floor to floor. Somehow this sounds like the purest Kittleune, wherein our mater Necrucian sounds, nope, same line, of lower lore is rich. Also Haru from us him in a kitcher not darkness, by hazard and worn rolls arreared, we must grope on till 0 hour like Poel Giors, as we are would we salve aught of moments for our eyesore today. Amosin, though not but, closer inspection of the borderoo would reveal a multiplicity of personalities inflicted on the documents or document, and some provision of virtual crime or crimes might be made by anyone unwary enough before any suitable occasion for it or them had so far managed to happen along. In fact, under the closed eyes of the inspectors, the traits featuring the chiaroscuro coalesce, their contrarieties eliminated in one stable somebody, similarly as by the providential warring of Heartshaker with Housebreaker and of Dram Drinker against Freethinker, our social something bowls along bumpily, experiencing a jolting series of prearranged disappointments down the long lane of it's as semper as Oxhouse Humper, generations, and still more generations. Say, Baroon Lucidor, who in the Hall Hagal wrote the derned thing anyhow? Erect, beseated mountebank against a party wall, below Friezagrade, by the use of quill or style with turbid or pellucid mind, accompanied, or the reverse, by mastication, interrupted by visit of seer to scribe or of scribe to sight, atwixt two showers, or a toss of a trike, rained upon or blown around by a right down regular racer from the soil, or by a two-paned whittle wit laden with the loot of learning? Now patience. And remember, patience is the great thing, and above all things else we must avoid anything like being or becoming out of patience. A good plan used by worried business folk who may not have had many momentums to mask Kung's doctrine of the meaning or the propriety construces of carper mustimus is just to think of all the sinking fund of patience possessed in their conjoint names by both brothers Bruce, with whom are incorporated their Scotch Spider and Elberfed's calculating horses. If after years upon years of delving in ditches, dark one tub thumper, more than others, Kinnahoon or Canahan, Jardner or mere Meesin Manonger, has got up for the darnel seen purpose of reassuring us with all the barber of the carriage house that our great descendant was properly speaking 3 syllables less than his own surname. Yes, less. That the ear of Fione or Wicker aforetime was the trademark of a broadcaster, with Wicker local jargon for an ace's patent. Here, calls everywhere. Then, as to this radio salating epipistle to which cotton silk or samite cahol gall or brick dust we must ceaselessly return, whereabouts exactly at present in Siam Hell or Tophet, under that glory saw which plays tourloop with us in the Saludin's cove of our sagacity, is that bright so and such to slip us the dinkum oil. Naysayers, we know, to conclude purely negatively from the positive absence of political odia and monetary requests that its page cannot ever have been a pen product of a man or woman of that period or those parts is only one more unlooked for conclusion leaped at, being tantamount to inferring from the non-presence of inverted commas, sometimes called quotation marks, on any page that its author was always constitutionally incapable of misappropriating the spoken words of others.
Luckily, there is another cant to this questy. Has any fellow of the dime a dozen type? It might with some profit some dull evening quietly be hinted. Has any usually sort of ornery josser, flat-chested 40ish, faintly flatulent, and the given to ration rationation by syncopation and the elucidation of the complications of his greatest Feng Wang dyna, dynast, dynacades, dyna, dyna, cheese, dynasty. Dynasty cadescence, only the son of another, in fact, ever looking sufficiently longingly at a quiet, everyday looking, stamped, addressed envelope. Admittedly, it is an outer husk. Its face, and all its featureful perfection of imperfection, is its fortune. It exhibits only the civil or military clothing of whatever passion pallid nudity or plague purple nakedness may happen to tuck itself under its flap, yet to concentrate solely on the literal sense of even the psychological content of any document, or the sore neglect of the enveloping facts themselves circumstantiating it, is just as hurtful to sound sense, and let it be added to the truest taste, as were some fellow in the act of perhaps getting an intro from another fellow turning out to be a friend in need of his, say, to a lady of the latter's acquaintances engaged in performing the elaborative ancestral ceremony of obstetrance. Straightway to run off and vision her plump and plain as her natural altogether, prefering to close his blinkhard's eyes to the ethiquetical fact that she was, after all, wearing for the space of the time being some definite articles of evolutionary clothing in harmonious creations. A captious critic might describe them as, or not strictly necessarily, or a trifling irritating here and there, but for all that suddenly full of local color and personal perfume, and suggestive, too, of some very much more incapable of being stretched, filled out, if need or wish were, of having the surprisingly like coincidental parts separated, don't they now, for better survey by the depth hand of an expert, don't you know? Who in his heart doubts either the facts of feminine clothing wearing are there all the time, and that the feminine fiction, stranger than the facts, is there also at the same time, only a little to the reverie? Or that one may be separated from the other? Or that both may be complicated simultaneously? Or that even may be taken up and considered and turned apart from the other?
Here let a few artifacts fend in their own favour. The river felt she wanted salt. That was just where Brian came in. The country asked for bear's paw for din-din, and bounden it got it surly. We who live under heaven, we of the clovery kingdom, we Middlesins people have often watched the sky overreaching the land. We suddenly have. Our isle is Sange, the place. That stern chuckler, mayhappy, mayhap not, once said to Repetition in that Lutheran conservatory way of his, that is it a chapel, as it a Lucan was the one place, alt nult, in this mad val of tares, whose verdures yellowed therever phaeton parks his car, while its tamalized tay is the drame of Drano Filius, where the possible was the improbable, and the improbable the inevitable. If the proverbial bishop of our holy and undivided, with this me ken or no me ken zot, is the quiz tune havermashed, had his two nails on the head, we are in for a sequentiality of improbable possibles, though possibly nobody, after having grubbed up a lock of quolled corn, above his subject, probably in Harry's totalies, or the Vival, will go out of his way to applaud him on the unbiased back of his remark for utterly impossible. As are all these events, they are probably as like those which may have taken place as any others which never took person at all are ever likely to be. Ahan! About that original hen. Midwinter, frur or cur, was in the offing, and Premver a promise of April, when Kissachababreeze sang life's old Sahat song, an ice-clad shiverer, merest of bantlings, observed a cold fowl behaviorizing strangely on that fatal midden, or chip factory, or comical-bottomed copse jute, dump for short, afterwards changed into the orangery, when in the course of deeper demolition, unexpectedly, one bushman's holiday, its lemon threw up a few spontaneous fragments of orange peel, the last remains of an outdoor meal by some unknown sunseeker or place-hider illico way back in his mist-ridden past. What child of a strand looper but keepy little Kevin, in the despondful surrounding of such sneezing cold, would ever have trooved up on a straight that was called street a motive for future sanctity, by euchering the finding of the Ardagh chalice by another highly innocent and beach-walker, whilst trying with pious clamour to wheedle tipperor, raw, re-raw putitors out of now Sealand, in spite of the patch-purple of the massacre. A duel to die today. God damn and big God, sticks and stanks of most of the Jacobites. The bird in the case was Belinda of the Dorans, a more than quinquagenarian, Tertzi's prize with Cerny medal, cheaper Lizzie's Hain exposition. And what she was scratching at the hour of clocking 12 looked for all this zogzag world like a goodish-sized sheet of letter paper originating by transship from Boston, Mass, of the last of the first to dear, whom it proceeded to mention Maggie well and Owlett Holmes' health, well only the hate turned the mild on the Van Houtens, and the general elections with a lovely face of some born gentleman with a beautiful present of wedding cakes for dear thank you Christy, and with grand fun funeral of poor Father Michael, don't forget unto life's and muggy, well how are you, Maggie, and hope soon to hear well, and must now close it with fondest to the tuins, with 4 cross kisses for Holy Paul, Holy Corner, Holy Poly, Holy Island, P.S. from Locust may eat all, but this sign shall they never. Affectionate large-looking tatch of titch. The stain, and that a tea stain, the overcautiousness of the master bilker here, as usual, signing the page away, marked it off on the spout of the moment as a genuine relic of ancient Irish pleasant pottery of that Lydia-like languishing class known as a hurry me o'er the hazy. Why then how? Well, almost any photoist worth his chemicots will tip anyone asking him the teaser that if a negative of a horse happens to melt enough while drying, well, what you do get is, well, a positively grotesquely distorted macro mass of all sorts of horse-happy values and masses of milk-wise horse. Tip. Well, this freely is what must have occurred to our missive. There's a sod of a turve for you. Please wisp off the grasp. Unfilthed from the butcher by the sagacity of look me little like me long hen. Heated resident in the heart of the orange-flavoured mud mound had partly obliterated the negative to start with, causing some features palpably nearer your pecker to be swollen up most grossly, while the farther back we manage to wiggle the more we need the loan of a lens to see as much as the hen saw. Tip. You is feeling like you is lost in the bush, boy. You says it is a puling sample jungle of woods. You most shouts out, bethick at me for a stump of a beach if I have a paltriest notions of what the fairest he all means. Gee up, girlie. The quad gospelers may own the targum, but any of the Zingari Shurim may pick a peck of kindlings yet from the sack of old Hensign. Lead, kindly fowl. They always did, ask the ages. What bird has done yesterday, man may do next year, be it fly, be it molt, be it hatch, be it agreement in the nest. For her socio-scientific sense is sound as a bell, sir, her volucrine auto-mutativeness right as on normalcy. She knows, she just feels she was kind of born to lay and love eggs, trust her to propagate the species and hush her fluff ball safe through din and danger. Lastly, but mostly, in her genetic field, it is all game and no gammon. She is ladylike in everything she does and plays the gentleman's part every time. Let us auspice it. Yes, before all this has time to end, the golden age must return with its vengeance. Man will become dirigible. Ague will be rejuvenated. Woman with her ridiculous white burden will reach by one step sublime incubation. The main wanting human lioness with her dishorned discipular man ram will lie down together, publicly flank upon fleece. No, assuredly, they are not justified, those gloom pourers who grouse that letters have never been quite their old selves again since that weird weekday in bleak Genevieve, yet how palmy date, in a waste's oasis, when to the shock of both, Biddy Doran looked ad literature. And she may be a mere Marcella, this midget majesty, mistress of arts, but It is not a hear or say of some anonymous letter signed Toga Girlis, teasy dear. We have a cop of her fist right against our nosy boss. We note the paper with her jotty young watermark, Notre Dame du Bon Marché. And she has a heart of Aaron. What loomy lilts as she falls with her foul minears and her Nadia nods. As a strow will shore, she does the wind blade, recting to show the rudesse of a rover curling and shewing the fancies of a frisette. But how many of her readers realize that she is not out to dizzle-dazzle with a great uncouth remont of post-mantuum glossaries from the Lapins and the Griggs? Nuttings on her wild life, Graber Gooden Grandy for all old aluminium atomologists like Daria Morius and Zovtry Mazarov Merazimurian Dzman. She feel plain plate one flat fact thing, and if last ways first wise, a man alone sign Anyon's Uterus has no rates to done a kick at with Anyon Anakars about tutus milking fours and the rears on the outer round Askisin, the tutus for the forarder. Thing crookling extin every postures ix dicks liken him around hurst the magger by can with down mind looking ated. Mesdames, Marmouselles, Messerfs, Silver Pace, all Schwantz, Schreitz, ish tell the cock's truth about him. Cap poop. No Minzy's matter. He had to see life foully, the plaque and the smut, Schweitz. There were 3 men in him, Schweitz. Dancings, Schreitz, was his only 2 feebles, with apple harlots and a little molvogels, specially, Schreitz, when they peaches, honey wore camellia paints, yours very truthful. Add dapple in, yet is it but an old story, the tale of a tree stone with one Isolde, of a Mons helped by tent pegs, and his pal, what halloosed on the run, what Cadman could but Badman wouldn't, what any Genoa man against any Venus, and why Kate takes charge of the waxworks.
Let us now, weather, health, dangers, public orders, and other circumstances permitting, of perfectly convenient, if you police after you, police, pardoning mine, ich beam so fresh, bay. Drop this jiggery pokery and talk straight turkey meat to mate, for while the ears, be we Michaels or Nicholists, may sometimes be inclined to believe others the eyes, whether browned or no lens, find it devilish hard now and again even to believe itself. Habes oris et num vidibus, habes oculus, ach mana pala papuat? Tip, drawing nearer to take our slant at it, since after all it has met with misfortune while all underground, let us see all there may remain to be seen. I am a worker, a tombstone mason, anxious to please Avery berries and jolly glad when Christmas comes as once a year. You are a poor joist, unctious to police nope bobbies, and tunnabelly solely when 'tis thime took o'er home gin. We cannot say eye to eye, we cannot smile nose from nose. Still, one cannot help noticing that rather more than half of the lines run north-south in the Nemzis and Bucharest directions, while the others go west-east in search from Malazese with Bulgard for Tiny Tot, though it looks when Schutzplunzning alongside other incunabala, it has its cardinal points for all that. These ruled barriers along which the traced words run, march, halt, walk, stumble at doubtful points, stumble up again in comparative safety, seem to have been drawn first of all in a pretty checker with lampblack and blackthorn. Such crossing is anti-Christian, of course, but the use of the homeborn shillelagh as an aid to calligraphy shows a distinct advance from savagery to barbarism. It is seriously believed by some that the intention may have been geodetic, or, in the view of the cannier, domestic economical. But by writing thitherways end to end, and turning and end to end hitherways writing, and with lines of litters slithering up, and louds of ladders sluttering down, the old seem to my place, and jup it back again. From them let rise till humlet, sleep, Where in the waste is the wisdom? Another point, in addition to the original sand, pounce, powder, drunkard, paper, or soft rag used, any vet or in hanger in whose such social can see the scene for himself, a wee fufty odd room, the cheery spluttered on the carrig, a darked sheen of booze from Dalbania, any got squantity of rakia Portugal, and some buck setting out on the sofa. You remember the sort of softball sucker Motor used to tell us when we were all burby-ass or nippies and messes. It has acquired accretions of tertious matter whilst loitering in the past. The tea time stained terminal, say not the tag, mummer, or our show's a failure, is a cozy little brown study all to oneself, and whether it be thumbprint, maidmark, or just a poor trait of the artless, its importance in establishing the identities in the writer complexus. For if the hand was one, the minds of active and agitated were more than so, will be best appreciated by never forgetting that both before and after the Battle of the Boyne, it was a habit not to sign letters always. Tip. And it is surely a lesser ignorance to write a word with every consonant too few than to add all too many. The end? Say it with missals then, and thus arabesque the page. You have your cup of scalding souchong, your taper's waxen drop, your cat's paw, the clove or coffin nail you chewed or champed as you worded it, your lark in clear air. So why, pray, sign anything as long as every word, letter, pen stroke, paper space is a perfect signature of its own? A true friend is known much more easily, and better into the bargain, by his personal touch, habits of full or undress, movements, response to appeals for charity than by his footwear, say. And speaking in Tiberius and other incestuous salacities among Gerontophilus, a word of warning about the tenderloin passion hinted at. Some soft-nosed peruser might mayhem take it up erogenously as the usual case of spoons. Prostituta in erba, plus dinky pinks deliberatively somersaulting off her bisexical at the main entrance of curate's perpetual soutane suit with her one to see and a woe, who picks her up as gingerly as any bomb-bearer would, to feel whereupon the virgin was most hurt, and nicely asking, "Why have you been so grace a mauling, and where were you chased, me child? Be who farther potential and so wider, but we grisly old psychos who have done our unsmiling bit on Alice's? When they were young and easily Freudended in the penumbra of her procuring room, and what oracular compression we have had applied to them, did we care to sell our fee-bought silence in camera, till our very moist nostriled one that father in such virgated context is not always that undemonstrative relative, often held up to our contumacy, who settles our hash bill for us. And what an innocent all abroad's adverb, such as Michele looks like, can be suggestive of under the pudanoscope. And finally, what a neurasthene, nympholept, endocrine, pineal, typus of inverted parentage, with a prepossessing drama present in her past, and a preapic urge for Congress, with agnates before cognates, fundamentally is feeling for under her lubricitous meiosis when she refers with liking to some feeler she fancies face. And we could, yes, what need to say? 'Tis as human a little story as paper could well carry. In effect, as Sing Sing to Salaman suing to Swit vitals, while as unbluffingly blurt or brusque blunt as in Ezra the cat's meter, the meter cat's wife, the meter cat's wife half better, the meter cat's wife's half better's meter, and so back to our horses. For we also know what we have perused from the pages of I Was a Gemrail, that shoting up of Balsclivism by Schottenbaum, that Father Michael, about this red time of the White Terror, equals the old regime, and Margaret is the social revolution, while cakes mean the party funds and dear thank you signifies national gratitude. In fine, we have heard, as it happened, of Spartacus Intercellular. We are not Korknerd yet, dead hand. We can recall with volunteers the froggy Jew, and sweeter far 'twere now West thinks in Dumble's fair city ere one more year is o'er. We turned our coats to the good gay tunes, when from down swords the sea merged, the old Delph guns an answer made the bold O'Dwyer, but, est modest in verbos, let a prostitute be whoso stands before a door, and winks or parks herself in the fornix near a may cussin wall, Sin, 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 sin. And the curate one who brings strong waters, gin, 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 gin. But also, and dinna forget, that there is many a sleeps between some at home's first and more in Oslin's last, and that the beautiful presence of waiting Kates will into life's be more than enough to make any milk Mike in the language of sweet tarts punch hell's hate into his twin Nicky, and that Maggie's tea or your majesty, if heard as a boost from a born gentleman. For if the lingo gasped between kick sheets, however basically English, were to be preached from the mouths of wicker church wardens and metaphysicians, Row and advocatos, all views, demi-voyelles, langoths, lesbiels, dentelles, gutter howls, and furts, where would their practice be? Or where the human race itself were the Pythagorean sesquipedalia of the Panoptistemion, however apically Volapucky grunted and gromwelled Ichabod, Habakkuk, Oppenoff, Ogimig, Hapaxel Gummanon, over country stiles, behind slated dwelling houses, down blind lanes, or when all fruit fails, under some sacking left on a coarse cart.
So hath been love, 'tis, and will be, till wears and tears and ages. Thief us the night, steal we the air, shall thinner life mine. Here, oh here, insult the fair, traitor, bad hearer brave. The lightning look, the birding cry, all from the grave, ever flowing on the times. Fragarasaria, or Arden water. Now God's sun shine on Menday's daughter. A good clap, a foremarriage, a bad wake. Tell hell's well. Such in man a wife's lot of loss and win again. Like he's grudden whiskers on whose chin again she plucketh from out, but they grow in again. So what are you going to do about it? Oh dear. If Junas she shaved, aho! And if Yulon he poved the old stolium from quaint to mich chelt and a jambastasty to a brulo. It is told in sounds and utter that, in signs so adds to, and universal, in polyglottal, and each auxiliary neutral idiom, sordid mutix, floria lingua, shaltofocal, flay flutter, a cons Cuban, a pros toot, strusser robe, irips resi, and any tongue at all. Since Nazi Nati tripped palm ways with hi ho Harry, there's a spurt fire, turf a kind o' kindling, when oft as the soof blows her peats up and a clay pot wet for thee, my sits and talka tell Tibbs has Eve. And what though, revelous life proving I the death of Rondulus when wind power wine has bucked and kicked on poor one man. Billioness has been billioness during millenniums and millennius, and our mixed racing have been giving two hoots or three jeers for the grape. Vine and brew, and Peters and New Amsterdam and Palais and Paolis, where the Poles go and rum smelt, has his end for him, and he dined off soothe American. It would give one the frere even were one a normal kettle liquor. This old well espitole of their weatherings and their marryings and their buryings and their natural selections as comb tumbled down to us fresh and a made at all hours like an old cup of tea as I was hotten me sore. Ha ha! And as you was called in your duchy hovel. Ho ho! You told the tale of her tune. Ha ha! Now, Captain the infusionism may both fit as tight as two trivets, but while we in our wee free state, holding to that prestitute of our charter, may have our irremovable doubts as to the whole sense of the lot. The interpretation of any phrase in the whole, the meaning of every word of a phrase so far deciphered out of it. However unfettered our Irish daily independence, we must vaunt no idle uh, dubious D as to its genuine authorship and whole bolus authoritativeness, and let the bring the cease to bickerings on the clank omen bolter, and to the face of it, the volt to volt back to our desultory horses, and for the Rashad mind, baffle lost bull, the affair is a thing once for all done, and there you are somewhere and finished in a certain time, be it a day or a year, or even supposing it should eventually turn out to be a serial number of goodness gracious alone knows how many days or years. Anyhow, somehow and somewhere, before the book flood and after her ebb, somebody mentioned by name in her telephone directory Colonius and Glasterus wrote it all down, and there you are, full stop. Oh, undoubtedly yes, and very potibly so. But one who deeper thinks will always bear in the ba- barbacus of his mind that this downright there you are, and there it is only all in his eye. Why? Because Babel. If it goes to that, the dormy window gossip will cry it from the housetops. No, surely that the writhing of the wall will hew that the writing on the wall will hew it to the mod of men that mote in the main street. Every person, place and thing and the chaosmus of ale anyway connected by the gobbly dumped turkey of the moving and changing every part of the time, the traveling inkhorn, possibly pot, and hair and turtle pen and paper, and continuously more and less intermisunderstanding minds of the anti-collaborators, as time went on, it will variously inflected, differently pronounced, otherwise spelled changeably meaning vocable script signs. No, so hope me patulut. It is not a miseffectual why in Tharnius riot of blots and blurs and bars and balls and hoops and wriggles and juxtaposed jauntings linked by spurts of speed. It only looks like it as damn it. And sure, we ought really to rest thankfully that it at this deleteful hour of dungful dawnings we have even a written on with dried ink scrap of paper at all to show for ourselves. Tear it or leaf it, and we are loofed lufted to ourselves as Soul Fisher when we led the cat out of the bout. After all that we lost and plundered of it, even in the hindmost coinings of the earth, and all it has gone through, and by all means, after a good ground kiss, the terracotta, and for war's luck often are left whores flung over our homo plate, cling to it as a drowning hands, hoping against hope all the while that, by the light of philosophy, and may she never fall sang us, things will begin to clear up a bit one way or another within the next quarrel of an hour, and be hanged to them as 10 to 1 they will too please the pigs, as they ought to categorically, as strictly between ourselves, there is a limit to all things, so this will never do.
For, with that farm frow's foul flair for that flay fell fox fator, the calamites columned us calling for calamitous calmitants, who that scrutinizing marvels at those indignant whip-loop lashes, those so prudently bolted or blocked rounds, the touching reminiscence of an incompleted trail or a dropped final, a round thousand whirligig glorioles, prefaced by, alas, now illegible airy plume flights, all Tiberiously bellishing the initials magic school of Earwicker, the meant-to-be baffling Crismon Trilocine, finally called after some hesitancy, heck, which move construct watch-like represents his title in sigla as a smaller triangle. Fondly called following a certain change of state of grace of nature, alp or delta, when single stands for or tautologically stands beside the consort. Though for that matter, since we have heard from Cathay circles how the hen is not merely a tick or two after the first, fifth, fourth of the second, eighth, 12th, Siang, Chang, Hong Kong, San Chinel, but yearly on the other and 30th of the 9th from the 20th, our own vulgar 432 and 1132, irrespectively, why not take the former for a village inn, the latter for an upside-down bridge, the multiplication marking for crossroads ahead, which you like pothook for the family gibbet, their old four-wheeler for the bucket's field, a tea anyway for a tryst some day, and his one side missing for an all-blind alley leading to an Irish plot in the Champ de Mars, not the steady monologue of the interiors, the pardonable confusion for which some blame the cudgel and more blame the soot, but unthanks to which the peas with their caps awry are quite as often as not taken for cues with their tails in there, or are quite as often as not taken for pews with their tails in their mouths, since your Christopher Palombos, hence our cat Presbyterians, the curt, witty, watty dashes, never quite just right in the trim, trite truth letters, with sudden spluttered petulance of some capitalized idyll, a word as cunningly hidden in its maze of confused drapery as a field mouse in a nest of coloured ribbons. That absurdly bull's-footed bee declaring with an even plainer dumb show than does the mute commoner with us how hard a thing it is to pawn a gentleman, to look at this pre-pronominal fun-furl, engraved and retouched and edge-swiped and puddin'-patterned very much like a whale's egg fast with pemmican, as were it sentenced to be nuzzled over a full trillion times forever, and a night till his noddle sink or swim by that ideal reader suffering from an ideal insomnia. All those red-rattled oboli, cayenne pepper cast over the text, calling unnecessary attention to errors, omission, repetitions, and misalignments, that, probably local or personal, variant maggers for the more generally accepted majesty, which is but a trifle, and yet may quietly amuse. Those supercilious-looking criss-cross Greeks east awkward-like perched there, and here out of date like sick owls hawked back to Athens. And the Gigi's too, Jesuitically formed at first, but afterwards genuflected agrally toward the Occident. The Austro-Gothic cacography affected for certain phrases of Etruscan stable talk, and in short, the learning betrayed at almost every line's end. The head strength, at least 11 men of 32 paltry craft, revealed by a constant labour to make a gymel pass through the eye of an iota. This, for instance, utterly unexpected synergistic return to one peculiar sore point in the past. Those thrown open W's of an early modern Terranian origin, whether man chooses to damn them agglutinatively loo, to, blue, face, ache, or il-vu-dol pee-hole, or Kant's court topple-fowls. Seated with such flop-right-down determination and reminding us ineluctably of nature at her naturalist, that while fretful fidget F, the hornful diajammer of your born Barnabar, rarely heard now save when falling from the unfashionable lipsis of some heterosexual, used always in two bold-faced print types, one of them as wrong-headed as his Claudian brother, is it worth while interrupting to say, throughout the papyrus as the revise mark, stalks all over the page, broods sensation-seeking and ideal. Amid the verbiage, Gaunt stands dejectedly in the diapered window margin, with its basque of bay leaves all aflutter about its forks frogs, paces with a frown, jerking to and fro, flinging phrases here, there, or returns inhibited, with some half-halted suggestion. dragging its shoestring, the curious warning sign before our proto-parents ipsissima verba, the very pure nondescript, by the way, sometimes the palm-tailed otter, more often the arbutus flute flower leaf of the cane apple, which paleographers call it a leak in the thatch or the Aranman imperquis through a hole of his cat, indicating that the words which follow may be taken in any order desired, hole of Aranman the hat through the whispering his ho. Hear keen again and begin again to make sound sense and sense sound kin again. Those haughty pitched disdotted H's, easily of the rarest innestrol as most of the jaywalking eyes we do plough into halve, unconnected, principal, medial, or final, always Jims in the jam, sahib, as pipless as threadworms, the innocent exhibitionism of those frank yet capricious underlinings, that strange exotic serpentine, since so properly banished from our scripture, about as frequing a wetter hand now as to see a right-headed lady white don a cork horse, which in its invincible insolence, ever longer more and of more morosity, seems to uncoil spirally and swell lacetine lazily before our eyes under pressure of the writer's hand. The ungainly musicianlessness so painted in sculpting self-sounder, aha, as black artful, as a pedatus and dumbfounder, oh ho, uproarious, as 10 cannons in skelterfuge, the studious omission of year, number, and era, name from the date, and the one and only time when our copyist seems at least to have grasped the beauty of restraint, the lubricitious conjugation of the last with the first, the gypsy matting of a grand stylish grave digging with second-best buns, and interpolation. These munchables occur only in the Butherbrow family of manuscripts, B. Cod 4, Pap 2, Breck 11, Lun 3, Din 17, Sup 30, Full Up, MDCXC. The scholiast has hungrily misheard a dead man's rotola as a muffin bell. The 4 shortened ampersands under which we can glimpse at and feel for ourselves across all those rush years the warm, soft, short pants of, the quick scribbler, the vocative lapse from which it begins and the accusative hole in which it ends itself, the aphasia of that heroic agony of recalling a once-loved number leading slip by slipper to a general amnesia of misnomering one's own, next those R's, those R's all bellical, the high priest's hieroglyph of Kettle Tom and Odds Bones, rusted red-handedly from our hallowed rubric prayer for Bruce with booty, O Remus pro Romulo, and rudely from the fame's pinnacle tossed down by Porter to within an aim's ace of their quatrain of ruby jets, among those who arse without the temple, nor since Rose Distillery burned have quaffed night's fire-filled cups, but jig-jog-jug as day the dice blocks throws. Whang! Royal 6 I lead, out we hearts blued blast ye, and there she for you, sir, wang her, the fine ooman, rouge to her lobster locks, the Rossi, wang, and God and Mara has it with his ruddy old villain Rufus, wait, wang, God and you're another he hasn't for there's my spoil 5 spuds trumps, wang, whack hasn't for there's my spoil whack on his pigskins kisser for him, K.M. O'Mara, where are you? Then, coming over to the left aisle corner down, the cruciform postscript from which 3 baser or shorter and smaller oscula have been over-carefully scraped away, plainly inspiring the tenebrous kunk page of the Book of Kells. And then it need not lost sight of that there are exactly 3 squads of candidates for the Crucian Rose awaiting their turn in the marginal panels of Column Killer, chugged in their 3 ballot boxes, then set apart from such hanging committees, where 2 was enough for anyone, starting with old Matthew himself, as he, with great distinction, said then, just as since then people speaking have fallen into the custom, when speaking to a person, of saying 2 is company, when the 3rd person is the person darkly spoken of, and then that last labiolingual basium that might be read as a suavium if whoever the embracer then was wrote with a tongue in his, or perhaps her, cheek, as the case may have been then, and the fatal drupad windle slope of the blamed scrawl, a sure sign of imperfectible moral blindness, the too muchness, the far too manyness of all these four-legged M's? And why spell dear God with a big thick D? Oh why, oh why, oh why? The cut and dry axe and wise form of the semi-final and 18thly or 24thly, but at least, thank Maurice, lastly, when all is zed and done, the Penopelian patience of his last paraph, a colophon of no fewer than 732 strokes, tailed by a leaping lasso, who thus at all this marvelling will press on hotly to see the vaulting feminine libido of those interbranching Ogham sex up and in sweep sternly controlled and easily repersuaded by the uniform matter-of-factness of a meandering male fist?
Tough Mugly, who now may be quoted by very kind arrangement, his dectrophonious focus and incision under supersonic light control may be logged for by our none too distant futures as soon as stone values can be turned up from chromophilomus limited at a millisecond time to the microamp. First called this kind of Paddy-Go-Easy partnership the Ulkiheen or Tetrachiric or Quadrumane or Duck and Drakes or Debts and Dishes Perplex, versus some forestallings over that studium of sexophonologistic schizophrenics, volume 24, pages 2 to 555. After the well-informed observation, made miles apart from the master by tongue-toyed, cf. Later frustrations amongst the neo-Muglian teachings abaft the semi-unconscious Passam, that in the case of the little-known paraplic bestseller popularly associated with the names of the wretched mariner, Tryon Foran Defweedoff, our plum-sucked pattern shapekeeper, a Punic Admiralty report from McPherson's Oisin round by the tides of Jason's cruise, had been cleverly capsized and saucily republished as a Dodecanesian Baedeker of the every tale a treat in itself variety, which could hope satisfactorily to tickle me gander as game as your goose. The unmistaken identity of the persons in the Tiberius duplex came to light in the most devious of ways. The original document was in what is known as Hanno Ononohano's unbrookable script. That is to say, it showed no signs of punctuation of any sort. Yet on holding the verso against a lit rush, this new book of Morses responded most remarkably to the silent query of our old world's oldest light, and its recto let out the piquant fact that it was but pierced but not punctured, in the university sense of the term, by numerous stabs and foliated gashes made by a pronged instrument. These paper wounds, foreign type, were gradually and correctly understood to mean stop, please stop, do please stop, and oh, do please stop, respectively, and follow up their one true clue. The circumflexuous wall of a single-minded men's asylum, accentuated by so rock ingle asen na. Yard inquiries pointed out that they had been provoked I fork of a grave professor at that Breek's fast table, acutely professionally piqued to equal introduce a notion of time upon a plane, subfasi by punct, ingolistic in space, deeply religious by nature and position, and warmly attached to thee, and smear bread, and better in him and new laid illis, it was rightly suspected that such ire could not have been visited by him, brought Professor Prendergast, even unwittingly, upon the ancestral pneuma of one whom, with Ruma, he venerated shamelessly at least once a week at Cockspur Common, as his apple in his eye and her first boy's best friend, and though plain English for a married lady misled heaps by the way, yet when some peer or peeress detected that the four-leaved shamrock or quadrifoil jab was more recurrent wherever the script was clear and the term terse, and that these two were the self-same spots naturally selected for her perforations by Dame Partlet on her dung-heap. Thinkers all put groan in a water rung spillful, prate land only in a playful foul and a musical me, and not you in any case, two and two together, and with a swarm of bisses honey hunting after a sigh for shime. Oh, the petty bonny rouge, separated modest mouths. So be it, and it was. The letter making of the exploits of Fjorn Camelson when he was in the Kvinnis country with soldiers men. With acknowledgment of our fervor, of the first instant he remains years most faithfully. for post-scrap sea spoils, though not yet had the sailor sipped that sup, nor the humpar foamed the fill, and fox and geese still kept the peace round l'auberge du Père Adam. Small need after that, old Jerome Solem, old Huff Snuff, old Andy Cox, old Cassandrum, for quizzing your weekenders come to the RQ with, shoots off in a hiss, muddles up in a muss-mass, and is holds a dismantled noon drunkard's son. Howbeit we heard not a son of sons, to leave by him to oceanic society in his old man without a thing in his ignorance, Tulko Maculi. And it was thus he was at every time that son and the other time. The day was in it, and after the morrow dire mood, as the name is on the writing chap of the Psalter, the juxtajunctor of a dear mate, and he passing out of one desire into its fellow. The doctors are after going and lodging for him. Torba's nice lookers of the fair neck, wanted for millinery servants to old Early's person by the Tati Askins is formerly confounded with a mother. Maybe growing a mustache, did you say, with an adorable look of amusement? And uses no-class billiard halls with an up-and-down ladder? Not Hans, the courier, though had he had have only had some little laughings and some less of cheeks, and were he not so worried by his bulb of persecution, he could have, aye, and would have, as true as Essex Bridge, and not go fef go gossip, I declare to man, no, to all's much relief, one's half hypothesis of that jabberjaw ape amok the showering chestnuts of Brusinose was hotly dropped, and his room taken up by that odious, and still today insufficiently mal-estimated note-snatcher, cac, pfui, boschen fieti, much ernie, Gus, Poutine, says you, Shem the penman.
So, who do you know tonight, ladies and gentlemen? The echo is where in the back of the woads. Call him forth. Sean MacIrwick, brief dagger for the concern of Messrs. John Jamieson and Song, rated 100 and thin per store hundred on this nightly quisquiquack of the 12 apostrophes, set by Jocket McIrwick. He misunderstood and aim for am allo of number 3 of them, and left his free natural riposts to 4 of them in their own fine artful disorder. 1. What second to none mither rector and maximost bridges maker was the first to rise taller through his beanstale than the bubblegum Buaboa Bababaun or the giganteous Wellingtonia sequoia went nudie boots with trouters into a Lafayette when she was barely in her tricklies, was well known to cloud a conciliation cap onto the esker of his hooth, sports a chain-ganger's Albert solemnly over his Hoolander's epaulettes, thought he weighed a new ton when there felled his first lap-apple, gave the heinousness of choice to every night betwixt yesterdicks and two marys, had 7 all successive-coloured saraband maids on the same big white drawing-room hearthrug, is a Wilberforce to this hour at house as he was in Heather, pumped the Catholic war tree and shocked the Protestant boyne, killed his own hungry self in anger as a young man, found fodder for 5 when Alamark and Rose go fluted, with Irish tutors Cornish made easy. Voucher of rotables, toll of the road, bred many-headed stepsons for one leap your own daughter, is too funny for a fish and has too much outside for an insect. Liked a heptagon, crystal, and prisms, trues and false for us. Is infinite swell in unfitting induments. Once was he shovelled, and once was he arsoned, and once was he inundered, and she hung him out Bill Bailey, as has a quadrant on in his tile to tell Toller, cataclog it is, offers chances to long on, but stands up 2 leg before, found coal at the end of his harrow and moss roses behind the seams, made a fort out of his postern and wrote FERT on his buckler, is escape master in chief from all sorts of hounding places. If he out Herods against Barkers, to the Schulbred he acts whitely, was evacuated at the mere appearance of 3 Germhuns and twice besieged by a sweep. From zoomorphology to omni-animalism, he is brooched by the spin of a coin, towers, an Eddystone amid the lampless, casting swan beams on the deep, threatens thunder upon malefactors, and sends whispers up Frau-Frau's frou-frous. When Duke Hookback Crook upsits his ass Boosworthy's jeer and junket, but they booze him oohs and bahs his ahs when he looks like Hunket Plunket, By Susanos and search, a party on a lady of this city. Business, reading newspaper, smoking cigar, arranging tumblers on table, eating meals, pleasure, etc., etc., pleasure, eating meals, arranging tumblers on a table, smoking cigar, reading newspaper, business. Minerals, wash and brush up, local views, juju toffee, comic and birthdays cards. Those were the days, and he was their hero. Pink sunset shower, red clay cloud, sorrow of Sahara, oxhide on Iran, arraigned and attained, listed and lighted, pleaded and proved, catches his check at Bank of Ingadangd, and endures his doom at chapel exit. Brain of the Franks, hand of the Christian, tongue of the North, commands to dinner and calls the bluff, has a block at Morgan's and a headache all the afternoon. Plays Gehammerat when he's Ernst, but misses Mozzie when he's Lustig. Walked as far as the head where he sat in state as the rump. Shows early English trace marks and a marigold window with manigild lights. A myrioscope, 2 remarkable pispines, and 3 well worth seeing ambries. Arches all portcullised, and his knave dates from dots. Is a horologe unstoppable, and the ben of all bells. Fuit, east, and Herod, and though he's mildew stained, he's mouldy stoned. Is a Quericus in the forest, but a plain member for Megalopolis. Mountain mighty, fawn on Fleetfoot, plank in our platform, blank in our scotorn. Hidal, in Karukut he is enumerated, holds as an earl he counts. Ship-shaped phrase of bug-looking words, with a form like the easing moments of a graminivorous. To our dooms brought he law, our manoirs he made his vil of, was an overgrind to the underground, and aqueduced for fiery throats, sends boys in socks a kugwa hot whooping when he sets forth his carbon oxide, and silk stockings show her shapings when he loses hose on hers, stocks dry powder for the ill people, and pinkins pellets for all the pale.
Gave his Monday foot to Misarius, her pinch to Anna Livia, that superfine pigtail to Ceresia Sorosia, and quid rides to Titius, Caius, and Sempronius, made the man who had no notion of shopkeepers feel he'd rather play the duke than play the gentleman, shot 2 queens and shook 3 cascals when he won his game of dwarfs, fumes inwards like a strombolist till he smokes at both ends, man-mote, the fire of him, womankind, Pitad shows one white drift of snow among the gorse growth of his crown, and the chaperon of repentance on that which shed gore, paws and quees, triple bill, went by metro for the polis, and then hoved by. To the finders, hail, woe, you that seek! Whom filth had plenished, death devoured, Hock is leading, Coco comes next, Emery tries for the flag, can dance for the O'Bruen's polar pass at Nulahan to his own orchestra's accompaniment, took place before the International Convention of Catholic Midwives, and found stead before the Congress for the study of Indo-national calamities. Makes a delectuous entree and finishes off the course between sweets and savouries, flouts for forecasts, flares for fines, and the fun of the fray on the fairground. Cleared out 365 idols to set up one all calassal for henwives hoping to have males. The floor hulac, the grasping one, the kindler of paschal fire, forbids us our trespasses as we forgate him. The phoenix be his fire. Pyre, the Cineres his sire, piles big Pelium on little osses like the Peleus of Herculeads, has an Oedipus complex and a drink the dregs kink, worst meats for chumps, and callows for scullions. When he plies for our favour is very trolley ours. 2 psychic espousals and 3 desertions. May be matter of fact now, but was futter of Magd then. Catamole Hill, ex-mountain of flesh, was reared up by stress and sank under strain. Tank it up, dank it up, tells the tailor to his tout. Encompasses for a man, but bit a thimble for a maid. Blimp, blump, a dumb dud letter, a sing, a song, a syllable, a byword, a sentence with surcease, while stands his can you see him frail shall fall, was hatched at Selbridge, but ejaculated a brood, as it gan in the big Guinegs, so wound up in a battle of Boss. Roderick, oh, you've gone the way of the Danes, variously catalogued, regularly regrouped. A bush boy's holiday, a quacker's mating, a wench's sandbath, the same homo heterus check and loss egg, as when solii airly bluely, Real detonation but false report, spar mad but insane. 500,000 by a bogus census but a no street houseman when all fanned. Is the handiest of all Andes and a most elegant spot to dump your hump. Hands his secession to the new Patricius, but plumps phlegmatically for the bloody old centuries. Eats with doors open and rots with gates closed. Some dub him Rothschild and more lime him Rocky Fellow. Shows he's fly to both demispheres, but thrives to cover up his traces. 7 dovecoats co-claim to have Pigeonheim to his Homer. Smnerion, Roebuck, Collinsray, Sea Point, Keyhouth, Ashtown, Ratheny, independent of the lordship of Chamberlain, acknowledging the rule of Rome. We saw thy farm at useful prime, Domnall, reeks like ill-beheld pace, and looks like Iceland's ear. Lodged at cot paces, lived through tot rains, takes a sunbath for his weekend and a wasser nap for his refreshment. After a good bout at stool ball, gives a girafla. What Nevermore missed and Colombo found. Believes in every man his own gold keeper, and in Africa for the full blacks. The arc of his drive was 40 full, and his stumps were pulled at 80. Boasts him to the thick enthused the oldest creator in Ariania, and looks down on the Swiss family collisons whom he calls Les Nouvelles Roches. Though his heart, soul, and spirit turn to fair-off times, his love, faith, and hope stick to futurism. Light leg-lifters sense him Suriance from afore, while Boer browbenders curse him Gromelance to his hindmost. Between Ulasses and Yelat, glimpse of even. The lug his peak has, the look his pile. Drinks thar and wadhar for his azama, and eats the unperishable sow to stive off regular rack. The beggar's cloak that them reclined about his paddy stool. The whores winking him as they walk their side. On Christian Mass at Advent Lodge, New Yealand, after a Lenti illness, the Reverend Mr. Easterling of Pentecostitis, no followers by bequest, fanfare all private, gone where glory waits him, bulletist, but not here yet, Maxwell Clark. Comminxed under articles, but phonished a Bourgeois, from the vat on the beer, through the burr in the dark to the bottle of the Bourne, is A1 and the highest, but re his root, filled, fanned of heckleberries, when as all was tuck and tossed up for him as a youngster to fall foe his of Hockingbeckers, wherein he had gouged the use of raisin, adds elements, das doles, raps rustics, tams turmoil, sass seed enough for assemination, but sues skivvy on the slides. Learned to speak from hand to mouth till he could talk Irish with his eyes shut. Hacked his way through hick-heck-hocks, but hanged his help from there hereafters. Rialtos, Annesleague, bin and bowls, to say nothing a talk of Newcomen. The gleam of the glow of the shine of the sun, though the dearth of the dearth of the blush of the brick of the vile veal of the barnel whom has dust turned to brown. These died to tartan him, rue root, dulse, bracken, teasel, full as ash, sunjune and cress. Long gun, but not for cotton, stood his sharp assault to famine, but grew girther, and girther. He has 24 or so cousins germinating in the United States of America, and a namesake with an initial difference in the once kingdom of Poland. His first's a young rose, and his second's French-Egyptian, and his whole means a slump of Christie's. Fourth of his pierced part came the woman of his dreams, blood thicker than water last trade overseas. Bishop of Glintylook, Earl of Hoed, you and I are in him surrendered by brown buldens. Ellen's flea pale haps, but Huang Chang everly time. He was by one of your high big pipey boys, but fancy him as smoking fags at this time of life. Mount of Mish, Mel of Moy, had 2 cardinal ventures and 3 capital sinks. Has a peep in his pocketbook and a packet boat in his keep. BVH, BLG, PPM, TDS, VBD, TCH, LON. Is breakfates, lunger, Dina, and super. As the sweet streets were paved with cold, he felt his toperariety, taught himself skating and learnt how to fall. Distinctly dirty, but rather a dear. Hoveth chieftains everywhere, with murder. Ostman Effendi, Serge Padishaw, base too many, outpriams all his parasites. First of the Fenians, Roi des Féninons, His tiara of his scones was held unfillable till one Liam Fail felled him in Westminster, was struck out of his sitem when he rode sourly to Usk, and to our appalling predicament brought as plagues from Budapest, put a match head on an as Arpenstalk, and set the living afire, speared the rod and spoiled the lightning, married with cakes and repunct with pleasure, till he was buried. How happy was he, and he made the welkins ring with Up Micawber, God at the top of the staircase, carry on the mat of straw. The false hood of a spindler web chokes the cave mouth of his unsightliness, but the nestlings that liven his leaf screen sing him a lover of arbites. We strike hands over his bloodied war sheet, but we are pledged entirely to his green mantle. Our friend Vike Legal, our Swarin Foire, under the 4 stones by his streams, who vanished the wassail bowl at the joy of shells. Mora and Laura had a hill of high time looking down on his confusion, till firm look in readiness. Forward spear and the wind foot of Curak strewed the lake mist of Lego over the last of his fields. We darken for you, falterer, in the year of morning, but will fiddle to the dim twinklers when the streamly Morven White calls up the sunbeam. His striped pantaloons, his rather strange walk, Herodotus columna erecta, Hagion Shaiton Erephon. Nods a nap for the nonce, but crows cheerio when they get economical, is a simultaneous equator of eliminated integras when 3 upon 1 is by inspection improper, has the most eonical hodpiece of confusionist heroism, and that chuffiness of chin-chin of his is like a footsie kungaloo around Tai Shanty land. He's as globeful as a gasometer of lithium and luridity, and he was twice 10 annular years before he wallowed round Radiant Circus. The cable stone at the coping of his cavern is a canine constant, but only an American could approximate the appropriosity of his Atlas allongment. Stickled rights and lefts at Batterstown in his hunt for the boar, truth but made his end with the motorheads that came at him with Camlin Strait. A Hannibal in exhaustive conflict, an Otho to return, burning body to eager air on melting mountain in wooing wave. We go into him, sleepy children, we come out of him, strucklers for life. He divested to save from the misses' drownings their rival queens, while Grimshav, Bragshaw, and Renshaw made off with his storen clothes, taxed and rated, licensed and ranted. His 3-faced stone head was found on a white horse hill, and the print of his calestuous feet was seen in the goat's grass circle. Pull the blind, toll the deaf, and call dumb, lame, and halty. Miraculone, monstruscaline, led the uplaws at the creation, and hissed a snake charmer off her stays. Hounded becomes haunter, hunter become fox, harrier marries terrier tav. Olaf the oxman, Thorca the turable, you feel he as Vespasian, yet you think of him as Aurelius.
Wagamore, Traditori, Socianite, Commonseer, made a summer assault on our shores, and Bigetti got his sands full. First he shot down Raglan Road, then he tore up Marlborough Place, Crommelech Height, and Cromwell Hill, where a far-famed feet rest when our lurch as lout let free into the Lubar he loved. Marshall called his wardmotes and delimited the main. Netted before nibbling can scarce turn a scale, but, grossed after meals, weighs a town in himself. Banba prayed for his conversion. Burla missed the grand old voice, a colossus among cabbages. A Meryl, a Citron of fruits, larger than life, doughtier than death, Grand Turco, Orgman Formant, Lachemburgler, Leperline, the sparkle of his genial fancy, the depth of his calm sagacity, the clearness of his spotless honor, the flow of his boundless benevolence. Our family forbear, our tribal tarnpike, quarry was the eh, invincible, and Kerr was his Bert, partitioned, irksome home, united Irishman. He took a swig at his own mither, but she tested a bit gorky, and as for the salmon he was coming up in him all life long, come, Eldritch, Heckleberry, the Sawyer, thee, Warden, silent as the bee in honey, stark as the breath on Hawk, Costell, Kinsella, Mahoney, Morin. Though you rope Amric, your home ruler is Dan. Figure right, he is hoisted by the scurve of his shaggy neck. Figure left, he is rotated in isobaric patties among the crew. One asked, was he poisoned? One thinks, how much did he leave? Ex-gardener, Reisenberger, fitted up with Platarius existence, would make Rosa greedy mites, little house, little hose, taut sheets and scruppers awash, but the oil silk Mac leaps leapsterpert mix his aquascrotum, the enjoyment he took in K woman, the employment he gave to G men, sponsor to a squad of piercers, allied to a host of Rowleys against lightning, explosion, fire, earthquake, flood, whirlwind, burglary, third party, rot, loss of cash, loss of credit, impact of vehicles, can rant as grave as oxtail soup and chat as gay as a porto flippant, is unhesitant in his unionism and yet a bigoted nationalist. Sylvia Cola and shy of him, Matro Hosens knows the joke, shows the sinews of peace in his Chester Wars, Fee File Home, 930 and 39 years of copyhold, is all days open for poly polim polities seek when he's not sometimes closed for the love of Janus. Sucks life's elixir from the petty pickles of the juices of rules and sulks in any populating runs down the Huguenots, Bonaparte, Wallace's, Ubermerschals, Blocher and Supercharged, Monsieur Ducrot, Mr. Mudson, Master Gardener, to one he's just paunch and juxt, to another full of beans and burhones, hallucination, Kochman, ectoplasm, paused by Baba Black Sheep till he grew white woolly, was dramatized by Mac Milligan's daughter and put to music by one shoe bard. All Fitzpatricks is the emirate remember him, the boys of Wetford hail him Babu, and defied him with borough tribute and was checked publicly to Brigstole, was given the light of Dre, Out, Auschwitz, and Etumold in three plexes, his likeness in the terrasuit, and he giveth rest to the rainbowed. Liberty, forthnarity, and quality. His reserve makes the virtue of necessity, while his observe mars a mother by invention. Beskilt his gunwale, and he's the second imperial, untie points, unhook tenators, and he's ith and plaster. Calls calls upon all thing when he fails to appeal to each of us. Besides Ardreen, Cogsema, Rex Regularum, stood into D mouth, then backed broadside onto Bolchaclevi, either Eldorado or Ultimate Thole. A crawl of faux feud fires, a crawl of five pubs, lied, laid out lashing lavi, of laveries to hunt down his family ancestors, and then pleb double trouble to quick quits the hush of buckers up through peblets for luck over one sodden shoulder, and dragoon peeblards armed to their teeth, pepped the Gurado Gambrius, grim as Potter the Grave, ace of arts, deuce of diamonds, trouble of clubs, fear of spats, cum brum, twice in Uries, four a drum, but tree and Uno tips the scale, reeled
the title role opposite the brace of the girdles in silver on the screen, but with sequins from the set of Crookback by the even more titulars Rick, Dave, and Barry. He can get on as early as the 22nd of Mars, but occasionally he doesn't come off before Virgin Antiquity Griminal. His Indian name was Hapapulsa Labajibawe, and his number was Arthrosophy in the stars of the plough. Took weapon in the providence of the pike, and let fling the line of Elwick. Moves the vicious circles, yet renews the same. The drain rats bless his offals, while the park birds curse his floodlights. Portobello, Aqueduct, Treticoda, Pericola, Petacoralo.
He pours into the soft-clad Shelbourne the hard cash earned in Watling Street. His birth proved accidental shows his death its grave mistake. Brought us giant ivy from the land of Yonkers and bewithered Apostopolos with the gale of his gall. While satisfied that soft, youthful, bright, matchless girls should bosom into fine, silk-clad, joyous, blooming young women, is not so pleased that heavy, swearsome, strong-smelling, irregular-shaped men should blot out active, handsome, well-formed, frank-eyed boys. Herald Harry Fair, all loaf the wheat. Husband your aunt and endow your nepos. Hearken, but hush it. Screen him and see. Time is an archbishopric. Time was a tradesman's entrance. Beckbourne brooked with wath, scales scarred by scow. His rainfall is a couple of knee-highs, while his meanest grass temperature marked 3 in the shade. Is the melting point of snow and the bubbling place of alcohol. Has a tussle with the trolls and then does himself justice. Hinted at the eschatological chapters of Humphrey's Justesse of the Japies, and hunted for by Theban recensors who sniff there's something behind the bug of the deaf. The king was in his corner wall, milking Mark O'Murray. The queen was steep in arm-bore, feeling fain and furry. The maids was midst the hawthorns, shoeing up their hose. Out pimps the back guards, pop! And pump gun they goes. To all his foretellers he reared a stone, and for all his come-ethers he planted a tree. 40 acres, 60 miles, white stripe, red stripe. Washes his foot in Anacre water. Wu missed a porter, so what shall he do? For he wanted to sit for Pimp Loco, but they've caught him to stand for Sue. Dutch Lord, overawes us, head-mound king and martyr. Dun stung in the east, Pitre-le-Port in Petrin, Barth the Greet by the exchange, he hastens toward dame's troth and wedding hand, like the Prince of Orange and Nassau, while he has Trinity left behind him, like Bullbeggar, Bill the Bustonley, brow of Hazelwood, pool in the dark, changes Blowicks into bullocks, and a well of Artesia into a bird of Arabia. The handwriting on his face wall, the cryptoconchoid siphonostomata in his expressions. His birth spot lies beyond the Hellespont, and the burial plot in the pleasant little field. Is the idlest kiosk on the peninsula, and the unguessed hostel in St. Scholarland. Walked many hundreds and many score miles of streets, and lit thousands in one night lights in hectares of windows. His great wide cloak lies on 15 acres, and his little white horse decks by dozens our doors. Oh, sorrow the sail and woe the rudder that were set for merry quail. His sons, the Huns, his darters, the Tartars, are plenty here today, who repulsed from his burst the bombolts of Ostendun and falchioned each flash downs a duck in the deep. A personal problem, a locative enigma, upright one, vehicule of arcanization in the field, lying chap, flood supplier of seliculation through eblanes, a part of the whole as a port for a whale. Dear Hewitt Costello, equerry, we're daylighted with our outing and are looking backwards to unearly summers. From rhododendrons is above the seed fruit level and outside the leguminiferous zone. When older links lock older hearts, then he'll resemble she, can be built with glue and clippings, scrawled or voided on a buttress. The Night Express sings his story. the song of sparrow notes on his stave of wires. He crawls with lice, he swarms with sagarts, is quiet as a mersk, but can be noisy as a sonagogue. Was Dilmun when his date was palmy, and Moodloon when his nut was cracked. Suck up the cease, lep laud at ease, one lip on his lap and one cushlin his crease. His porter was a mighty grasp, and his Baxter's the boon of Broadwhite. As far as wind dries and rain eats and sun turns and water bounds, he is exalted and depressed, assembled and asundered. Go away, we are deluded. Come back, we are disghosted. Bored the Ostrov, leapt the Inferus, swam the Mobble, and floor the Moil, like fat, like tallow of greasefulness, yea, of dripping greasefulness, did not say the old, did not say to the scorbutic. He has found a house, Uru, a house he has found to which he has assigned its fate, bears a raven gulant on a field duve, ruse the halo off his varlet when he appeared to his shecock as haycock, emmet, boaro, toaro, ostrich, mangian skunk, press the beer of ailed age out of the nettles of rashness, put a roof on the lodge for him and a coke in his pot pro homo, was Dapifer, then Pancirocensir, then Hortifex Magnus, the topes that had tippled on him, the types that toppled off him, still starts our hares, yet gates our goat, pocketbook, packet boat, gapman, gun run, the light of other days, dire dreary darkness, our awful dad, Timor of Tortor, puzzling, startling, shocking, nay, perturbing, went puffing from Kingsborough to new customs, doffing the gibbous off him to every breach of all size, with Pa's new hef and Papa's new helve, he's Papa's old cutlass, Papa left us. When young-headed, old-shouldered, and middleish-necked age about, collar herring every daily, turgid tarpon overnight. See Lorien the chameleon that changed endocrine history by lavin his loaf with 40 bannocks. She drove him dafe till he driv her blind up. The pigeons doves be perchin' all over him one day in Baseless Bridge, and the ravens dove be pitchin' their dark nets after him the next night behind Kenningston's arbor. Trumph of the rep, comf of the priv, prosp of the pub, his headwood its ideal if his feet are bally clay. He crashed in the hollow of the park, trees down as he soared in the vagum of the phoenix, stones up. Looks like a multane bulter and sounds like a rude word. The moontane view, some lumen pale round a lump of sukar in buoyant water, 3 shots of pooty at up blup saddle, made up to Miss McCormack nee Lacarthy, who made off with Darley Dermid, swank and swarthy. Once Diamond cut Garnet, now Dammit cuts Groney. You might find him at the Florence, but watch out for him in Wynn's Hotel. There's his bow, and where's his leaker, and here lays his bequiet hearse, deep, Swed Albioni, likeliest villain of the place, Henry Canterell, Cochrane, Egotisters Limited. We take our tays and freeze our fleas round Saturn's mounted foot, built the Lundskirk and destroyed the church's land. Who guess his title grabs his deeds, Fletch and Pretties, Fash and Chaps, artful Juke of Wilsley, Hugglebellies, Finneral, Cook Kallikok, heard in camera and excruciated. Boon one with benches billeted, ban if buckshot backshatters, heaven-gendered, shouse-footed, earthborn, his father presumptively ploughed it deep in overtime, and his mother, as all Evans, must have travailed her fair share. Footprints, oh my gosh. My brain just lost all this. Right.
A footprints on the megacene, Hetman unhorsed by Searing Sand, honorary captain of the extemporized fire brigade, reported to be friendly with the police. The door is still open. The old stock collar is coming back, not forgetting the time you laughed at Elder Charterhouse's duck white pants, and the way you said the whole township can see his hairy legs. By stealth of a curse, her auburn tress abaft his nape she hung. When his kettle became a health sculdus, our Thorsites set their lymphat affirmifier, his year letter concocted by master hands of essays, his hallmark imposed by the standard of wrought plate, a pair of pectorals and a triple screen to get a wind up, lights his pipe with a rosin tree, and hires a tow horse to haul his shoes, cures Slavy's scurvy, breaks Baron's boils, called to sell polosh, and was found later in a bedroom, has his seat of justice, his hout of mercy, his cornucopias, and his stacks of rye, prospector. He had a rucksacked retrospector. He holds the hope and stake, won the freedom of new yoke for the minds of Jugo slaves, acts active, peddles in pacifism, and is a gorgon of self-righteousness, pours a last verse of his ill-formation over a lamb's worth of salt, half heard the single maiden speech La Belle spun to her ground mount, and hold a lifetime by his ain fireside, wondering was it Hebrew set to Himmel tones or the quicksilver song of quaternions. The trouble may be over, but his doubles have yet still to come. The lobster pot that crabbed our keel, the garden pet that spoiled our squeezed peas. He stands in a lovely park. Sea is not far. Importunate towns of X, Y, and Z are easily overreached, is an excrescence of to civilized humanity and but a wart on Europe. Wanna-made sing signs to sound sense, as yet he wanna get all his flesh new-made mots truly plural and plausible, has excessively large rings, and is uncustomarily perfumed. Lusteth he listeth the clear Withbeth of a Themeth, is a prince of the Fingalian, in a Hiberniad of hoolies, has a Hodge to wherry him, and a Frenchie to curry him, and a Brabanson for his beater, and a Fritz at his switch, was waylaid of a Parker and bescotten by a Buckley, kicks lintels when he's cuppy, and casts Jacob's arrowroots, dime after dime, to poor waif strays on the parish, reads the charms of H.C. Anderson all the weeks of his evening, and the crimes of Ivan the Terrible every strong day morn, soaps you soft to your safe face, and slaps himself when he's badent, owns the bulgiest bung barrel that ever was tip-tapped in the privace of the Mullingar Inn, was born with a newer silver tongue in his mouth, and went round the coast of iron with his lift hand to the scene, raised but 2 fingers, and yet smelt it would day, for whom it is easier to found a sea in a Blanna than for I or you to find a double tie in Damsterdam, to live with whom is a life mare, and to know whom a liberal education, was dipped in holy olives and christened in St. O'Toole's, his cricket on the earth but annoys the life out of predicants, still turns the dirk's ear of Darius to the now thoroughly infuriated one of God, made man with juts that jerk and minted money mong many, likes a 6-a-cup pudding when he's come whom, sweet whom, has come through all the eras of Liv's adventure, from moonshine and champagne down to clouts and pottled porter. Willem the Fast, Hanreich the Alf, Charge the Second, Right Chad the Thought. If a mandrake shriek to convultures, at last surviving his birth, the wibe-duck will wail bitterly over the rotter's resurrection, loses weight in the moon night, but girder by the sundawn, with one touch of nature, set a veiled world again, and went within a sheet of tissue paper of the option of 3 jails, who could see at one blick a salmon taken with a lance, hunters pursuing a doe, a swallow ship in full sail, a white robe lifting a host, faced flappery like King Canute, and turned his back like Cincinnatus, is a far, far, and more far, and whore far than naked bucker in villas old as new, squats a quart and cracks a quaint when it's flagging in town and on haven, blows whiskery around his summit, but stets stout upon his footless, stutters for he falls, and goes mad entirely when he's waked, is Tim to the pearly morn, and Tom to the morning night, and he had the best bun-baked bricks in bold Babylon for his pitching plays, he'd be lost for the want of his one wobbling wall? Answer! Finn McCool!
2. Does your mother know your Mike? Answer. When I turned me up dicks from Sherborne prospects, 'tis my flilla bosom doth behold with pride the pontificator, the circumvallator,
with his damn knight Garrulus slipped by his side, and alive, the lisp of her, 'twould Grieg mountains whisper her, and the bergs of Iceland melt in waves of fire, and her spoon me spondies, and her dirkle me ondies, make the rageous ocean kneel and quaff a lyre. If Dan's Dane, Anne's dirty. If he's plain, she's purty. If he's fain, she's filthy. With her burnt streams, and her coy cajoleries, and her dabbling drolleries, for to rouse his rudder up, or to drench his dreams. If not, Hammurabi or cold Celestius could esp her pranklings, they'd bust bounds again and renounce their ruins, and denounce their doings for river and ever and a night. Amen.
Which title is the true to type motto in lieu for that tick for teak thatchment, painted wit with one darkness, where a snake is under cover and birds a prowl are in the rookeries, and a Magda went to Monk's house and a river pard was spotted, which is not witchcraft, war Horwort, nor Osterholm Dreisluis, nor Haraldsby Grocer, not Vadenkan Vintner, not Houseboat, not and Hive, not Noxatabel, not Ophanix Colprince, not Wonsquar Rumyek, not Eblon Downs, not Ledicer Lemieux, not Benjamin's Lee, not Tholomew's Waddington, not Antwerp, not Musca, not Corey's, not Weirs, not the Arch, not the Smug, not the Dutch House, not the Uval, nothing grand, nothing splendid, Gahat or Splatel, nay there, erat est erit, nor non mici sed lucifro. Answer. Thine obesity, O civilian, hits the felicitude of our orb.
4. What Irish capital city, oh dear, of 2 syllables and 6 letters, with a Celtic origin and numinous ed, dust, dust, can boast of having A. The most extensive public park in the world, B. The most expensive brewing industry in the world, C. The most expansive peopling thoroughfare in the world, D. The most philohopic theobubus population in the world, and harmonize your abecedated responses. Answer A. Delphas. And when ye'll hear the gould homers of my heart, my floxy loss, bing banging again the ribs of your resistance and the tender bolts of my rivets working to your distraction, you'll be shelvering with all your dinful sobs when we'll go riding a cope a curly, you with your orange garland and me with my conny cordial, down the greaseways of rollicking into the waters of wetted life. B. Doroquikuk. And sure where you can have such good old chimes anywhere, and leave you, as on the mash and how 'tis, I would be engaging you with my plovery soft accents, and descanting up over the scene be under me of your loose vines, in their hairfall with them, 2 loving loofs braceleting the slims of your ankles, and your mouth's flower rose and sinking off to the soapstone of silvery speech. C. Noblid. Isha, why wouldn't we be happy, Alvernine? On the mill's money, he'll soon be leaving you as soon as I've mine own owned Brookline Georgian mansion's lawn to recruit upon by Dr. Cheek's special orders, and my copper paneful of soybeans and Irish in my east hand and a James Gated in my west, after all the arrears and erroribus of comparative embottled history, and your good self churning over the new leave butter. More power to you. The choicest and the cheapest from Atlanta to Oconee, while I'll be drowsing in the garden. D. Dalway. I hooked my thoroughgoing trotty the first down Spanish place. Mayo I make, towel I take, Sligo's sleek but Galway's grace. Holy eel and sainted salmon, chucking chub and ducking dace. Rod iron's not your equal, says she, lepping half the lane. Abacid. A bell on Shaldal Steepbell, on Bilgo Basplon Pristmos people, Shan praise gon Ness our faced mo Neeple, our prame shay deepen, pay name me feepence, moy name non equal.
5. Wad slags of the Lao lad had written smutty flecks, imped out old man's milk vicious geet, scare off Jack and Jill's fra tittle ending smooth pick, waste popish pastures inside man outsiders angle, sprick dirted water around villages, newses, toboggan, and Swedes, plain general kept Loudon on the kirk peel. For treats given the malefids, outshriek help, help, nor his hair after beggarlaws might underhold 3 barnets, putz polish, crotchy bottles, night cover all fire glims, serves time till bass, grindstone his knives, fullest boarded, lewd man and the method of godliness. Perchance he meows and Thane sits in the spore wagon. XWCA on ZWCU. Doorsteps limited or bay windows bros swabber preferred. Walter's clusters and Sons with the H.E. Chimmins Company to Knott's Grave will, on advices, be bacon or stable hand, must be beg ripe, full standingly airs language, Gerblander or Northquain, bigger preferred, all duties, kind rights, family feud, outings 5, may get Ernst, no get combished profusely, drinks lords to please abstain. He is fatherlow, sound digging, immo mind, Pershun, but Alconemen? Nay, that must he isn't. Answer. Poor old Joe.
6. What means the saloon slogan, summon in the house sweep, Dinah? Answer, talk. Gallery bit of the sales of cloth now, and I have to beeswax the bringing in all the cloub of the porks to us. How I thought I knew his stain on the flour, if me ask, could speak, and he called me midden name Tick. I am your honey speak, and he called, I am your honey sugar, foot, the bay, and who brook the dandalas, and who seen the blackcullen jam for Tomorha's big picnic. I hope it'll pour, praise the climate of all Ireland. I heard the grackles, and I skimming the crock on all your sandwiches, fippence per leg per drake, took. And who ate the last of the goose bellies that was molding from measliest years? And who left that there? And who put that here? And who let the Kilkenny stale the chump? Tech. And who was it you was it propped the pot in the yard? And what in the name of St. Luke are you rubbing the side of the floor of the lobby with? Shite. Will you have a plateful? Tack.
7. Who are those competent partners of our societate? The doorboy, the cleaner, the soger, the crook, the squeezer, the lounger, the kerman, the tourabout, the mushroom sniffer, the bleaker blue tramp, the fun pouther plother, the Christy man's boxer, from their prey sales and Donnybrook prater and Roebuck's campos and the ager around town and Crumglen's grassy but Kimmage's champ and Ashtown fields and Cabra fields and Finglass fields and Santry fields and the fields of Rayany and their fails and Baldoyle, to them who are latecomers all the years round by anticipation, are the porters of the passions in virtue of retro-ratio-cernation, and contributing their conflingent controversies of differentiation, unify their voxes in a vote of vaticanation, who crunch the crusts of comfort due to depredation, drain the mead for misery to incur intoxication, condone every evil by practical justification, and condemn any good good to its own gratification, who are ruled, roped, duped, and driven by those new men daemons, the fee-keepers at their laws, nightly consternation, fortnightly fornication, monthly misericordiation, and annual recreation, Doyles when they deliberate, but Sullivans when they are swordsed, Matey, Teddy, Simon, John, Peter, Andy, Barty, Philly, Jamesy Moore, and Tom, Matt and Jakes McCarty? Answer, the Morpheos.
8. And how wore your Maggies? Answer. They wore loving, they love laughing, they laugh weeping, they weep smelling, they smell smiling, they smile hating, they hate thinking, they think feeling, they feel tempting, they tempt daring, they dare waiting, they wait taking, they take thanking, they thank seeking, as born forlorn and lore of love to live and wive and wile and rile by rule of ruse, weathered rose, and yeah, and holes hold home, yeath cometh elope year, coach of four, sweet peck my heart picks one man more.
9. Now, to be on anew and basking again in the panorama of all flores of speech. If a human being, duly fatigued by his deity in the sooty, having planksty time off in his gouty hands, and vacance of space at his sleepish feet, and as hapless behind the dreams of accuracy as any Camelot prince of Denmark, were at this actual futile preteritating unstant in the states of suspensive examination, accorded throughout the eye of a noodle with an ear-sighted view of old Hopenhaven, with all the ingredient and egrugiant whites and ways to which, in the course of his persistence, the course of his Tory will had been having recourses, the reverberation of not cracking awes, the reconjugation of node-binding eyes, the redissolucingness of mind-mouldered ease, and the thereby hang of the whole of it, could such a nun, whiles even led come silencers to come lie with hers, and till in tempestuous knocks should catch the gallicry and spot Lucan's dawn, by hold at one's what is main and white is twain, how one once meat melts in t'other, wants poindings, the sap rising, the foals falling, the nim now nihilent round the girly head so becoming, the restless in the womb, all the rivals to all see, shake again, O disaster, shake a lows, oh how starring. But Hang's got a bit of horse's nose, and Jeff's got the signs of ham round his mouth, and the bow that spun beautiful pales as it palls, what rosarude and oragius grows gelb and green, blew out the end of it, violets dyed, then what would that fargazer seem to seem self, to seem seeming of, dim it all? Answer, a collid Dior escape.
10. What bitters love but yearning? What sour love much but a brief burning, till she that draws doth smoke return? Answer. I know, Pepette, of course, dear, but listen, precious. Thanks, pet, these are lovely, petunious, delicious, but mind this wind, sweet. What exquisite hands you have, you Angiole, if you didn't gnaw your nails. Isn't it a wonder you're not ashamed of me, you pig, you pervy little pigoline? I'll nudge you in a minute. I bet you use her best Parisian schmear off her vanity tables to make them look so rose-top, glow-stop, non-stop. I know her. Slide me, would she? For every got I care. 3 creamings a day, the first during her shower and wipe off with tissue. Then after clean-up, of course, before tiring. Be me shawl, when I begin to think of that S-boss of a Clancarby, the food brawler of the Social Nicholas's party, with his black-leaded chest, hello, Prendergrass, in that you, Inkipper, and all his 14 other fullback maulers, or hurling stars, or whatever the dagos they are, baiting at my Lord Ornery's, just because they won the egg and spoon there so overly provincial at Baldol. My Eilish assent, he seed makes his admiration. He is seeking an opening and means to be first with me as his belle alliance. Andu musnu play zeloso, so to do todas. Such as Spanish. Stoop a little closer, feels. Delightsome, simply. Like Jolio and Romion. I haven't felt so Turkish for ages and ages. Mine's of me squacious, the chocolate with a soul, extraordinary. Why, what are they all, the mucky lot of them only? Sht! I wouldn't pay 3 hairpins for them. Pept. That's right, hold it steady. Leg me pull. Pooh. Come big to Iran. Pooh. What are you nudging for? No, I just thought you were. Listen, loveliest. Of course, it was too kind of you, miser, to remember my sighs and shockings, my often expressed wish when you were wondering about my trousers, and before I forget it, don't forget, in your extensions to my personality when knotting my remembrance and tie. Shoe week will be trotting back with red heels at the end of the moon, but look what the fool bought cabbage head. And as I shall answer to gracious heaven, I'll always in always remind of snapping new girders, me being always the one for charms with my very best in proud and gloving, even if he was to be the 1,000,000 miles my youth to live on, the rubber-end Mr. Polkington, the Quonian fleshmonger who Mother Brown solicited me for unlawful converse with her mug of October, a pot's on it, creaking around on his old shank axle like a crusty old cornquake. Airman, waterwag, terrier, blazer. I'm fine, thanks ever. Ha! Oh, mind you, Pooh Tickly. Sall I push 'em in Momo? Funny spot to have a fingy. I'm terribly sorry, I swear to you I am. May you never see me in my birthday pelt, seen so tutu, where that her blanches mangers, ray rot leprous off her whatever stinking magus. I'll bet by your cut you go flirting after, with all the glass on her and the jumps in her stumware. Ha ha! I suspected she was. Sink her. May they fire her for a barren ewe. So she says, tay for thee. Well, I saith, angst mo so much, and desired she might not take it amiss if I esteemed her but an odd. If I did 8 tough turf, I'm not a mishy-missy. Of course I know, pettest, you're so learningful and considerate in yourself, so friend of vegetables, you long cold cat you. Please by acquiescer to meek my acquaintance. Codling, snakelet, iciclist, my diaper has more life to it. Who drowned you in drears, man, or are you pale with ink? Did a weep get past the gates of your pride? My tread on the clover, sweetness? Yes, the buttercups told me, hug me, damn it all, and I'll kiss you back to life, my peachest. I mean to make you suffer, meddler, and I don't care this fig for contempt of courting. That I chid you, sweet sir, you know I'm tender by my eye. Can't you read by dazzling ones through me true? Bite my laughters, drink my tears, pour into me volumes, spell me stark and spill me swooning. I just don't care what my thwarters think. Transname me, loveliness, now and here for me for all times. I'd risk a policeman passing by, Magrath, or even that beggar of a boots at the post. The flame? Oh, pardon. That was what? Ah, did you speak? Stuff? More poestries from the Chickspears with gleatorial music or ejaculation from the garden of the soul. Of I be a leab in the immoralities? Oh, you mean the strangle for love and the so I of all of the prettiest? Yep, we often hap coseries in the home, and once upon a week I improve upon myself. I'm so keen on that new free woman with novel inside. I'm always as tickled as can be over man in a surplus by the lady who pays the rates, but I'm as pie as possible. Let's root out Brimstoker and give him the thrall of our lives. Is Dracula's nights a night out? For creep's sake, don't make a flush. Draw the shades, curfew, and I'll make any sonomonk to love. Holy bug, how my highness would jump to make you flame your halve, a bandman in two, when I'd run my burning torchlight through, to adore me there and cease to be. Whatever for, blossoms? Your hammy-jig, if you had one. If I am laughing with you? No, lovingest, I'm not so dying to take my rise out of you, adored. Not in the very least. True as God made my more hip-length modesty coath-mortar. It's only because the reason is I'm only any girl, you lovely fellow of my dreams, and because old Sumbooby is not a roundabout, my trysting of the tulipies like that puff-pate bucking Daverin assaulting us behinds. What a nerve. He thinks that's what Vesperi's for. How vain's that hope in cleric's heart, who stills pursuits the adult rouse art, cocksure that rusty gown of his will make fair Sue forget his fizz. Tame Schwips, blessed Marguerite bosses. I hope they threw away the mould, or else we'll have balls hosses and salmadapplers with their medical assassinations all over the place. But hold hard till I've got my latchkey vote, and I'll teach him when to wear that what woman colours. On account of the gloss of the Grecian Hazabrew Brawbies is a bauble. And because you pluckless lankaloot, I hate the very thought of you, and because dealing, because adorest, I was always meant for an engineer from the French college. to be musband, nom de Egion. When we do and contract with Encho Tencho Solver, when you are married to reading and writing, which please business now won't be long, for he's so loopy on me, and I'm so leapy like since the day he carried me from the boat, my savoury to heroes, to the beach, and I left on his shoulder one fair hair to guide hand and mind to its softness. Ever so sorry. I beg your pardon, I was listening to every treasured word, and I said fell from my dear Mott's tongue otherwise, and how could I see what you were thinking of our granny? Only I wondered if I threw out my shaving water. Anyway, here's my arm, pullet neck. Gracefully yours. Move your mouth towards ninth. More, preciousest, more on more. To please me, treasure. Don't be a... I'm not going to. Shh, nothing. A cry, somewhere. Bye-bye. I'm fly. Here, Pippi, under the limes. You know big tree are all against gravestone. They hiss an entity. Ground on command. So chip, chirp, Kiglo for the lug of my go. The little pastor I go to you before, so, and you're at my apron stage. Shy as him, Dovey. Must forget there's an audience. I have been lost, angel. Cuddle, you devil ye. It's a toot-a-toot. Here, sensation. Let them their whole 4 courtships. Let them Big Ball and his boozers 11 make 12 territorials. The old sots hole that wants wide streets to commission their noisance in at the Mitchell versus Nichols Aves Silvae Aquae Vallis, and my waiting 20 class birds sitting on their stiles. Let me finger their eurythmerict, and you'll see if I'm self-thought. They're all of them out to please. Wait, in the name of, and all the holly, and some the missal and its St. Eves. Hoost, ahem, there's Ada, Bet, Celia, Delia, Ina, Fretta, Gilda, Hilda, Ita, Jess, Catty, Lou, they make me cough as sure as I read them, Mina, Nipper, Opsy, Pol, Queenly, Ruth, Sorksy, Trix, Una, Vella, Wanda, Zinnia, Eva, Zulma, Phoebe, Thelma, and me! The reformatory boys is going in for the church, so we've all come feast like the group suppers, and court lip solution from anti-providence under penancies for mortal sins. When their bride was married, all my bells began to sing. A ring, a rose-a-ring, and then everyone will hear of it. Whose wishes is the father to my thoughts, but I'll plant them a poser for their nomenclator. When they're out with the day nurse during Chaperon Mall, bright pigeons all over the world will fly with my mistletoe message around their love ribbon necks and a crumb of my cake for each chasta diva. We keeps all in sundry papers. In the amour light, oh my darling. No, I swear to you by Phibbsborough Church Dome and St. Andre's undershift, by all I hold secret from my world and in my underworld of nighties and naughties and all the other wonder worlds. Close your... Not must look. Now open, pet, your lips, Pepette, like I use my sweet-parted lipsabus with Dan Holohan of facetious memory taught me after the flannel dance with the proof of love up Smock Alley the first night he smelled powder, and I coloured beneath my fan Pipetta mia when you learned me the linguo to melt. Who ham would have the ears like ours, the black-haired? Do you like that, Silenzio? Are you enjoying the same little me, my love, my life, my love? Why do you like my wisping? Is it not divinely deluscious? But isn't it buff for you? Missy, tell me till my thrill me comes. I will not break the seal. I am enjoying it still, I swear I am. Why do you prefer it in these dark nets? If why may ask, my sweetikins. Shh. Long ears is flying. No, sweet assessed. Why would that annoy me? But don't. You want to be slapped for that. Your delighted lips, love, be careful. Mind my divine dress above all. It's golded Sylvie, the newest sex tones with princess effect. For Rutland Blue has got out of passion. So, my precious. Oh, I can see the cost chair. Don't tell me. Why, the boy in Sheep's Lane knows that. If I sell whose, dears? Was I sold here, tears? You mean those conversation lozenges? How awful. The bold shame of me. I wouldn't, chickens, not for all the Juliets in twinkly way. I could snap them when I see them winking at me in bed. I did so, my intended, or was going to, or thinking of. Shh. Don't start like that, you wretch. I thought ye knew all and more, ye author, to explic to ones the significat of their ex-systems with your new Nivillon lead. It's only another queer fish or another in Brinbrow's damned old treacherous liver again. Go the wish Goths bless us and spare her, and Jibos rest with the bosso. Excuse me for swearing, love. I swear to the Sorasims on their trons of Yuan, I didn't mean to by this apen armlet. Did you never, really never in all our Cantalang lives speak close to a girl's before? No? Not even to the charmermaid? How marvellous! And course I believe you, my old dear doting liest, when you tell me. As I'd live to, oh, I'd love to. Liss, I must wiss. Never that ever, or I can remember dear streaming faces, you may go through me. Never in all my whole white life of my matchless and pair, or ever for bitter be the fruct of this hour. With my whiteness I thee woo, and bind my silk breaths as I thee bound. Always, armory, more and more, till always thou lovest. So long as the locksmith laughs.
11. If you met on the bench a poor Aeschylus yield of ailing, when the tune of his tremble shook shimmy on shin, while his contrary raged in the weak of his wailing, like a pugilant lion o' Lynn, if he marauded in mistlessness, planing his plight, or played fox and lice, pricking and dropping hips, teeth, the wringing his handcuffs for peace, the blind blighter, praying dife on dome nostrums foch, Tom thinks to eth. If he wept while he leapt and guffawed, quith a quihemper, made cold blood a blue Monday, and no bones without fletch, taking kiss, cake, or kick with a suck, sigh, or simper, a diffle to larn, and a dibble to lech. If the fain shinner pegged you to shave his immartial, wee skill mustard shoal of this ooh, hoo doo doo, broking wind take that to whiles woe made sin he was partial. We don't think, Jones, we'd care to this evening, would you? Answer, no, blank ye. So you think I am impulsivism. Did they tell you I am one of the 46th? And I suppose you heard I had a wag on my ears, and I suppose they told you too that my role of life is not natural. But before proceeding to conclusivity, confute this begging question. It would be far fitter for you, if you dare, to hesitate to consult with the consequentially attempt at my disposal of the same dime cash problem elsewhere, naturalistically, of course, from the blink point of so eminent a spatialist. From it you will here notice, short upon my for the first remarking you to the sophology of Bish Bitchson, while driven as under by the purely dime urge, is not without his cash characteristics, borrowed for this nonce ends from the fiery good mother misfortune, who the lost time we had the pleasure we have had our little rhetoricy brush with, what, Scott? And, as I further could have told you, as brisk as your DBC, behavioralistically palette, with a coat of homoid icing, which is in reality only a done by chance ridiculization of the woo and wears hairs theoretics of Weinstein stain. To put it all the more plausibly, the speech form is a mere surrogate, whilst the quality entality I shall explex what you ought to mean by this with its proper when and where and why and how in the subsequent sentence are alternative mentally, harrogate and arrogant, as the gates may be. Talus is a word often abused by many passums. I am working out a quantum theory about it, for it is really most tantalizing state of affairs. A pessim may frequent you to say, Have you been seeing such of Tellus and Tellus those times? Optimally meaning, will you put up a hear of Irish? Or a lady eater may perhaps have the casualized as you tiptoed her a la Sordine? Or your plates? Is Talus de Talus the sword swallower who is on the crati- uh, Craterum the same Talus von Talus, the pins crusher? No, funk you, who runs his duly mile? Of this is perhaps cleaner example. At a recent post-vortex piece infustigation of a determinized case of chronic spinosis, an extension lecturer on the og who out of matter of form was trying his Caesar's doctor's het Uberleft borrowed the question. Wise which such man's talus qualis, to whom, as a fatter of Mact, Dr. Guandokji of stout girth, who was wiping his whistle, toastly retorted, "While thou best beast one zoom of a whirl, talus and talus originally mean the same thing. Hit its quails."
Professor Lowry Brawler, though I shall promptly prove his whole account of the Shenning Trib is as distinct from the Schalmeiser sanitational reforms and of the Mr. Skeels and Dr. Hyde's problem in the same connection differs toto coelho from the fruit of my own investigations, though the reason I went to Jericho must remain, for certain reasons, a political secret, especially as I shall shortly be wanted in Coventry. I congratulate myself for the same and other reasons as being hopelessly vitiated by what I have now resolved to call the dime and cash diamond fallacy. In its talk of confession, which recently met with such leoning uproar in the escape after its confinement, why am I not born like a gentleman, and why am I not now so speakable about my own eatables? Finding Fiend Bumblat and Father Budapest 5688 AM wholeheartedly takes his gabber coat and wig, honest, draughty fellow, in his public interest to make us see as how though, as he says, by all's well, the inception of the descent and the ends well of man is temporarily wrapped in obscenity, looking through those accidents with the faroscope of television. This nightlife instrument needs some subtractional betterment in the readjustment of the more refrangible angles to the squeals of his hypothesis on the outer tin sides. I can easily believe heartily in my own spacious immensity as my own house and microbemost cosm when I have reassured by ratio that a cube of my volumes is to the surfaces of their subjects the sphericity of these globes. I am pressing for a parliamentary motion this term, which, under my guidance, would establish the deleteriousness of decorousness in the morbidization of the modern mad about woman type, is to the veracity of Fairy Nellie's vacuum. I need not anthropologize for any intentional. I must here correct the school of Neo-Italian or Paleo-Parisian scholar of tinkers and spanglers who say I'm wrong parce out of revolution from romantic I want to be. Downtrodden on my foes. Professor Levi Brullo, FD, of Sex Wyman Italansky finds from experiments made by him with Nuremberg eggs in the one hands and watches Kundun upon the oven. Though it is ostensibly a case of Kett's rebellions cooling the Pope's back, because the number of square faiths in weekly circulation will not be appreciably augmented by the Nuthers logging of my copper clods. What the romantic in rags pines after all the tompions, haunting crevices for deadbeat escapement, and what het importunes our meat laid for a Cornish with the mortadella tradition of the poorest common on guardian to waste of time. His ever-present toes are always in retaliation or out for our overpassed boots. Hear him speak, teak, heat, to the loose walla how he boller and bat, tyro a teray. When Moloki won the couple of colds, when we were stripping in number 3, I would take the neat drop that would molt in my mouth, but I failed to see when. I'm purposely refraining from expounding the obvious fallacy as to the specific gravitas of the two delugibits implied, nor the lapses liquae associated with the Royal Gorge through students of mixed hydrostatics and pneumatics will after some difficulties grapple away with my menions. Media allure, as old Marcellus Caramballas put us, but on Professor Lewis at Brillios, FD, PH Doctor showing, the plead, if he pleads, is all posh and rubbage, and the melodionic scale, since his man's, when no other man's quandra, mine, thank you, while I ought to care for the contrary, and all's that the all is where in love as war, and the plain where me art saw you'd easily rouse from a thunder from a where I cling true tis where true tis there I climb where I innocent looks best pick. There's holy in his eyes.
As my explanations here are probably above your understandings, Lattlebrottons, though as augmentatively uncomparisoned as Cadwan, Cadwallen, and Cadwalliner, I shall revert to a more expletive method, which I frequently use when I have to sermo with Muddlecrass pupils. Imagine for my purpose that you are a squad of urchins, sniffly-nosed, gosling-necked, clothy-headed, tangled in your lacings, tingled in your pants, etc., etc. And you, Bruno Nolan, take your tongue out of your inkpot. And none of you knows Javanese. I will give you all my easy-free translation of the old fabulous parable. Alaboy, miner, take your head out of your satchel. Audi, Joe Peters. Exordi, facts. The mooks and the gripes. Gents and laity-men, full-stoppers and semi-colonials, hybrids and lubbards. Eins with a space and weary-wide space it wast ere it woned a mooks. The onesomeness wast all to lonely, accented light, broady oval, and a mooks he would a walking go. My hood, cries Anthony Romeo. So one grand summer evening, after a great morning and his good supper of gammon and spettish, having flabled his eyes, pilliled his nostrils, vaticinated his ears, and palliumed his throats, he put on his impermeable, seized his impugnable, harped on his crown, and stepped out of his immobile derure albo, so called because it was chuck full of master plasters and had bourgeously let out gardens strewn with cascadas, pentacostas, hawker ducks, and currycombs, and set off from Ludstown a spasso to see how badness was badness in the weirdest of all pencil ways. As he set off with his father's sword, his lancia spisata, he was girded on, and with that between his legs and his tarkeels, our once in only brag spear, he clanked, to my clinking, from vetoes to three-top, every inch of an immortal. He had not walked over a printed pair of parsecs from his asylum, when at the turning of the Shinstone Lantern, near St. Bowry's without his walls, he came, secunding to one on one-th of his prophecies, amnis limnia permanent, upon the most unconsciously boggy-looking stream he ever locked his eyes with. Out of the collions it took a rise by daubing itself 9 on. It looked little, and it smelt of brown, and it thought in narrows, and it talked in show-shallow. And as it rin, it dribbled like any lovely perliteasy. My, me and me, little down dream, don't I love thee? And I declare, what was there on the yonder bank of the stream that would be a river, parched on a limb of the olum, bolt downright, but the gripes? And no doubt was he fit to be dried, for why had he not been having the juice of his times? His pips had been neatly all drowned on him. His pulps were charging odours every older minute. He was quickly forgetting the dresses d'exine on the flyleaf of his fronts, and he was quietly forgiving the bailiff's distrain on to the bulk side of his cul de pompe. In all his specious heavings, as he lived by Optimus Maximus, the mooks had never seen his dub-billed brooder on low so nigh to a pickle. Adrian, that was the mook's now's assumptor nome, stuck still fizz-a-fizz to the gripes in an accent of Oricnian. But all mooks must to the mood end such much as all routes, oysterways or westerways, in roaming run through room. Hick saw a stone singularly illud, and on hock stone Seta hat's hook sate, which it filled quite preposterously, and by acclimatation to its fullest justiciorium, and whereupon, with his unfallible in uncycling upon his alloyable diopterarch of the woust, and the amethyst sprinkled pederect he always worked with, deuce dead it. Cheek by jowl with his fisherman's blague, bellua triumphans, his every way added to wallet's collection, for yea longer he laved, yea broader he betaught of it, the fetter, the sum, and the haul it cost. He looked straight the first and the last Michael laciness of Quartus the fifth, and Quintus the sixth, and Sixtus the seventh, giving all night sitting till Lio the faulty findeth. Good appetite us, Sir Mooks. How do you do it? Cheeped the gripes, in a wery, wiggy, Magdalenian voice, and the jackasses all within bawl laughed and brayed for his intentions, for they knew their sly toad lowry now. I am ramrumrium blessed to see you, my dear mouster. Will not perhaps tell me everything, if you are pleased, Sanity? All about Orn and Lithiel, and all in all, and all about Orn and Lysias? Eh? Think of it! Oh, miserdizimus retemptor, our gripes. Rats, bellowed the mooks most telephoriously, the consoniator, and the cinemuses and the zosimuses in their Robenhouses quailed to hear his tardy noise at all, for you cannot wake a silken nouse out of a horse oar. Blast yourself and anthony inferi ori bois. No, hang you for an animal rural. I am superbly in my supremus poncif. Abase you, baldy queens. Gather behind me, satraps, rots. I am till infinity obliged with you, bowed the gripes, his wine having gone to his paltry head. I am still always having a wish on all my extremities. By the wash, what is the time? Pass. Figure it, the pining peaver, to a mooks! Ask my index, mund my Achilles, swell my obulum, wash up my nase serene, asked the mooks, rapidly by turning Clement, Urban, Eugenius, and Celestian in the foremost of good groggery humours. Quote a whore, that is quite about what I came on my missions, with my intentions, laudi libera, to settle with you, Barbaroos. Let Thor be Orlog. Let Pauline be Irene. Let you be Beaton. Let me be Los Angeles. Now measure your length. Now estimate my capacity. Well, Sour, is this a space of a couple of hours two-dimensional for you, Temporizer? Will you give you up? Como, fuert it. Sancta Potentia, you should have heard the voice that answered him, Culla Vosselina. I was just thinking upon that, Sweet Mooksy, but for all the rhyme on my raisins, if I cannot make my submission, I cannot give you up, the gripes whimpered from nethermost of his one hope. I shall as so be bound as will do good so you says it. My tumble, loudy bullocker, is my own. My felicity is to fit in one stock end, and my special in excelsis the bellowing things ab of. But I will never be able to tell your honoriousness, here he near lost his limb, though my corked father was but a pseudo-waiter, whose all cloak you wear. Incredible. Well, hear the inevitable.
Your temple, Sussing Crimbo, Semper excommunicating amicably summers, Turgorus and New Robe, or Turgorus and Ashes. Novarum, my creature, Bleed Believers, my building space in Leonine City is always to let the Leon like men, the Mooksy, and a most constrainous allocution pontifically with immediate jurisdiction consistently conclude with a clamor of his shape rucked grapes. And I regret to proclaim that it is out of my temporal to help you from being killed by inches with a thrust. As we first met each other, knew where so airily. Poor little so was wise sub-squashed grapes. I begin to feel con- contemption for him. My side, thank Decretals, is as safe as Mother Or's houses, he continued, and I can see from the holy dome what it is to be wholly sane. Union jock, and to be joined to yoke. Parasis to Salis. Cruxy Crooks belongs to him who perishes himself. And there I must leave you subject for the pressing. I can prove that against you. Wait a common momentum, mine gut enemy, or Cospoles, not our star. I bet you this dozen odd, this Folomenius dozen odd, quas primus, but 'tis bitter to compote my knowledge fructose of tomes, elevating, to give paint to this blick, his jeweled predirect to the all mystery Silong he lucky struck bluid out of the few should be scintillantes, a cloister of starabouts over maples, a Lucilois and Tresses Street, and the stop sign before Sophie's Barrett's. He guarded to Goddard the odds dociner of his vellums, Gresque, Letten, and Russian crusangs, onto the laps of his prolegs, into Umfoleth one scruppered, and sat about his wider proof. He proved it well who on earth dry and dry sick times the verimentant to cessus to the extinction of Nicholas altogether. Nicholas Al Alpius Al Alopesis having been the one gripes pop willed nimbum by Nucadulus and Exagras and Mumpsin and Thumpsim by Ormus and by Amminus, by Anacletus the Jew, and by Malachi the augurer, and by the Capon's collection, and after that the cheek keys, Galantine, and all day brandies form alone. He reproved it earl together when not in the order, sundering in some different order, alter 330 and 100 times by the binomial, binomila, binomila diorama, and the penic walls, and the end, the inket spill, legends, and the ruer, the rule of the hoop, and the blessings of expedience and the just, the jugacents of Pontius Pilate, and all the mummy scripts of sick books, junk room, and the chapters of the cunning of the chapters of the conning fox by tail. While the Mooksies were pre-procession, pre-procession with the pro-procession, duplicity and diplucidity was was promulgating Ipposfax and sad contras, and this rascally Grippos had all bust succeeded and monophysicking his ill so borderance. But all his falls had caught his base Semenions Sorinatrix to combricate upon the syllaphus of his Aspilaouts and the octoporalzers of his Hagion Funamux to Synthorith Thetis with a bread chest viciousness of his sweet overlord, docious so far fully the logger thuds of his sacularies were found at variance with his citadels of his sompolium and his babs kissed nepo greasy most got the hoof from his filioquas. After thousand yawns, O gripes, con my sheepskins, yow will be belied to the world, escade mooks the pewis. After thousand yours, amuse gripes the Gregory, be the goat of Mechamads, yours may be still, O mooks more betrothed. Us shall be chosen as the first of the last by the electress of Valhallo absolved of Muxes nobly, for par the unicrum of Elijax, us am and our stabulary, and that is what Ruby and Robbie fall for. Blissum, the pills, the nasal wash, Yardleys, the army man cut, as British as bond strict and as straight cut as when the broken arch traveller from Nuzzleland. We, confuse the gripes limply, shall not even be the last of the first. We hope, when outs are visited by the veiled horror. And, he added, me are relying entirely. See the fortitude of Elisabeth, of the weightiness of Mare's breath. Pufut! Unsighted baird, embarrasher, relentless foe of social and business success. Horahalion. It might have been a happy evening, but, and they vertebrated each other, const it cobbler, with the wildest ever wielders since Taratesius' last Pissophilium. Unachorn, Uglent, Uvaloid, Uskybeak, and Bullfoley answered volleyball.
Nuvoletta, in her light dress spun of Sistine shimmers, was looking down on them, leaning on the banisters, listening as she childishly could. How she was brightened when Shooter-ups in his globbering hoskid and well-in-stuck, and how she was overclused when knees knobs on his swivel and was making such pulsing of himself. She was alone. All her Nubian companions were asleep with squirrels. Their Mivia, Mrs. Moonen, was off in the furthest quarter, scrubbing the back steps of number 28. Fruva, the scanned, he was up in the Norwood's Scoa parlour, eating oceans of Voking's blemish. Nuvoletta listened as she reflected herself, though the heavenly one with his constatria and his emanations stood between, and she tried all she tried to make the Musket look up at her, but he was for to deputosely far-seeing, and to make the gripes hear how coy she could be, though he was much too systematically Aurelica about his aims to heed her. But it was all mild vapour moist. Not even her faint reflection, Nuvolutia, could they toke their noses off for their minds in their intrepified fate and bungless curiosity, were conclaved with Heliogobulus and Commodius and Enobarbarus and whatever the cordial Dickens they did as their damp brooch of papyrus and book stubs said, as if that was their spiration, as if theirs could duperate her queendom, as if she would be a third party to search proceedings. She tried tried all the winsome, wansome ways her four winds had taught her. She tossed her some tailless hair like a princess de la petite Bretagne, and she rounded her minion's arms like Mrs. Cornwallis West, and she smiled over herself like the beauty of the image of the pose of the daughter of the Queen of the Emperor of Ireland, and she sighed after herself as if she were she born to bride the Tristus Tristior Tristimus, but sweet Mandolin, she might fare as well carried her daisy's worth to Florida. For the Muscat dog-mad asinite were not amused, and the gripes Dorbilbaust Catholic was painfully oblivious. I see, she sighed. There are mena. The sis of the wisp of the sigh of the softening of the stir of the vergross, a rundo of a long one in the mightiest reeds, and shades began to glitter along the banks, greepsping, dusk unto dusk, and it was glooming as gloaming could be in the waste of all peaceable words. Metamincia was all Sunome, colourform brune, Sither, Spain, and Ilialand, enormous and unnumerous. The Muska had a sound eyes right, but he could not all hear. The gripes had light ears left, but could not all see. He ceased. And he ceased, and tongue and trit, and it was never so ever so dusk of both of them. But still Moo thought of the deeps and the unts, and he would profundeth come with a morose and still grey field of the scripes he would escape by grice if he had luck in ropes. Oh, how it is dusk! From the valley Maria to grassy Polania, dormant echo. Adieu, adieu. It was so dusk that the tears of night began to fall, first by ones and twos, then by threes and fours, at last by fives and sixes of sevens, of the tiered ones were waking, as we weep now with them. Oh, 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 parla pluie. Then there came down to the thither bank a woman of no appearance. I believe she was a black with chills at her feet. And she gathered up the hoarseness, the moose motorfully where he was spread and carried him away to her invisible dwelling. That's heights Aquila repax, for he was the holy sacred solemn, and a pot-up spit of her bottom's apron. So you see the Muska, he had a reason, as I know, and you knew that he knew all along. And there came down to the hither bank a woman to all important, though they say that she was comely, spite the cold in her heed. And for he was as like it blows to the hawker's hank, she plucked down the gripes, torn pickney auto-tune in a anger from his limb, and carried away the beatitubes with her to her unseen shailing. It is de ro coeli. And so poor Gripes got wrong, for there was always that is always how a Gripes is, always was and always will be. And it was never thought of either of them. And there was left now only elm tree but a stone, poled with pieterus seer but soul. Oh, yes, and Nuvoletta, alas. Then Nuvoletta reflected from the last time in her long life, and she made up all her myriads of drifting minds in one. She cancelled her engorgements. She climbed over the banisters. She gave a childly cry, "Nue, Nue!" A light dress fluttered. She was gone, and into the river that had been a stream. For 1,000 of tears had gone on her and come on her, and she was missed out and struck on dancing, and muddied name was Mississippi. There fell a tear, a singulate tear, the loveliest of all tears. I mean, for those cry love fable fans who are keen on the pretty, pretty common face sort of thing, you mean you meet by Hope Harrods. For it was a leap tear, but the river tripped on her by and by, lapping as though her heart was brook. Why? Way, oh way! I'm so silly to be flowing, and I cannot stay. No applause, please, Bast. The Romscott Nattle Shaker will go round your circulation in Dios duras. Just a la boy, Major. I'll take your reactions another place after themes. Nolan Brown, you may now leave the classroom. Joe Peters, Fox.
As I have now successfully explained to you, my own natural-born rations, which are even in excise of my vaulty brain, ensure me that I am a mouth's more deserving case by genius. I feel in sympathis for my ever-devoted friend and half-our loaf-on-washed Nakas Nokovich. Darling Jem, darling Small Fox, Horace Shoe. I could love that man like my own Ambo for being so Bailey Claver, though he's a Norfolk curless, and I must slave to methodiousness. I wanted to go and live like a Tybalt in charge of the Light Night Brigade on Tristan de Cunha, Isle of Man Overboard, where he'll make number 106 and be near inaccessible. The meeting of mahoganies be the waves remetious at me, that this exposed sight, though it pines for an umbrella of its own and needs a shelter belt of the true service sort to keep its whole bowls clean, the weeping beaches, Picea and Tilia, are in a wild state about it, or to be classified as cricket butt William and his own 2 nurserymen advisers suggested, under genus exhaustible, when we refloat upon all the butternut, sweet gum and manna ash, etc., which is so purulent there, as if there were hawthorns in Curragh which ought to look as plain as a lodgepole to anybody until we are introduced to that pine terracotta of Verni rubeus, where that Diodati is pictured for us in the pure stand, which we do not doubt has as habitat for doing, but without those self-owned seedlings, which are a species of proof that the largest individual can occur at or in an ovulation such as East Connor Hillock, where it mixes with full Acacians and common sallies and is tender. Vux populus, as we say in Hickory Hockory, and I wish we had some more glasses of arbor vitae. Why wrote the road by the roadside or on over Allampot? Alderman White Beaver is Dacko. He ought to go away for a change of ideas, and he'd have a world of things to look back on. Do, sweet Daniel. If I weren't a Jones in myself, I'd elect myself to be his dolphin in the wilds below, because he was such a barefooted rubber with my super socks pulled over his face, while I publicked in my best back garden for the laetification of siderodomites and to the irony of the stars. You will say it is most un-English, and I shall hope to hear that you will not be wrong about it, but I further feeling a bit husky in my truths. Will you please come over and let us more mergiously to each other's own down below our vices? I am underheard by old Bill Faust. Wilsh is full of Kirks. The Cool's Kittle is Philip Dillabnite. Mr. Whist is there over beyond the want-not. Wilsh and Whist are as thick as thins udder as Faust on the Debelnite. Shagun shuto estas preta de tapizo malgranda. Ligalas al ciencia chambro. Kelkefior functas, kelkefior shrumptas, shrulpsroj. Hudan kiel vi fartas, mia nigra sinjoro? And from the point of fun where I am crying to arrive you at, they are on all fours, foible-minded as you can feel, they are fable-bodied. My heeders will recoil with a great leisure how at the outbreak before trespassing on the space question, where even Michelangelines have fooled to tread, I prove to myself as to your soistification how is abject all through the quick quid of Professor Keondalone's too frequently hypothecated Betlemensch is nothing so much more than a mere cash dime, however genteel he may want ours, if we please. I'm speaking to us in the second person. For to this graded intellectual's dime is cash, and the cash system, you must not be allowed to forget that this is all contained, I mean the system, in the dog marks of origin on spurios, means that I cannot now have or not have a piece of cheaps in your pocket at the same time and with the same manners as you can now not half or have half the cheeker piece I've in mind unless Burrus and Cassius have not or not have simultaneously disentangled themselves, sell dear to sold there, once in the dairy days of by and by.
Spurius, let us like to imagine, is a genuine prime, the real choice, full of natural grace, the mildest of milk stoffs, yet unbeaten as a reside, and, of course, absolutely unadulterous, whereat Cassius is obviously the revise of him, and in fact not an ideal choice by any meals, though the better man of the two is meltingly addicted to the more casual side of the Erevasio case, and let me say it at once, as zealous over him as is passably he. The same home, and his triseeks, the dependents which we used to be reading for our pre-purgatory, hot, short. His duddy shut the shopper up, and Mooty, poor Mooty, brought us our poor suppy. Ah, who, how, and Octus, and Oleus, and Celius, Volatius, and Petrius Papricus. Our old our old party quite united round the salt bowl at Commons. Before Salamos himself, and that sprog of a petal still in his sprig of time, and a dozen of the Murphy buds, and the score and more of the hot young Capels, and the Lettucea and her green sleeves, and you two and me three, twin-some bibs, but handsome eights, like Shakespeare and eggs. But there's many a split pretext, bowl and jowl, and snob screwed the court. Shoot! To understand this uh, as well as you can, feeling how backward you are in your down to the ground benches. I have completed the following arrangement for the course use of stools, and if I don't make away with you, I'm beyond Caesar out Nolsted. The older Caesars, tyrants, regicide is too good for you, become unbearable from age. The compositor of the farce of destiny, however, makes the thumple drum mistake of letting off this pianoforte effect as his first act, as that is where the juke comes in. Having been sort of nine-knived and truly removed, this soldier, author, Batman for all his common storycism, is just another of those soft-seized bubbles who never quite got the Sandhurst out of his eyes, so that the champagne he draws for his is a flop as a Plankkrieg. The twin Freer types are billed to make their re-up appearances as they new neck and knife knick-knocks on the deserted Champ de Boteles. A most cursory reading into the Presic Uraline's hostelry shows us how Phonomag Ula picked up the proper Newman out of a collusion of prefixes, though to be permentiating Canosaur, the Caucasian offsprung sprung of this son of a cook is as satin as there's a tub of tobolsks, osek dula vogel marina. But I am but that I donerai the fact of Wanton to West Point, I could paint you to the butter. Cheese it, if you have some wash. Mort alive. Oh me nonsens. Why the case is the incessive and impulsive as Kizum hands. Their interlocutive is comprovocatives, just as every hazy hates to having a has been in her nose. Cassius may bethink himself as though a cavalier, but Burrus has the richly rounded head that goes best with th- the of thinking defensive fideism. He has the lack of wisdom under every dent in his lofter, while the others follows Ani, Vessi, Milky, and Deed my, laughing over the lentus and weeping off the Yunan. He he hissed the hay og, he list the lug, pooh hoo, and each night Sim Mrs. Maid, he winks he had the sim again. It was aptly and cordially stated, and it is royally needless for one ex Ugan Leonum to say by whom, that his seeing's craft was the clarity as were the whole borough of Port Taylorsburg Berg to be avalanchered over him pinchbatch, he could still make out with the August strict the green mote of Ireland's eye. Let me sell you the full trough of Burris when he wore a yonker. Here it is, the chorning two and 6x7s, a cleanly line by the gods, a king off duty and a jaw forever. And what a cheery, ripe outlook. Good help me, Deus Videus, if I were to speak to my whole mouthful and to Aranam about it, you should call me the Ormond's alignment in your midst of fame. Eat ye up, heat ye up, sings the Psalmon and the Psalm. But, Buterem et mel commodet et ut scut reprobar malum et elegir bonum. This, of course, also explains why we were taught to play in the childhood. Der, der Hansel ist ein Butterbrot, mein Butterbrot. Und Kobia ist dein Schittenkot. Ja, ja, ja. This is, in fact, just to show you, is Cassius, the bruther Scrooge, or pure tyrant, a hole or two, the high stinks aforfelt and anigo prig worms. Chesug, you complain, and high, must say you are not wholly in the wrong. Thus, we cannot escape our likes and mislikes, exiles and or ambushers, beggar and neighbor, and this is where the dime show advertisers advance the temporal relief plea. Let us be tolerant to antipathies. Next quaes burrow num fit maricas. I am not hereby giving my final endorsement to the learned ignorance of the Cosinus philophism, in which old Nicholas pegs it down that the smarter the spin of the top, the sounder the span of the bottom. What that worthy old Aubergeisty ought to have meant was, the more sturdily immobile in space appears to me the bottom which is presented to use in time by the top primo mobilisks and etc. and I shall be misunderstood if understood to give an unconditional sinquem to the hero side hero Isid furabouts of the no lands theory, or at any rate of that substrate of apart from his hearing, wherein the Theophil swears that the principle he was the pointing start of his Odois by comparison, and that the wild's eggs will fall cheapened all over the walled, and burr will be dear on the brie. Now, while I am not out now to be taken up as unintentionally recommending the Silkestrog tridynamo machine for the more economical helix troilus of these ambopates until I can find space to look into it myself a little more closely first. I shall go on with my decisions after having shown to you in good time how both products of our social stomach, the excellent Dr. Burrowman, I noticed by the way from his uh, amended food theory, has been carefully digesting the very wholesome criticism I help him to in my precepts edition, which is all so much to the cud, are mutually polarized the incapability of any delusional acting as ambivalent to the fixation of the privatism positioning as above, two males poles, and one the pictor of the other, and the amber the scotia of the one, the looking wantingly around our undistributed middle between males. We feel we must wastefully want a female to focus, and on this stage there pleasantly appears the cowrie maid, M, who we shall often meet below, who introduces herself upon us at such precious hour, which we shall again agree to call absolute zero, or the babbling pump of plantitism. And so, like the former son of a Kish who went up and out to found his farmer's ashes, we come down home gently on our own turn, turned about asses to meet Mar- margarine.
We now romp through a period of pure lyricism of shame-bred music. Technologically, let me say, the appetizing entry of this subject on a full chest of violds is plumply putting the cart before the d'oeuvres. Evidenced by such words is in distress as, I cream for thee, sweet margarine, and the more hopeful, oh Margarina, still in a bowl full of left a lump of gold. Correspondents, by the way, will keep on asking me what is the correct garnish to serve with the dishrines with. Tansy sauce. Enough. The porn breaking pathos of the first of these shoddy pieces reveals the Cassius effort. Burius's bit is often used for a toast. Criniculture can tell you us very precisely indeed how and why this particular streak of yellow silver first appeared on, not in, the bowl, that is to see the human head, bald, black, bronze, brown, brindled, betrayed, or blanche-manged, where it might be used fully compared with an earwig on a full bottom. I'm offering this to Signorita Kotikura as I intend to take it up and bring it under the notions of her Harlene by the way of diverting his attentions. Of course, the unskilled singer continues to pervert our wiser ears by subordinating the subspace element, that is to sing the aria to the time factor which ought to be killed il tempore. I shall advise any unborn singer who may still be among the heaters to forget the temporal diaphragm at home. The best thing could happen to it, and attack the roulade with a swift colpo di glottide to the lug. Though Mace will insist it was reclined from overdoing this, his recovery being slow. And then, on the third dead beat, to close her eyes and open her oath with and see what spice I might send her. How? Cease thee, cantatrice. I fain would be solo. Arouse thee, my valour, and save for my troubadour. I shall have a word to say in a few yards about the acoustic and orchidentral management of the tone hall. But as ours is a vivarious, where one plant's brief is a longer planner's bicent, and you may not care for argon, it would be convenient for me to emulament to pursue Burrus and Cassius for a rung or two up the isolating biangle. Every admirer has seen my goulash of a Marge. She is so like the sister, so you don't know, and they both dress alike, which I titled The Very Picture of Needless Woman, which in the present ornates our national crucistand. This genre of portraiture of changes of mind in order to be truly torse should evoke the bush soul of females, so I am leaving it to an experienced victim to complete the general suggestion by the mental addition of Wallopy Bound, or, should the zoological zealot prefer it, the Conogral Teal. The hat boxes which compose Romba Lady Trabizond, Marge in her Excelsius, also comprise the climactogram up which B and C may fondly be imagined ascending and are suggestive of gentlemen's spring modes. These modes carrying us back to the superimposed clay layers of Eocene and Pleistocene formation and the gradual morphological changes in our body politic, which Professor Edibi Aruri of Philanponosis, whose blunderbuss I have just given his coup de grace to, neatly names surprises. The boxes, if I may break the subject gently, are worth about fourpence power box, and I am inventing more patent process, foolproof, and pie perfect. I should like to ask that Sherlock Holmes person who is out for removing the roofs of our criminals' classics by what deductio ad dominium he hopes to de facto to detect anything unless he happens of himself, movable tecto, to have slayed off, after which they can be reduced to a fragment of their true crust, even by the youngest of Margies, if she was to take please to be seated and smile if I please. Now there can be no question about it either, and having done as much, have quite got the size of that demilitary young female, we will continue to call her Marge, whose types may be met with in any public garden, wearing the very dressy affair known as Ethel of instep length, with the real fur reduced to 3/9, the muffin cap to tone. They are angel skin this fall, ostentatiously hemming apologetically over the shirt of some sweet garment when she is not sitting on all free benches, obviously reading about it, but evidently on the look out for him, also thrilled about the best dressed dolly pram and the beautiful elbow competition, or at the movies swallowing sobs and blowing mixed over Child and Chaplin's latest, or by the verge of the gutter with some bobbed hair, brief-rocked baby Mars toddler. The Smythes now keep 2 domestics, and they aspire to 3 male ones: a shower, a butler, and a secretary, held hostage at arm's length, teaching his infant majesty how to make waters worse. I'm closely watching Master Pools, and I have reasons to suspect from my post that that her little man is a secondary school teacher under the boards of education and voted disciple of Infotellus, who is being utilized thus publicly by the Centuria Infanta to conceal her own more masculine personality by flaunting frivolous finery over men's inside clothes, for the femininity that the Tota Mulia will always lack the musculink and vivarium. My solutions for the proper parturience of the matters and the education of micturious mites must stand over for a moment till I tackle a tickler hussy for occupying my intentions. Margarina, she is fond of Burrus, but alack, she is very fond of Chi. The important influence exercised on everything by this enthusiasm, import has not been till now fully flavoured, though we comfortably tasted in this case. I shall come back for a little more, say farther on. The Cleopatrician, in her own right, as she at once complicates the position, while Burrus and Cassius are contending for her misery and implicating herself with elusive Antonius, a wop who would appear to hug a personal interest in refined cheese of all shades in the same time as he wags an automine art of being rude like a boor. This Antonius Burrus Cassius group triad might be said to equate the qualis equivalent with the older so-called Talus and Talus on Talus. One just might quantly as the hyperchemical economically at the Turium ergons irremuniate the quantum urge so that the eggs is to way as way is to Zed, like golf child's Abe boob caddy. As this is why any simple Philotovius of a fool you like to dress, and at Himas died Lowtownian, ex-legged fatirist right, may awfully green to one side of him and fruitfully blue on the other, which will not screen him, however, from appealing to my gropey searching eyes, though the strongholds of my acropole is boosted, blasted, bleating, blatant, bloated, blasphemous idiot who cannot tail a bomb from a pineapple. When he steals one and wanted pissing his Solomon with a conig in our gravitational pom-poms with the canting crew. No, topsman to your tapia. This thing, Mr. Abbey, is an infrant. And taking it off salt stuffs and alike matters. I hope we can kill time to reach salt because there's some force glass neurotic assets bittering in soul pewter for you to plump on your pottage in. The thundering legion has stormed a limp that it end. 12 tabular times till now I have indicted it. Virus genius to Cassius. Moitura et salutat. My famous race is run. So let democracy take the highmost. Abraham Trippier, these old delicacies are quite out of date. Read next answer. I'll beat you so long, big-tempered. Why not take direct action? See previous reply. My unchanging word is sacred. The word is my wife. To expose and expound, to vend to the vulnerate, and may the curlews crown our own nuptious, till breath us depart. Wayman, beware would you change with my years. Be as young as your grandmother. The ring man, the wrong shop, but the right words by the rote order. Ubi lingera nucipessit ibi fas, aversus hostia semper sat. She that will not feel my full moon, let her appeal to thee as the hoyden and the impudent. That mon that hath no Moses his stole, nor is awed by conquests of words law, who never with himself was fed, and leaves his soil to lave his head, when his hopes in his high lows from whisking his woe, if he ever came to my preach, a proud purse broken ranger, when the havens were welling and the spite of the spout, to beg for his bite and bark, noise danger. Would meself and Mac Jeffert, four in hand, foot him out? Aye, were he my own breast brother, my doubled with love and the single biased hate, were we bred from the same fire, signed with the same salt, had we tapped from the same master and robbed the same till, were we tucked in one bed and bit by the one flea, homeo gallant, hemi capnoise, bum and dingo, jack and bichol, though it broke my heart to pray it, still I fear, I'd hate to say it.
12. Caesar esto? Answer. Seamus sumus.
Shem is a short for Shemus, as Jem is jokey for Jacob. A few tough necks are still gettable, who pretend that aboriginality he was of respectable stemming. He was an outlex between the lines of Raganar and Blaubard and Horrell Hairwire, and an in-law to Captain the Rev. Mr. Birdwood de Trop Blogg was among them his most distant connections. But every honest-to-goodness man in the land of the space of today knows that his back life will not stand being written about in black and white. Putting truth and untruth together as a shot may be made at what this hybrid actually was like to look at. Shem's bodily get-up, it seemed, included an adze of a skull, an 8 of a lark's eye, the wheel of a nose, one numb arm of a sleeve, 40 hairs off his uncrown, 18 to his mock lip, a trio of barbells from his mega-geg chin, Salmon's son, the wrong shoulder higher than the right, all ears, an artificial tongue with a natural curl, not a foot to stand on, a handful of thumbs, a blind stomach, a deaf heart, a loose liver, 2/5 of 2 buttocks, one Gleatstein of avodapoida for him, man root of all evil, salmon kelt's thin skin, eel's blood in his cold toes, a bladder tristended, so much so that young Master Shemmy, on his very first debauch at the very dawn of proto-history, seeing himself such and such, when playing with thistle words in their garden nursery, grief for Tropheo at Fig Street 111, Chauvelin Old Holand, we would go back there now for sounds, peelings and scents. Would we now for an anise, would we for full score 8 and a Loretta? For 12 blocks, 1 bob, four testers, 1 groat, not for a dinar, not for Joe. Dictated to all of his little brethren and sweet Terence, the first riddle of the universe, asking when is a man not a man, telling them to take their time, young fries, and wait till the tide stops. For from the first his day was a fortnight, and offering the prize of a bittersweet crab, a little present from the past, for their copper age was yet unminted to the winner. One said, when the heavens are Quakers, a second said, when Bohemian and lips, a third said, when whole hard a jiffy, when he is a North stick and determined to. The next one said, when the angel of death kicks the bucket of life. Still another said, when the wine at wit's ends. And still another, when lovely woman stoops to conk him. One of the littlest said to me, Sem, when Papa prepared the harbour, one of the wittiest said, when he ye ablokkunen, and he smeared herself so shuken. Still one said, when you are old and grey, fall full with sleep. And still another, when we deader, Walkner, and another when he is just only after having been semicized. Another when, yea, he hath no mananas. And one when dose pigs they begin now that they will flies up until the luft. One were wrong, so Shem himself, the dictator, took the cake, the correct solution being all give it up. When he is yours till the rending of the rocks, Sham.
Shem was a sham and a low sham, and his lowness creeped out first via foodstuffs. So low was he that he preferred Gibson's tea-time salmon tinned, as inexpensive as pleasing, to the plumpest roe-heavy lax, or the friskiest par or smalt troutlet that ever was gaffed between Like's Lip and Island Bridge. And many was the time he repeated in his botulism that no jungle-grown pineapple ever smacked like the whoppers he shook out of Aeneas cans. Findlater and Gladstone's Corner House, England. None of your inch-thick blue-blooded balaclava fried at belief steaks or juice jelly legs of the Grex's molten mutton, or grisly grunters' goupons, or slice upon slab of luscious goose bosom, with lump after lump of plum pudding stuffing all aswim in a swamp of bogger gravy for that green-hearted you'd. Rosbiff of old Zealand, he could not attouch it. See what happens when your somatophage merman makes his fancy in our vegetarian swan. He even ran away with Hun's self and became a far soonerite, saying that he would far sooner muddle through the harsh of lentils in Europe than meddle in Ireland's split little pea. Once when among those rebels in a state of hopelessly helpless intoxication, the Piscivore strove to live sits round Peel to either nostril, hiccuping apparently impromptued by the hibat he had with his glottal stop, that he cuckold flourish for ever by the smell, as the sitzer, as the crendron, like a skedar of the fonts on mountains, with limon on of Lebanon. Oh, the lowliness of him was beneath all up to that sunk to. No like by like firewater or first served first shot, or gullet burn gin, or honest brew Barrett beer either. Oh dear no. Instead, the tragic jester sobbed himself way-whingingly sick of life on some sort of rhubarbarous, mandarin, yellow-green, funkle blue, widgegut dying applejack, squeezed from sour grape fruche, and to hear him twixt his sedimental cup slips when he had gulped down much too many gourds of it, retching off to almost as low with swillers, who always knew notwithstanding when they had had enough, and were rightly indignant at the wretch's hospitality when they found to their horror they could not carry another drop. It came straight from the noble white fat. Joe, open wide, sat Joe, her wide vat, Joe, the wine vat of the most serene Magiansky as archdiocese. If she is a duck, she's a douches, and when she has a her bore, it's not her fault, now is it? Art touch-ups, funny you're grinning at, Fancy you're in her yet, Fanny Urinia. Ain't that swell, hey? P. Mengro, talk about lowness, any dog's quantity of it simply oozed out thickly from this dirty little blacking beetle. For the very fourth snap, the Tulloch turned bull girl with her cold-blooded Kodak shotted the as yet unremunderanded national apostate who was cowardly gun and camera shy, taking what he fondly thought was a shortcut to Fair, soak Amerigus bias the shipstream pride win after having buried a hatchet not so long before by the wrong goods exent Nama Desh to Tren into paradise fruiterers and musical florists with his chow, Chavi, Sa Shin, Shilly Pen. She knew the vice out of Bridewell was a bad fast man by his walk on the spot. John's is a different butcher's. Next place you are uptown, pay him a visit, or better still, come to buy. You will enjoy cattleman's spring meat. John's is now quite divorced from baking. Fattens, kills, flays, hangs, draws, quarters and pieces. Feel his lambs. X. Feel how sheep. XX. His liver too is great value. A spatiality XXX. Communicated.
Around that time, moreover, one generally, for lovamony hoped or at any way rate suspected among morticians that he would early turn out badly, develop hereditary pulmonary TB, and do for himself one dandy time, nay, of a pelting night blanketed creditors, hearing a coarse song and splash off Eden Key, sighed and rolled over. Sure, all was up, but though he fell heavily and locally into debit, not even then could such an antinomian be true to type. He would not put fire to his cerebrum. He would not throw himself in Liffey. He would not expound himself with pneumantics. He refused to Sappho-crake himself with a sod. With the foreign devil's leave, the frayed-born fraud diddled even death. Anzi, cabled, but shaking the worth out of his mouth. Garda Costa Leporello, Stasis Crex, from his Nero publican asylum to his Jonathan for a brother. Here Tokay, gone to Mori, where splooched, do something, fireless, and had answer. Inconvenient, David! You see, chaps, it will trickle out, freakily of course, but the tom and the shorty of it is, he was in his bardic memory low. All the time he kept on treasuring with condign satisfaction each and every crumb of track talk, covetous of his neighbour's ward, and if ever, during a munda conversation, commoted in the nation's interest, delicate tippets were thrown out to him touching his evil courses by some well-wishers, vainly pleading by scriptural arguments with the opprobrious papist about trying to brace up for the kaidos of the thing. Scally wag, and be a men instead of a dem scrounger. Dish it all, such as, pray, what is the meaning, Sousie, of that continental expression, if you ever came across it? We think it is a word transpiciously like a canaille. Or, did you ever anywhere kennel on your gullible's travels or during your rural troubadouring happen to stumble upon a certain gay young nobleman whimpering to the name of Low Swine, who always addresses women out of the one corner of his mouth, lives on loans and is furtive free yours of age? Without one sigh of haste like the supreme prig he was, and not a bit sorry, he would pull a vacant landlubber's face, root with earwaker's pensile on the outer of his lauscher, and then, lisping, the prattle-pate parnella to kill time, and swatting his dead best to think what under the canopies of Jansen Crest would any decent son of an albio gentleman who had been to a university think, let a Lent hit a hint and begin to tell all the intelligentsia admitted to that Tamalisi Samtalasi compilation, since still and before for physicians, lawyers, merchant, belfry politicians, agricolous manufrauders, secretanes of the Pure River Society, philanthropics, lodging on as many boards around the panesthetic on at the same time as possible. The same whole live-long swine story of the entire Low Cornet existence, abusing his deceased ancestors wherever the sods were, and one moment terror-booming great blunderguns. Oh, about his far-framed fire poppermore, Mr. Hum-Hum, whose history, climate, and entertainment made the first of his sept and always up to debt, though even's ears owl many finds he faces, and another moment viniversas crouching, 3 cheers, ha! For his rotten little ghost of a peppy beg, Mr. Himmy Shimmy, a blighty, a reeky, a lighty, a scrapey, a baby, a ninny, a dirty seventh among thieves, and always bottom sawyer, till no one knowed how homely home could be, giving unsolicited testimony on behalf of the absent, as glib as Eve's water to those present, whose meanwhile, with increasing lack of interest in the semantics, allowed various subconscious smickers to dribble slowly across their fitures, unconsciously explaining for inkstands, with it meticulously bordering on the insane, the various meanings of all the different foreign parts of speech he misused, and cuttlefishing every lie unshrinkable about all the other people in the story, leaving out, of course, foreconsciously, the simple wharf and plague and poison they had cornered him about, until there was not a snoozer among them, but was utterly undeceived in the heel of the reel by the recital of the rigmarole. He went without saying that the cull disliked anything anyway, approaching a plain, straightforward stand-up or knock-down row, and as often as he was called in to umpire any octagonal argument among slang-wangers, the accomplished washout always used to rub shoulders with the last speaker and clasp shakers, the hand touch which is speech without words, and agree to every word as soon as half uttered. Command me, your servant good. I revere you. How, my seer? Be drinking that? Quite truth, gracious. I'm Yush. See you are hearing? Also goods, please it. Me sure, be filling this. Quite so, you said it. Upsa fellow. Muchas gracias. Is there firing on me? Is there Gerlich on you? To your good self, your sulphur. And then at once focus his whole unbalanced attention upon the next octagonist who managed to catch a listener's eye, asking and imploring him out of his piteous one-winker, Hemptopsia diademonios, whether there was anything in the world he could do to please him and to overflow his tumble tantalizer for him yet once more. One hail cannon night, for his departure was attended by a heavy downpour, as very recently as some 1,000 rains ago, he was therefore treated with what closely resembled parsonal violence, being sogged all unsuspectingly through the deserted village of Tumblin on the Leafy from Mr. Van Homry's house at 82 Mabbott's Mall as far as Green Patch, beyond the brickfields of Salmon Pool, by rival teams of slow spires, counter quicklimers, who finally, as rarely they had been detained out rather latish, thought, business hits business, they had better be streaking for home after their Auburn to Auburn, with thanks for the pleasant evening, one and all disgustedly, instead of ruggering him back, and awake, reconciled, though they were as jealous as could be cullions about all the truffles they had brought on him, to a friendship fast and furious, which merely arose out of the noxious pervert's perfect lowness. Again, there was a hope that people looking on him with the contempt of the contemptibles, after first giving him a roll in the dirt, might pity and forgive him, if properly deloused. But the pleb was born a quick low and sank allowing till he stank out of sight. All Saints beat Belial. Mickey, goals to Nitchill. Not possible. Already? In nowhere has yet the whole world taken part of himself for his wife. By nowhere have poor parents sentenced to worm's blood and thunder for life. Not yet has the imp from Korpskika forced the earth out of Engelterra. Not yet have the shaction and judder on the mound of a word made wear. Not yet witchy on wench struck fire of his heath from on Howth. Not yet his archbaleen forspoken peace upon oath. Cleft foot from Hempel must tumble, blame fool gardeners bound to fall. Broken eggs will forsooth have bitten apples, for where theirs is will, there's his wall. But the Mountsill frowns on the mill stream while their Madsons leap on his bier, and her rill strill lifts to his merksy all her daft doors laughs in her ear. Till the four shores of death Tory Island, let the dews dumb earwigs arail. Herp, herp, for their misunderstandings chirps the ballot of Perce O'Rail.
Oh, fortunatus Calautius. Lefty takes the cherub cake while right close his hoof. Darkies never done tug that kun out to play excretory, anti-sexuous, mixonetic, gassy pure flesh and blood games written and composed and sung and danced by Nicemius Pneumon, same as pickaninnies play all day, those old, none of your honeys and rubbers, games for fun, an element we used to play with Dinah and old Joe, kicking her behind and before, and the yellow girl kicking him behind old Joe. Games like Tom Tom, the Thunder Man, Put the Wind Up the Peeler, Hat in the Ring, Helly Barber and the 40 Thieves, Michael on the Lucky Pig, Nickel in the Slot, Sheila Harnett and her cow, Adam and Elle, Humble Bumble, Moggies on the Wall, Twos and Threes, American Jump, Fox Come Out of Your Den, Broken Bottles, Writing a Letter to Punch, Tip Top is a Sweet Store, Henressie Crump Expelled, Postman's Knock, Are We Fairlies Represented, Solomon's Silent Reading, Apple Tree Bearstone, I Know a Washerwoman, Hospitals, As I Was Walking, There is One Yon's House in Dream Carlahoa, Battle of Waterloo, Colours, Eggs in the Bush, Haberdashery, Telling Your Dreams, What's the Time, Nap, Ducking Mammy, Last Man Standing, Healy Baboon and the Forky Thieves, Fickle Eyes and Futile Ears, Hand Married but once in my life and I'll never commit such a sin again, Zip Cooney Candy, Turkey in the Straw, This is the Way We Sow the Seed of a Long and Lusty Morning, Hops of Fun at Milliken's Make, I Seen the Toothbrush with Pat Farrell, Here's the Fat to Graze the Priest's Boots, When His Steam was like a Rembrandt round Mac Garvey. Now, it is notoriously known how on that surprisingly bludgeonly Unity Sunday, when the Grand Germagal all-star bout was harrowly the rage between our Welting Toms, extraordinarity, and our petty thicks, the Marshal Lacey, with an Irish eyes of welcome were smiling, daggers down their backs. When the Roth Bison Blouse met the Nour Blank and Rogues and the Grim White, and Cold Bet the Black Fighting Tans, categorically unimperforated by the Maxims, a rank funk getting the better of him, the scut in a bad fit of pyjamas fled like a leveret for his bare lives, to Talleyrand alone, Ahone Ahaza, pursued by the scented curses of all the village belles and without having struck one blow, Pig stole on him and was lust he lagging it, was because to dust he shook, Kusky corked himself up tight in his ink battle house, badly the worse for Booger's ass, there to stay in a far for the life, where, as there was not a moment to be lost, after he had boxed around with his forte piano till he was whole batch, bamp him and bump him blues, he collapsed carefully under a bed tick from Schwitz's, his face enveloped into a dead warrior's telemaque, with a lullaby's somme de bonnet and a water wattle at his feet to stoke his energy of waiting, moaning feebly in Montgomery monotheme, but turned long and then a nation louder, while engaged in swallowing from a large ampular, that his Paudry's purgatory was more than a bloke could bear, hemi-paralysed by the tongue warfare and all the chamozo, Daily Maily, Follop Lace, Holy Maily, Muzzle Up Joss, his cheeks and trousers changing colour every time a gat croaked. How is that for low, ladies and gentle nuns? Why, dog of the crostal guns, whole continents rang with his Cairo-Corin lowness. Sheols of Haurus in chems upon divans, revolted Stella's vespertine ves among them, and a bare, oh, mention of the scaly Tybalt, ribald exclaimed, Puss! But would anyone short of a madhouse believe it? Neither of these clean little cherubim, Nero, nor no Booker's, nor Nestor himself, never nursed such a spoiled opinion of his monstrous marvellosity as did this mental and moral defective, here perhaps at the vanescence of his lowness, who was known to gront rather than gunnered upon one occasion, while drinking heavily of spirits, that interlocutor, a liqueur at private privy secretary he used to pal around with in the Caverhaz, one Davy Brown Nolan, his heaven-laid twin. This ham-bone dog poet pseudoed himself under the hang name he gave himself of Beth Gellert, in the porchway of a gypsy's bar,
Shem always blaspheming. So holy writ, Billy, he would try, old Belly, and pay this one manjack congregant of his 4 soups every lass of next mouth. Bolly, so sure as there's a tail on a comet, as a taste for a stork's 40-tooth. That is to say, to listen out 20 minutes more, bully his ballet imaginaire, which was to be dubbed Wine, Women, and Water Clocks, or How a Guy Thinks and Forks When He Is Going Batty, by Maestre Sheems de la Plume, some most dreadful stuff in a murderous mirror hand. That he was a booth, pardon me, aware of no other shag's pick, other shakes his beard, either precisely unlike his polar and this is his, or precisely the same as whoops, parn, as what he fancied or guessed the sames as he was himself, and that Greek skook, duggings, and thuggery, though he was foxed like a bunny boy Roger, with all the tea-shop lionses of Lumdrum hiven-hosed up against him, being a lapsus linguo, with a rub-a-dub shortar temper, bad cad, dad, fad, sad, mad, nad, van Haiti bear, the consequentials of causality professors, crosswords in post-precision, scruff, scruffer, most, and all that sort of a thing. If Reams stood to reason and his lanker Levine lasted, he would wipe alley English spooker, multifuniciously spooking off the face of the earth. After the thorough fright he got that bloody Swithin's day, though every doorpost in much-tried Leucolizod was smeared with generous firstborn gore, and every free-for-all cobbleway slippery with the bloods of heroes, crying to welkins for others, and Noahs and culverts agush with tears of joy, our low water never had the common bar lamb's pluck to stir out and about the compound, while everyone else of the torchlit throng slashes and sliced alike, Mobu on massa, wadded and battered around, yamp yam pamp yam, chanting the Galuli chorus from the monster book of palteratic purity, O pura e pia bella, in junk et sampam, or in secula sincularum, heads up on his bona fide avocation, the little folk creeping on all fours to their natural school, beat but childishly gleeful when a stray whizzer sang out intermediately, and happy belongers to the fairer sex on their usual quest for higher things, but vying with Lady Smythe to avenge Mac Jobber, went stone-stepping with their bickerstaffs on educated feet, plinkety-plonk across the 7-span pont, die colore, set up over the slop after the war to end war by Messrs. A charitable government, for the only once, dear dos Fernandos, did he take a tom-tip Pipistrella Thraug, a 3-draw 18 Hawks power Dirticky telescope, luminous to larboard, only like the lamps in Now Austras, out of his westernmost keyhole, spitting at the impenetrablum wetter, and it was poor Go Hastly that outnumb, with an each-way hope in his shivering soul as he prayed to the cloud incertitude of finding out for himself on account of all the cules in Kraukapaka or oving to all the code's eggs in Kalatava, whether true conciliation was forging ahead or falling back after celestious intemperance, and for devil's sake, why, with his see me see and his my see a corvers and his frocker fosca fusca layin loves in mig seeing, he got the charm of his optical life when he found himself hic sunt linones at point-blank range, blinking down the barrel of an irregular revolver of the bulldog with a purpose pattern, handled by an unknown quarreller who supposedly had been told off to shade and shoot Shy Shem should the shit show his shiny snout out of it a while, to look facts in their face before being hosed and creased, uprip him and jap him by 6 or a dozen of the gay boys. What paraseum pleum in the names of Deculion and Pyrrha, and the incensed privy and the licensed pantry gods and Stator and Victor and Cut and Run and the whole misa redonda of Laurencio Achulas in Convocation was this disinterestingly low human type, this calumnious column of claracity, this Bengalese beacon of velocity, this animite aper of atrocity, really at, it will be precise to qualify, for he seems in a bad case? The answer, to do all the ditties in one deedle, would sound, From pulling himself on his most flavoured canal, the huge chest house of his elders, the Popa Preta and his some Navisco navvies, he had flickered up and flitted down into a drug and drunkery addict, growing megalomane of a loose past. This explains the litany of the septunctual letter trumpets, honorific, high-pitched, erudite, neoclassical, which he so loved so patricianly to manuscribe after his name. It would have diverted if he'd ever seen the shuddersome spectacle of this semi-demented zany amid the insipated grime of his glaucous den, making believe to read this uselessly unreadable blue book of Eccles, Edition de Pentenebris, even yet sighs the most different doctor, Poindexter, authorized Bowdler and censor. It can't be repeated. Turning over 3 sheets to at a wind, telling himself delightedly, no espel or more so, that every splurge on the vellum he blundered over was an Eichling vision more gorgeous than the one before TITS, a Rochelle cottage by the sea, for nothing forever, a lady's try-on hosiery raffle at Liberty, a sewer full of guinea gold wine with Branco Monja Padna pie, and 6-cylinder oyster worth $1 billion a bite, an entire opera house. There was to be a stamping room only in the prompter's box. And ever the more his queue kept swelling. And of enthusiastic noblewomen flinging every coronet crimson stitch they had off at his proscenium, one after the others, amagoded into a just loosening himself in their gaiety pantheomime, when egad, sir, according to all accounts, Rick, he squealed at the top squall in deal little shimlock up yellin', "Gee whiz, d'you hear that far? Soap you are! Lout gout of salvias, juice like a Boyd." For fully 5 minutes, infinitely better that Baronton McClucken, with a scrumptious cocked hat and 3 green cheese and tangerine trinity plumes on the right handle side of the Aurelius head, a coat McFarlane, the Kesserus cut, you understand, a Spaniard's digger at his ribs, Alfani at Punxit, an azul blue bow sheet for his blouse bosom blossom, and a Dean's crozier that he won from Cardinal Lindadurry and Cardinal Carchingary and Cardinal Laureaturdi and Cardinal Occidentialia. Ho! In the Dearby Derby doubled for falling first over the hurdles, madam, on the Otter Scent, AATSOT. But what with the murky light, the botchy print, the tattered cover, the jig-jag page, the fumbling fingers, the fox-trotting fleas, the lee-bed lice, the scum on his tongue, the drop in his eye, the lump in his throat, the drink in his pottle, the inch in his palm, the wail in his wind, the grief from his breath, the fog of his mind-fag, the buzz in his brain-tree, the tick of his conscience, the height of his rage, and the gush down his fundament, the fire in his gorge, the tickle of his tail, the bane in his bullyugs, the squints in his soil, the rot in his eater, the echo in his era, the totters of his toes, the tetters on his tummy-tum, the rats in his garret, the bats in his belfry, the budgerigars and bumble-o-some bowbirds, the hullabaloo and the dust in his ears. Since it took him a month to steal a march, he was a hard set to memorize more than a word a week. Hakes Hawlin, Hook's fist, can you beat it? Whoa! I say, can you bait it? Was there ever of such low-down blackguardism? Positively, it woolies one to think over it. Yet, the bumper sprinkler used to boast aloud, alone to himself, with a accent on it, with Minfader, with a boa constructor, and Hoy was a lexical student, parole and corrected with a blackboard, trying to copy the stage Engelsman he brought their house down on, shouting, "Bravure, Sir Chulies, letter perfect, colossal loose wallet, spatche." How had he been towed out of all the shka families of the Klondikers from Purech, Swab Pays, the land of Nod, Shruggers country, Pension, Danubia home, and Barbaropolis, who had settled and stratified in the capital city in his head dromedary metropolitization as sun-blistered, moon-plastered, gory, wheedling, jovial, licherous, and full, ordered off the gorgeous premises in most cases on account of the smell, which all cookmaids eminently objected to as reassembling the abominable pozzo that welled out of the pozzo. Instead of cuthering those model households' plain, wholesome pothooks,
a thing he never possessed of his Nigerian own. What do you think Volgiano did but study, with stolen fruit, how acutely to copy all their various styles of signature, so one day to utter an epical forged check on the public for his own private profit, until, as just related, the dustbin's united scullery maids and house help's sorority, better known as Sluttery's malted fot, turned him down and assisted nature by unitedly shooing the source of annoyance out of the place altogether, and totally on the heat of the moment, holding one another's gonk, for no one, hound or scrub lady, not even the Turk, ungreekable in pursuit of the amenable, dared whiff the polecat close range, and making some pointing remarks, as they done so at the perfects at the sniffy, your honour, a boon the lio why a stunk, mister. James wishes to hear from wearers of banded female costumes, gratefully received Wadmal Jumba, rather full pair of culottes and on other garmentaries to start city life together. His Jims is out of job with sit and write. He has lately committed one of the then commandments, but she will now assist superior, built domestic regular layer. Also got the boot. He appreciates it. Copies. Abortisement. One cannot even begin to post-figure out a statuesco ante as to how slow in reality the excommunicated drumchondriac Nate Hamus really was. Who can say how many pseudo-stylic Shamiana, how few of how many of the most venerated public impostures, how many piously forged palimpsests slipped in the first place by this morbid process of the piliagarist pen? Be that as it may, but for light fantastic of his nose's glow as it slid luciferously within an inch of its page, he would touch at its from time to other the red eye of its fear and satisfishness, to ensign the colours by the beerlets in the mathness, and his educandies to outhew to themselves in the cry of girl glee, gember, inkware, chon chambre, sincero, zinzanabar, inkture, and gin. Nibs never would have quelled the seraph to sheepskin. By that rosy lampoon's effluvious burning, and with help of a semichronic flush in his pan, a guinea a gurk, he gets there. He scrabbled and scratched and scrobbled and screamed nameless shamelessness about everybody he ever he met, even sharing a precipitation under the idlish terrier's umbrella of a showerproof wall, while all over, up and down the four margins of this rancid shem stuff, the evil smeller, who was devoted to old Fader Sardanapalus, used to stipple endlessly inartistic portraits of himself in the act of reciting old Niciabelli's monologue into year, Hanno, O no nano, exhale, Brubelman, Sir Otto, QED, a heartbreakingly handsome young Paolo with love lyrics for the goyles in his oils, a plaintiff's tanner vuse, a ducal income of 132 drachmas per yard from Broken Hill, Stranded Estate, camel breech Mannings cutting a great dash in her brand new 2 guinea dress suit, and a buried Hogsford hired for a fur day evening, Mary Porty, Anna Lovely, long pair of inky Italian moustaches glistering with boric Vaseline and frangipani. How unwhisperingly so.
The House O'Shea, or O'Shame, Quiver Piano, known as the Haunted Ink Bottle, no number, Brimstone Walk, Asia in Ireland, as it was infested with the raps, with his pen name Shut! Sepia scraped on the door plate and a blind of black sailcloth over its one fwinchogue, in which the soul-contracted son of the secret cell groped through life at the expense of the taxpayers, dejected into day and night with Jesuit bark and bitter bite, calico hydrants of Zolfor and Scopolaminia by full and 40 quinzianos. Every day in everyone's way, more exceeding in violent abuse of self and others, was the worst, it is hoped, even in our Western playboyish world, for pure mouse farm filth. You brag of your brass castle or your tiled house in Ballyfermont? Nigs, nigs, and nigs again. For this was a stinksome inconstink, quite personal to the rottle. Smatter of fact, Angles afternoon browsing there thought not Edam reeked more rare. My word! The warped flooring of the lair and sound-conducting walls thereof, to say nothing of the uprights and imposts, were Persianly literatured with burst love letters, telltale stories, sticky-back snaps, doubtful eggshells, bouchées, flints, borers, puffers, agamedoid almonds, rindless raisins, Alfie Betty formed verbiage, vivical vices, Ompter dictas, vices umbic, ahems and ahas, ineffable tries at speech unsyllabled, euomes, ioldums, flew foul smut, fallen lucifers, vestas which had served, showered ornaments, borrowed brogues, reversible jackets, black eye lenses, family jars, false hair shirts, god-forsaken scapulars, never-worn breeches, cutthroat ties, counterfeit francs, best intentions, curried notes, upset Latin tin tacks, unused mill and stumbling stones, twisted quills, painful digests, magnifying wine glasses, solid objects cast at goblins, once current puns, quash potatoes, messes of mottage, unquestionable issue papers, seedy ejaculations, limerick dams, crocodile tears, spilt ink, blasphematory spits, stale chestnuts, schoolgirls, young ladies' milkmaids, washerwomen's, shopkeepers' wives, merry widows, ex-nuns, vice-abbesses, pro-virgin super whores, silent sitters, Charlie's aunts, grandmothers, mothers-in-law, foster mothers, godmothers, garters, tress clippings from right, left, lift and syntrum, worms of snot, toothsome pickings, cans of Swiss condensed milk, highbrow lotions, kisses from the antipodes, presents from pickpockets, borrowed plumes, relaxable hand grips, princess promises, lees of wine, deoxidized carbons, convertible collars, Divaluka doffers, broken wafers, unloosed shoe latchets, crooked straight waistcoats, fresh horrors from Hades, globules of mercury, undeleted gleet, glass eye for an eye, gloss teeth for a tooth, warm moans, special size, long sufferings of long standing, ahs, ohs, oohs, sees, yas, yos, gius, nays, thaws, so's, yeses and yeses and yeses, to which, if one has the stomach to add the breakages, upheavals, distortions, inversions of all this chambermaid music, one stands, giving a grain of goodwill, a fair chance of actually seeing the whirling dervish, tumult, son of thunder, self-exiled in upon his ego, a night long, a shaking betwixt tween white or redder horrors, noonday terrorized to skin and bone by the ineluctable phantom. May the Shaper have mercy on him, writing the mystery of himself in furniture.
Of course, our low hero was self-valator by choice of need, so up he got up, whatever is meant by the Stourbridge clay kitchenette and Lathagorgolium fowl house for the sake of eggs. The apple does not fall very far from the dumper tree, which the more melodist jigsmith, in defiance of the Uncontrollable Birth Preservation, Game and Poultry Act, playing Lally Rook, Crooky Nook by the dodginess of the lantern, brewed and cocked and poached in the Athenor, whites and yolks and woats, to the frilling frondurance of Mars Blanc que la Blanche Himmer and Amir muy bien, with cinnamon and locust and wild beeswax and licorice and car- carrageen moss and blaster of berries and asters mess and husters mixture and yellow nans embrocation and Pinkerton's patty and stardust and sinner's tears, accredent to Sheridan's art of panning, chanting, for all regal to the like of the legs he left behind with Liddy Fun Letty Fan Levin. His cantraps of fermented words, abracadabra, cobra colorum, his offs a la Madame Gabrielle de Eglise, his of a la mistress B de B Minifeld, his heiress Usquadamala a la Pomme de Chel, his uvas oeuvres and uvas à la sulfate de soude, his orichis sauté salmone à la monsieur, his soufflusion of orgs with some cat on toisat à la miad parade, his pogadovas à la fennel, his fridges à la tre creme. And what was meant for a closet? Ho! If only he had listened better to the four masters that infanted him, Father Matthew and Le Pierre Nobel and Pastor Lucas and Padre Aguilar, not forgetting lay teacher Baldwin. Aho! His costive Satan's antimonian magnesium limo limolithmesius. Nature never needed such an alcove so. When Robert and Mumsell, the pulpit dictators of the nudgement of their legal advisers Mercers, Codex, and Podex, and under his own benefaction of their pastor, Father Flamius Falconer, boycotted him of all mutton suet, candles, and Roma ruled stationery for any purpose. He winged away on a Wingope's chase across the cathartic ocean and made synthetic ink and sensitive paper for his own end out of his wits' waste. You ask, in Sam Hill, how? Let manner and matter of this for these our sporting times be cloaked up in the language of blush-fed porporatis of an Angelican ordeal, not reading his own rude Dunsky Tungar, may ever behold the brand of scarlet on the brow of her Babylon, and feel not the pink one in his own damn cheek. Premium opifex, altus prostera, ad terram viviparum et sun concit Pontinium sin ulla Pedro nec venera suscipeto pluvilia atquetis descentis prisomatis nitibus nudis unte nati facent sese ad pro penquenius flens et gemmis in manum summum evectium highly prosy crap in his hand sorry poster animo negro extracius classicum polnis sectus pronum quod apavit dectentonius sus in vas olim honorable tres, tristis te possut idiom sub invoctium invoctine fractorum gemonirum medaria et gordari lecte ac melliflu mixet salmium que incept linguam me calamus screbe veloceter scribentis magnum voc cantitans. Did Apis say he was dejected, asked to be exonerated? Denum ex strenum torpi cum divi Oranius inconditate mixot coto frigoric exposito incantassum sibi fecte indelible, faked Orion's in indelible ink. Then pious Aeneas, confirmant of the fulminant fireman, which enjoins to the Trailus terrain that, when the call comes, he shall produce niche thematically from his unheavenly body no uncertain quantity of obscene matter not protected by copyright in the United States of uranium or bedeed and bedewed and bedanged and bedung to him with his double die, brought to blood heat, gallic acid on iron ore, through the bowels of his misery, flashy, faintly, nastily, appropriately, this Esuen Mansvik to the first till last, all heist, wrote over every square inch of the only fool's cap available, his own body, till by his corrosive sublimination, one continuous present tense intergrument slowly unfolded all merry visioning, mood molded, cycle wheeling history. Thereby, he said, reflecting from his own individual person life unlivable, transaccidented through the slow fires of consciousness into the dividual chaos, perilous, potent, common to all flesh, human only, mortal. But with each word that would not pass away, the squid self which he had squid screened from the crystalline world, waned, char, greenold, and Dorian Grayer, and in its dudhood. This exists, this exists, that it's after having been said we know. And dabble take dabnol, and the doll dabble dab, abble dabble. So perhaps so perhaps aglagloglo mensuratively as spanking after all an arc last for at least on his last public misappearance circling the square for the defete of Saint Ignatius poison ivy of the fickle crowd hop on the sex day of Hogsauber, kill him our king, lay him low, and brandishing his bell bearing stylo, the shining keyman of the wilds of change. And what is sauce for the zassy is sauce for the zazums, the blonde cop who thought it was ink was out of his depth, but bright in the main.
Petty Constable Sisterson of the Cruce Croon Crowl, it was, the parochial watch, Big the dog, the dig, the bog, the bagger, the dugger, the beggadag deggabug, who had been detailed from pollute stoties to save him, this the quem, that the quam, from the ligature libelous effects of foul clay in little clots and mob mauling on looks, that wrong counted the tenderfoot, and eviling near the living smeen uigurum, knockmarie compti me, reeling more to the right than he lurched to the left on his way from a proto-prostitute. He would always have a little pigeoness somewhere with his archgirl's Acharias smock name of Murgat. Just as he was butting in and round the corner of bad times under a hideful between the rival doors of warm Bethels of worship, through his bawdle house Fongster, greeting for gracious auras as usual. Where ladies have they dog, have they that a dog mean sort herring? Sergo, search me, the incapable reparteed with a self-evident subtlety so obviously spurious, and raising his hair after the grace with the Christmas under his clutch arm, for portis massa and pertis messus and pertis miss and parties master, like a prance of Finnegans, with a shilto shalto slipney stripney in he skittled. Squikey. The all-white poor's guardian, palpably of ball-tossic stomach, was literally astonished over the painful sake, how he burst itself, which he was gone to, where he intent to did he, whether you think will, wherein the whole current of the afternoon, what's the souch of a search hads of hits of hymns, urged and staggered thereto in his country ports at the Caledonian capacity for loot whisky, on the caftan's wineskin, and even more so during, looking his bigmost astonishments, it was said to him, achoo, fun the concerned outgift of the dead med dirt, how that Arad bejibbers conspuent to the Dominical order and exing noblish permish, he was namely coon at bringer at home 2 gallants as per royal full poultry till his murder. Nip up, nabbit. Poltergeist cons donned her hoploits. Kick! What mother? Who's Potter? Which pair? Why, namely Coon. But our undiligence has been Pluthero-tested so enough of such Porterback's lowliness too base for printing. Perpending that Putterick o' Purcell pulls the cold stone out of winter waters and still the seas, sing for Haring our king, sept oct nov des John Phibbs march. We cannot in mercy or justice, nor on the lovum of the labyranthos stay here for the residence of our existing disgusting Tamstar ham of 10 man's thirst. Justice to his mother. Brawn is my name, and broad is my nature, and I breet on my brow, and all's right with every feature, and I'll broon the bird on Brown Bess's bungs gone bandy. I'm the boy to bruise and brace. Bouse!
Stand forth, Naaman of Nolan, for no longer will I follow you oblique-like through the inspired form of the third person singular, in the moods and hesitancies of the dependent, but address myself to you, with an imperative of my vindictive, provocative, and outdirect. Stand forth, come boldly, jolly me, move me, zwillingly through, though I am, to laughter in your true colors, ere you be back forever till I give you your talking to. Shem McAdamson, you know me and I know you and all your shimmeries. Where have you been in your untrim, enjoying yourself all the morning since your last wetbed confession? I advise you to conceal yourself, my little friend, as I have said a moment ago, and put your hands in my hands, and have a night's long, homely little comforter about things. Let me see. It is looking pretty black against you, we suggest, Shem Avik. Will you need all the elements in the river to clean you over? It all in a fortifying Pope's priest power, bull of a tender to Booth. Let us pray. We thought, would, and did. Cor, quaquid, ube, quando, quomodo, quatis, quabus, auxiliaris? You were bred, fed, fostered, and fattened from holy childhood up in this two Easter island to the Jew of hilarious heaven, and roaring the other place, plunders tonight of you, blunders what's left of you, flash as flash can, and now, forsooth, a nogger amongst the black ends of the dastard century, you have become a twosome twin minds, foreness gods, hidden and discovered, nay, condemned fool, anarch, egoarch, heresiarch, have you have reached your ununited kingdom on the vacuum of your own most intensely doubtful soul. Do you hold yourself then for some god in the manger, Shelohim, that you will neither serve nor not let serve, pray nor let pray? And here, pay the piety. Must I too nerve myself to pray for the loss of self-respect to equip me for the horrible necessity of scandalousing? My dear sisters, are you ready? Slogging off my hope in tremors while we all swim together in the pool of Sodom? I shall shiver for my purity while they all weep big for your sins. Away with covered words, you Solomonites, for old Badshee baths. That inhumanious detail. Did you name it? Cold, Calder, Gee, Victory. Now, Operbro of upslung pipes, John Jacobs, while yet an adolescence. What do I say? While still puerile in your tub suit with button legs, you got a handsome present of self-rising syringe and twin feeders. You know, Monsieur Abgot and the art of arts to your cost as well as I do. And don't try to hide it. The penals lots I am now poking at, and the Weezer sort of was you should. If you were a bold a stroke now, as the curate of christened you, Sonny, doff the candle. Repopulate the land of your birth and count up your progeny by the hungered head of the angered thousands. But you thwarted the the wishes pish of the cotton parents, soft among countless occasions of failing. For, said you, I will Elenchant, adding to the malice of your transgression. Yes, the changing its nature. You see, I have read your theology for you, alternating the more the morosity of your delications, filtered love, trysting by traumas, small piece of pen mark, with sensible, responsible, passability, and prostability. Your Lubbock's other fear pleasures of a butler's life, even extruding your strub strabismal apo- apologia when legibly depressed upon defenseless paper, and thereby adding to the already unhappiness of this our pop-eyed world. Scrupulative, all that too with uh, cantrids of countless chantellines and manish as many as the manifold congested around and about you for acres and roods and poles and perches, thick as the fluent sands of cow water, accomplished women, indeed educated, far from being old and rich behind their dream of arrivism, if they had only their honor left, and not deterred by bad weather, when consumed by amorous passion, struggling to possess themselves of your bouche, one son of scourge for all daughters of anguish. Solus cum sola sive centrus cum omnibobs. I have been the best man for you, myself, mutely eyeing for the natural knot, debauchery vases and vessels preposterous, for what would not have cost you 10 bolivars of collar work, or the price of one ping pang, just a lilt, let us trilt, of the oldest song of the wooed wood world, to we, to one, accompanied by a plain gold band. Hail, hail, high bosom heaving Miss Mistress Morana of all sweet heartening bride's murder meteor. Her eyes so glad, or her eyes so gladsome, will all take shares in the groom.
Sniffer of carrion, premature grave digger, seeker of the nest of evil in this bosom of a good word, you who sleep at our vigil and fast for our feast, you with your dislocated reason have cutely foretold a Joffet in your own absence, by blind poring upon your many scalds and burns and blisters, in petigonous, sore and pustules, by the auspices of that raven cloud, your shade, and by the auguries of rooks in parliament, death with every disaster, the dynamitization of colleagues, the reducing of records to ashes, the levelling of all customs by blazes, the return of a lot of sweet-tempered gunpowder ditched unto dust, but it never struck at your mudhead's obstantity. Oh, hell, here comes our funeral. Oh, pest, I'll miss the post. That the more carrots you chop, the more turnips you slit, the more Murphys you peel, the more onions you cry over, the more bull beef you butch, the more mutton you crack a hack, the more post hot herbs you pound, the fiercer the fire, and the longer your spoon, and the harder your gruel, with more grease to your elbow, and the merrier the fumes your new Irish stew. Oh, by the way, yes, another thing occurs to me. You let me tell you, with utmost politeness, were very ordinarily designed, your birth wrong was, to fall in with plan, as our nationals should, as all nationists must, and do a certain office. What, I will not tell you, in a certain holy office, nor will I say where, during certain agonizing office hours, a clerical party all to yourself, from such a year to such an hour, on such and such a date, at so and so much a week pro anno. Guinnesses, may I remind, were just a gulp for you, failing in which you might have taken the scales off boilers like any box-shop of Yorick. and do your little thruppenny bit, and thus earn from the nation true thanks right here in our place of burden, your born of travail and ville of tears, where after a divines of prodigence you drew the first water gasp in your life. From the crib where you once was bit to the crypt, you'll be twice as shy of, same as we, long of us, alone with the colt in the coroner, where you were as popular as an Armenial with the faithful, and you set fire to my tailcoat when I hold the paraffin smoker under yours. I hope that chimney's clear. But slackly shirking both your bullet and your billet, you beat it backwards like Boulanger from Galway, but he combed the grass against his stride, to sing us a song of alibi, the cut-home call over the grey-bounding, slow-rolling, amply heaving metamorphosius that oozy rocks parapangle their preposters with. Nomad, mooner by lamplight, Antonos, shemming amid everyone's repressed laughter, to conceal your scratchophily by mating, like a thorough-paced prosodite, masculine monosyllables of the same numerical moose, an Irish emigrant the wrong way out, sitting on your crooked sixpenny stile, an unfrilled frocked quack friar you. Will you, for the laugh of Shakespeare, just help mine with the epithet? Semi-Semitic serendipitous you. Thanks, I think that describes you. Europeanize Afro-Yank. Shall we follow each other's a step longer, drowner of daggers, whiles our liege, till yet a stranger in the front yard of his happiness is taking, real helper, one gob, one gap, one gulp, and gorger of all, his refreshment?
They grew up beside you amid your erosions of the speediest in Novena Lodge, Novara Avenue, and Podium Bommel. Off, out of work, one removed from an unwashed savage. In his keeping and in yours, I pose you know your possum hides is your possum. I pose you know why possum hides his cause. He hain't the no gum triumph that other. Im- uh, Immaculatus from head to foot, sir, that pure one, altruist of other times, he who was well known to Celestine circles before the sped aloft, our handsome young spiritual physician, that was to be seduced every sense of self-willing celibacy, and most winning counterfolly on our income share uh, Lotry, a chum of the Angelettes, a youth those reporters so petitely wanted as game fellow that they asked his mother for idle erps brup to let him tome to kindergarten peas. And being his scooter long and ten, they were all real brothers in the big just right home where Dodd lives, just as Teddy Fiffy the life out of him, and pat and pass him one with another like musk from hand to hand, that mother smothered model, the good looker, with not a flaw, whose spiritual toilettes were the talk of half the town. For sunset wear and nightfall in use and day broken dawning and noonchin showing and the very thing of tea's time. But him would lay low with one hand one fine May morning in the middle of the might, your bosom foe, because he must your speller on you, and because he cut a pretty figure in the focus of your forceps, not one did you slay. No, but a continent to find out how his innards work. Ever read of the great grand landfather of the vision builders, Babu, the Bergensmeister, who thought to touch both uh, him meals at the punt of the risen staff, and how wishy-washy sank. Turn 2 pages. Uh, the waters of his thought. Ever thought of the heretistical macaroon of, of the two sissy maids, and how bulkily he shat the ructions goneril? Ever hear of that Foxy, that Lupo and the Mononax of the virgin air of the Morrises, a blethering ape? Malingear in luxury, collector general. What has your lowness done in the mealtime with all the ha milk cars of cooked vegetables, the hats full of stewed fruit, the suitcases of coddled ales, the parish funds, me shammer, man, that you kitty coax so flexibly out of the charitable butteries by yowling heavy with a howl voice drop for your horrible, awful poverty of mind, so as you couldn't even pledge a crown of thorns to paw a coat off Trevi's, and as how you had bad no how you was bad no end, so you was, you whelp, you sinner petri and sinner poli, with the chickens great gape and pasmal de seli, which by and by Rinaldo is the ordinary emtric French for uh, Grenadier's drip, to let you have your plank and your bone wash? Oh, that has troubles you lost, to give you your pound of platinum and 1,000 thongs a year. Oh, you were excruciated, in honor bound to the cross of your own crucifixion, to let you have your Saturday spree and your Hollings night sleep. Fame would come to you twixt asleep and awake, to leave to lie till Paris skeeve, and the cock crows of Denmark. Oh, Jonathan, your stomach. The simian has no sentiment secretions, but weep catharsis for all of me, pain and shaman. Oft in the smelly night will they wallow for a clutch of the famished hand. I say, them bearded Jezebels you hired to rob you, while you were sodden straw impolitely you encored, Aranish and Nambogalish, those horn made ivory dreams you revved of the Ruth you called your compassionate, a beauty from the Bible, of the flush pots of Erston and the hanging garments of Marilyn Bone. But the dormer moon sheesh smiled Celine, and the light throwers nickered. Who's winning? Who's winging we? Come part yourself, you inconsistency. Where is that little alimony nest egg against your predictable rainy days? Is it not the fact, gainsay me, cake eater, that while whistle whirring you crazy elegies around Temple Toe Mount Joystone? Let him pass, please, good Jerusalem. In a bundle of straw he was bow-basted after haymaking. You squandered among the underlings the overload of your extravagance, and made a hottentot of Dubliners cross sick with your crumbs. Am I not right? Yes, yes, yes. Holy wax and holifer, don't tell me, Leon of the Fold, that you are not a loan shark. Look up, old sooty. Be advised by mucks and take your medicine. The good doctor mold it. Mix it twice before your repastures and powder 3 times a day. It does marvel for you grippins, and it's fine for the solitary worm. Let me finish. Just a little Judas tonic of my gam of all jokes to make you go green in the gazer. Do you hear what I'm seeing, Hammett? And remember, the golden silence gives consent, Mr. Ankle Gazer. Cease to be civil. Learn to say nay. Whist! Come here, studiousness, till I tell you a wig in your ear. We'll do a whisper drive for it, for if the Barish Barishines got a twitter of it, they'd tell the housetops, and then all Cadbury would go crackers. Look, do you see your dial in the rocking glass? Look well. Bend down, stig me till I. It's secret. Igri, I say, the Bouseliers. I had it from Lamppost Shaw. He had it from the Mola. and Mole took it from the blue coat schooler, and Gay Socks jotted from the Papaphius wife, and Ratipool tipped the wink from the old Mrs. Tin Bullet, and as for she was confused by the brother Thaclius, and the good brother feels he would never be defecate that he would need to defecate you, and the flimsy follets are simply beside each other. And Kelly, Kenny, and Keogh are up, and in arms. That a cross may crush me if I refuse to believe in it. That I may rock anchor through the ages if I hope it's not true. That the host may choke me if I beneighbor you without my charity. Shh, Shem, you are, shh, you are mad.
He points the death bone, and the quick are still. Insomnia, somniorum, or morm. Mercius, of himself. Domine Vopsius, my fault, his fault. A kingship through a fault. Pariah, Cannibal Cain, I who oathily forswore the womb that bore you, and the paps I sometimes sucked. You who ever since have been one black mass of jigs and jimjams, haunted by a convulsionary sense of not having been, or being all that I might have been, of you meant to becoming, bewailing like a man that innocence which I could not defend like a woman. Lo, you there, Cathmon Carberry, and thank movies from the innermost depths of my still attrite heart, wherein the days of youth are ever mixed my mind, now ere the comline hour of being alone at hands itself, and a puff or so before we yield our spiritus to the wind, for, though that royal one has not yet drunk a gouttelette from his consummation, and the flower pot on the pole, the spaniel pack and their quarry, the retainers and the public house proprietor, have not budged a millimetre, and all that has been done has yet to be done and done again, when days woe, and lo, you're doomed, joy day dawns, and lah, you dominate. It is to you, firstborn and first fruit of woe, to me, branded sheep, pick of the waster paper baskel, by the tremors of Thundery and Ullarin's dog star, you alone, wind-blasted tree of the knowledge of beautiful and devil, I, clothed upon with the meteor and shimmering like the Horisons, astraglody diamond anomalogos, the child of Nilfit's father, Bilsb, to me unseen blusher in an obscene coal hole, the cubilium of your secret sigh, dweller in the down and outermost, where voice only by the death may come, because ye left from me, because ye laughed on me, because, oh me lonely son, ye are forgetting me, that our turf-brown mummy is a-coming. Alpilla, Beltilla, Siltilla, Deltilla, running with her tidings, all the news of the great big world. Sonny's had a scrap. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Bab's baby walks at 7 months. Way, way, way. Bride leaves her raid at punches time. Stud stone before a racecourse full. 2 bells that make the one appeal. Dry Yanks will visit old sod, and forteried skirts are up, mesdames, while Parry Comicany wears popular short legs, and 12 hows to mix a tipsy wake. Did you hear, Colt Cooney? Did ye ever, Philly Fortescue? With a beck, with a spring, all her rill ringlets shaking, rocks drop in her tacky, tram tokens in her hair, all wave to a point and then all inunduation, little old-fashioned mummy, little wonderful mummy, ducking under bridges, bell-hopping the weirs, dodging by a bit of bog, rapid shooting round the bends by Tallock's green heels, and the pools of the Fuka and the place they called Blessington, and slipping sly by Sallynoggin, as happy as the day is wet, babbling, bubbling, chattering to herself, deluthering the fields on their elbows, leaning with the sleuthering slide of her gid-gaddy granny ma gossipacious Anna Livia. He lifts the life wand, and the dumb speak. Qua, 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 qua. Oh, tell me all about Anna Livia. I want to hear all about Anna Livia. Well, you know Anna Livia? Yes, of course, we all know Anna Livia. Tell me all. Tell me now. You'll die when you hear. Well, you know, when the old Cheb went fut and did what you know, yes, I know, go on. Wash, quit, and don't be dabbling. Tuck up your sleeves and loosen your take tapes. And don't butt me. Hike when you bend. Or whatever it was they feed to make out he thried to two in the fiendish park. He's an awful old rep. Look at the shirt of him. Look at the dirt of it. He has all my water black on me, and it's steeping and stooping since this time last wick. How many goes is it, I wonder, I washed it? I know by heart the places he likes to sail, dirty devil, scorching my hand and starving my famine to make his private linen public. Wallop it well with your battle and clean it. My wrists are rusty, rubbing the mould all stains, and the neepers of wet and the gangres of sin is it. What was it did he a tale at all on animal Sendai? And how long was he under lock and knee? It was put in the news as what he did, Nices and Priors, the king fiercest Humphrey, with Elisus distilling exploits and all. But Tom's will tell, I know he well, temp unnamed will hist for no man. As you spring, so shall you neep. Oh, the rufty old rap, minxing marriage and making loof. Reeve Gooch was right, and Reeve Drugged was sinistrous. And the cut of him, and the strut of him, how he used to hold his head as high as a Howarth, the famous old Duke Alien, with a hump of grandeur on him like a walking weasel rat. And his Derry's own drawl, and his Cork's own blather, and his doubting stutter, and his Galloway swank. Ask Lictor Hackett, or Lector Reed, of Garda Growley, or the boy with the billy club. How elster is he a called at all? Capel? Huge's caput early fowler. Or where was he born? Or how was he found? Gothland, this town on the Cattegat? New Hunshire, conquered on the Merrimack. Who blocksmit her saft anvil, or yelled lep to her pail? Was her bands never loosened in Adam and Eve's, or were him and her but captain spliced? For mine ether duck I thee drake, and by my wild gaze I thee gander. Flowy and mount on the brink of time makes wishes and fears for a happy isthmus. She can show all her lines with love license to play, and if they don't remarry, that hook and I may. Oh, Passmore that, and Oxus another, Dom 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 dom, and his wee folio. Was his help insured in the Stork and Pelican against bungalows, flu, and third risk parties? I heard he dug good tin with his doll, Delvan first and Dublin after, when he raped her home, Sabrine Thor, in a parakeet's cage by dredgerous lands and devious delts, playing catched and mithed with the gleam of her shadow, if a flick had been there to pop up and pepper him, past old Min's Mance and Mason's old foo, and the rest of incurables and the last of immurables, the quaggy wag for stumbling. Who sold you that jack-o'-lantern's tail? Pemmican's pasty pie, not a grass hoop to ring her, not an ant's grain of ore. In a gabbard he barked it, the boat of life, from the harbourless Invercan O'Keen till he spied the loom of his landfall, and he loosed two croakers from under his tilt, the grand Phoenician rover. By the smell of her kelp they made the pigeon house. Like fun they did. But where was himself, the timoneer? That merchant man, he surveyed the scutties right over the wash, his camelier's burnous breezing up on him, till with his runagate Baumpriss he rode and burst her bar. Pilco Mayo, suck Toctawan, and the whales away with the grayling. Tune your pipes and fall a-humming, you born Egypt, and you're nothing short of one. Well, tell me soon, and curb your escumo. When they saw him shoot swift up her Sheba sheath like any gay Lord Salomon, her bulls they were roaring, surfed with spree. Boyarka Bua, Boyana Bue. He earned his little bunbath hard, our staley bred, the trader. He did. Look at here. In this wet of his prow. Don't you know he was cult a baron of the brine, Wasserborn the water baby? Havermara, so he was. HCE has a codsfic E. Sure, he's nearly as bad her as him herself. Who? Anna Livia? Aye, Anna Livia.
Do you know she was calling back bandit Sals from all around Nyamba New, Chamba Chu, to go in till him, her erring chief, and tickle the pontiff Acy Oicy? She was? Got a pot! Yisul the Limat, as El Negro winced when he wanced in La Plate. Oh, tell me all I want to hear. How loft she was lift in a laddery dextro. A coney wink after the bunting fell. Letting on she didn't care, Sina Fitza, Miss Absentee, him man in possession, the proxenate. Proxenate, and what is that? Eme for your rusher, Hondu jargon. Tell us in franca lingua, and call a spate a spate. Did they never sherry you Ebro at school, you anti-abecedarian? It's just the same as if I were to go par exemplam in Conservancy's cause out of telekinesis and proxenate you. For Coxit's sake, and is that what she is? Bot Lettle, I thought she'd act that lower. Didn't you spot her in her wine dog wobbling up on an ossuary chair with the music before her all cuneiform letters, pretending to ribble a reedy dirge on a fiddle she bogans without a band on? Sure, she can't fit in a D with bow or abandon. Sure, she can't. Tis to suck. Well, I never now heard the like of that. Tell me more. Tell me most. Well, old Humber was as gloamin' as Grampus, with the tears as his Thor, and the buboes for ages, and neither bowman nor shot abroad, and bales all brant on the crests of Rockies, and near a lamp in kitchen nor church, and giants' holes in Grafton's causeway, and death-cap mushrooms round Fungless grave, and the great tribune's barrow all Darnell's Ocumeli. Sitang Sambra on his set, Drammen and Drommen, usking queasy quizzes of his rollful countenance, his child linen scarf to encourage his obsequies, where he'd check their depths in that Mormon's Thames, bequesting and hand settle, hop, step, and a deep end, with his berths in their toiling moil, his swallower open from swolf to fore, and the snipes of the gutter pecking his crocks, hunger striking all alone and holding doomsdag over Hunselv, dreeing his weird with his dander up and his fringe combed over his eyes, and droming on loft till the sight of the sterns after swarthy couse and weedy brooks, and the tits of Buddy and the loits of Pest, and to peer was parish worth theta mess. You'd think all was Dodo belonging to him, how he dermed a drance endurance vile. He had been belching for 7 years, and there she was, Ava Livia. She daren't catch a winkle of sleep, purling round like a chit of a child, wender wonder, a finger thick, in a lap summer skirt and damazon cheeks, for to is him bonjour to her dear dubber Dan. With new phrases and Sue from his Magias, and an odd time she'd cook him up blooms of fisk, and lay to his heart's foot her meddery yeegis, yayis, and Stanish beacons on Toask, and a cupin have so wishy-washy of Greenland's tay, or a zoupcan of Korf Mucko and Sable, or Saikang Sukri, or his ale of ferns in true art pewter, and a Shinko bread, hand jambo banner, for to place that man hog stay his stomacher till her pyrrhic knees shrunk to nutmeg graters, while her toggle joints shuck with goit, and as rash as she'd russ, with her peak-load of vivers up on her sieve, me to wear rage it swales and rises. My hardy heck, he'd cast them from him, with a stewer of scorn, as much as to say, you sow and you sows, if he didn't peg the plateau on her tour. Believe you me, she was safe enough. And then she'd ask to vistule a hymn, the heart bowed down, or the rakes of Mallow, or Celli Michel's La Cumnia un Vermicelli, or a Balfi bit of old Joe Robertson. Such fuffing a fifing would cut you in two. She'd bait the hen that crowed on the terrace of Babel. What harm if she knew how to cockle her mouth, and not a mag out of hum no more than out of the mangle weight? Is that a faith? That's the fact. Then riding the Ricker and Roya Romanch, Anona, Gebroren, aristocrat Nivea, doctor of sense and art, with sparks, pity flickerthims funkling her fan, Anna Froistavering tresses dashed with viravilles, while the prom beauties shrieked nith their bearers' skins. in a period gown of changeable jade that would robe the wood of 2 cardinals' chairs and crush poor Cullen and smother McCabe. Oh, Blazer Kate! There's poor Patches, and braming to him down the feed chute, with her femtifix kinds of fondling endings, the pootha rambling off her nose. Vuggy Barney, Wickery Mandy, hello, Ducky, please don't die. Do you know what she started cheeping after, with a choicey voicey, like Water Glucks or Madame Delba to Romeet Rose Zurich? You'll never guess. Tell me. Phoebe, dearest, tell me, and I loved you better, you know. And letting on Hoon var daft about the warbly sangs from over Holman, high hell skirt, saw ladies hen smoker, lily hung pigger. And so on, and so forth, in a tone sonora, and bother below, like Berry in his sandy coat, so umvelosy, as deaf as a yawn the stult. Go away, poor defo dearie, you're only teasing. Anna live? As chalk as my judge. And didn't she up in sorgs and go and trot doon and stand in her duro, puffing her old dudheen, and every servant, silly girl, or winsome farmerette walking the pile-in roads, saw-we, fundally, dairy or Mary, millicure, orny or graw? Didn't she make her simp or sign to slip inside by the Sullyport? You don't say the silly post, but I do, calling them in one by one. To block Bedham here the Shubenacaddy, and legging a jig or so on the sill to show them how to shape their benders, and the dainty how to bring to mind the gladdest garments out of sight, and all the way of a maid with a man, and making a sort of cackling noise like 2 and a penny or half a crown, and holding up a silver shiner. Lordy, did she so? Well, of all the ones ever I heard, throwing all the nice little whores in the world at him. To any captured wench, you wish of no matter what sex of pliciful ways to add a Tamar, a Lizzie, a Lossie, to hug and have haven in Humpy's apron. And what was the wiry rhymer she made? Odette, tell me the Trent of it, while I'm lathering hail out of Dennis Florence McCarthy's combis. Rise it, flut ye pain peena. I'm dying down off of my iodine feet until I learn Anna Livia's Cushling Loo, that was writ by 1 and read by 2 and truth by a pool in the Parco. I can see that. I see you are. How does it tumble? Listen now. Are you listening? Yes. I am. Tarn your oars. Isern in. By Earth and the Cloudy, but I badly want a brand new Bankside, but dampen I do, and a plumper at that. For the putty affair I have is wore out, so it is sitting, yaping, and waiting for my old Dane Hodder Dodderer, my life in death companion, my frugal key of our larder, my much altered camel's hump, my joint spoiler, my May moon's honey, my fool to the last Decemberer, to wake himself out of his winter's doze and bore me down like he used to. Is there Irwill, a lord of the manor, or a knight of the shire at strike, I wonder, that'll dip me in a dace or 2 in cash for washing and darning his worshipful socks for him, now we're run out of horse brose and milk? Only for my short British bed, made's as snug as it smells. It's out I'd lep, and off with me to the Slobs Della Tolka or the Plage o' Contarf, to feel the gay air of my salt-troubling bay, and the race of the Saywint me up me embouchure. On. Tell me more. Tell me every tiny teen. I want to know every single ingule, down to what made the potters fly into Jag's hole, and why were the vassals vet. That Homer fever's winning me wome. If a mayhun of the horse but hard me, we'd but be bund cordyboy, meet a scaragal. Well, now comes the hazel hatchery part. After Clondalkin at the King's Inns. We'll soon be there with the freshest. How many Alevines had she in Toul? I can't rightly read you that. Close only knows. Some say she had 3 figures to fill and confined herself to 111, one by one, making Mina Cuminamoyas, Olaf Lamb, et all that pack. We won't have room in the kirkyard. She can't remember half the cradle names she smacked on them by the grace of her boxing bishop's infallible slipper. The Cain for Cund, and Abels for Eolf, and Eithanatha for Nathoth, yea. 100 and how? They did well to rechristen her Plahurabel. Oh, Lorelei! What a Lord and Lloyd's! Hey-ho!
but it's quite on the cards. She'll shed more and merrier, twills and trills, spare fours and spoil fives, Nordishkis and sudsievers and eyes and nines to a litter. Grandfathering Nap and Mess a Misery and the knave of all knaves and the joker. Hee-haw. She must have been gadabout in her day, so she must, more than must. Shoal she was, gid-gad. She had flumen of her own. Then a toss ne'er scared that lass, so aim mo. That's a gapo. Tell me, how cam she camlin through all her fellows, the necker she was, the dive line, casting her perils before our swains from font in mont to Tidingtown, and from Tidingtown till Habit, linking one and knocking the next, tapping a flank and tipping a jutty, and palling and petering out and gliding by on her east way. Why, who was the first who ever burst? Someone he was, wherever they are, in a tactic attack or in single combat. Tinker, tiler, soldier, sailor, pieman piece, or polister man. That's the thing I'm always on edge to ask. Push up and push Varder and come to uphill headquarters. Was it Waterloo's year after Grattan or Flood, or when maids were in ark, or when three stood hosting? Fideris will find where the doubt arises, like Neiman from Neergens found the Nihil. Worry you, Cyan foe, Alburn, O answer. Untie the gem man's fisternots, Cuvic and Nuancy. She can't put her hand on him for the moment. Tes Thelon Langilo, walking weary. Such a loon way bashwards to row. She said herself she hardly knows who on the annals her graveller was, a dynast of Leinster, a wolf of the sea, or what she did, or how blithe she played, or how, when, why, where, or who off on he jumped at her, and how it was gave her away. She was just a young, thin, pale, soft, shy, slim slip of a thing then, sauntering by Silvermoon Lake, and he was a heavy, trudging, lurching lay-abroad of Curragman, making his hay for those for whose sun to shine on, as tough as the oak trees, peace be with them, used to rustle that time down by the dykes of Kildare, for forced fell Foss with a plash across her. She thought she sank neath the ground with nymphant shame when he gave her the tigress eye. Oh, happy fault! Me wish it was he. You're wrong there, corrigibly wrong. 'Tisn't only tonight you're anachronistic. It was ages behind when nullers were nowhere in County Wickenlow, Garden of Erin. Before she ever dreamt she'd lave Kilbride and go foaming under Horse-Pass Bridge, with the great southwestern wind storming her traces, and the Midlands grain waster a sark for her track, to wend her ways by and by, Rebecca or worse, to spin and to grind, to swab and to thrash, for all her golden lifey in the barley fields and penny lots of Humphrey's ford of Hurdlestown, and lie with a land leaper, Wellington or her. Alas, the Lagos of girly days, for the dove of the Junus. Was it? Izod? Are you sarthing sewer? Not where the fin fits into the morn, not where the Nor takes leave of Bloem, not where the braid of arts the fair, not where the Moy changes her minds twixt Cullen and Con, tween Cun and Colin, or where Neptune sculled and Tritonville rode and Leandros 3 bumped heroines 2? Nay, a narrative, nine, nonny, nos. Then whereabouts in Owl or Avoca? Was it yist with whist, or Lucan yoken, or where the hand of man has never set foot? Tell me where the fairy first time. If you will, I will, if you listen. You know the Dinkledale of Luggalaw? Well, there once dwelt a local hermite. Michael Arklow was his reverend name, with many a sign I aspersed his lavabibs. And one Vener's derg in June or July, oh so sweet and oh so cool and so limber she looked, Nance the Nixie, Nanon le Esco, in the silence, in the sycamores, all listening, the kindling curves you simply can't stop feeling. He plunged both of his newly anointed hands, the core of his cushlas, in her singy Mary saffron strumens of hair, parting them and soothing her and mingling it that was deep dark and ample like this red bog at sundown. By that veil thou clothes lucid glack, the rainbow's heaven arches wronged arranged her. Aphrodisiac galbs, her enamelled eyes, indigoing him on to the verge violetan. Wish a wish, why a why, Mavro. Letty lurks, laughing light, throw those laurels now on her daft tase song Petrock. Mass! But the magic Wavis has elfin anon meshes, and Simba the slayer of his ogre is slewed. He cuddle not help himself, thirso that hot on him. He had to forget the monk in the man so, rubbing her up and smoothing her down, he based his lips in smiling mood, kiss after kissakushk, as he warned her never to, never on Ananapogues of the freckled forehead. While you'd pass Sechera, he hilt her soof, but she rose 2 feet higher in her Aishna estimation, and steps on stilts ever since. That was kisser healing with Bancher for balm. Oh, wasn't he the bold priest? And wasn't she the naughty Livy? Nautic Nam is now her naven. 2 lads in scouch breeches went through her before that. Barefoot Burn and Wallamy Wade, Lugnaquilla's noblesse picks, before she had a hint of a hair in at her fanny to hide, or a bosom to tempt a birch canoodler, not to mention a bulgic Potterhouse barge. And ere that again, lader, all unready, too faint to buoy the fairest rider, too frail to flirt with a cygnet's plume, she was licked by a hound, chirriter, while pooing her pea, pure and simple, on the spur of the hill in old Capure, in birdsong and shearing time. But worst of all, the Wiggly Lively, he sidestepped out by a gap in the Devil's Glen, while Sally, her nurse, was sound asleep in a sloot, and Fi fell over a spillway before she found her stride, and lay and wriggled in all the stagnant black pools of a rainy under a fallow coo, and she laughed innocence free, with her limbs aloft and a whole drove of maiden hawthorns blushing and looking askance upon her. Drop me the sound of the fine horn's name, Matthew or Matee, Sombogger was wiseness. And drip me why in the Flinders was she frickled, and trickle me through was she Marcel waved, or was it weirdly a wig she wore? And whitside did they droop their glows in their florry, a back to whist or a front to see, in a fear to hear the deer so near, or longing loathing longing? Are you in the swim or are you out? Oh, go in, go on, go an. I mean, about what you know. I know right well what you mean. Brother? You'd like the quaffs and gwimps, snouty, and me to do the greasy job on old Veronica's wipers? What I am rancing now, and I'll thank you, is it a penny or is it a surplus? Aran, where's your nose, and where's the starch? That's not the Vestra benediction spell. I can tell from here by their eau de cologne and the scent of their odour that they're Mrs. McGrath's, and you ought to have aired them. They'd moist come off 'em. Creases in silk they are, not Crampton lawn. Baptiste me, father, for she has sinned. Through her catchment ring she freed them easy, and with her hips hurrahs for her knees dontelleries. The only par with frills and old the plain. So they are, I declare. Well and well. If tomorrow keeps fine, who'll come tripping to sightsee? Howl. Ask me next what I haven't got. The Belvederian exhibitioners, in their cruisery caps and Oars Club colours. What who they band, and what ho they buck, and here is her nubily letters too. Ellis on key and scarlet thread, linked for the world on a flush-coloured field. Anon exi after, to show they're not Laura Keons. Oh, may the diabolo twist your safety pin, you child of Mammon, Kinsella's Lilith. Now who has been tearing the leg of her drawers on her? Which leg is it? The one with the bells on it? Rinse them out and aston along with you. Where did I stop? Never stop. Consinturation. You're not there yet. I am still waiting. Garon. Well, after it was put in the Mercy Cordial Mendicant Siderdag Zinde Muniday Wake Shrift, or for once they sullied their white kidloves, chewing cuds after their dinners of cheekin and beggin, with their show of us it here, and their mind out of that, and there when you quite finished with the reading material. Ever the Sneed that Snowden his whoring hair had a scunner against him. Thor, Sabba, Savuto, score her chuff exquisure. Everywhere Erif you went and every bung you ever dropped into, in sit or suburb or in addled areas, the Rose and Bottle or Phoenix Tavern or Powers Inn or Jude's Hotel, or wherever you scoured the countryside from Nanny Water to Vartryville, or from Porto Latine to the Luton Quarter, you found his icon etched upside, tipside down, or the corner boys cammicking his guy, and Morris the man with the roll of Royce in his Turgos the Turrible, European cheek house, unskim soit and yahoot, Yaman now cheek me, arm this way make, Fatima, half turn. Reeling and railing around the local as the Pihos piped and Ubengees twanged, with Oddfellow's triple tiara Busby, rotunda rinking around his scalp, like Pete by the Neva or Pete over mere. This is the houseman all paven and stoned, that cribbed the cabin that never was owned, that cocked his leg and henned his egg. Than the mouldron rabble around him an aero page, fracassing a great Bincan Cagnan with their timpan crowders. Mind your grimfather. Think of your ma. Hing the Hong is his Jove's hangnopen. Lilta Bolero, bulling a law. She swore on cross-sticks 9, windabout she's be level with all the snags of them yet. Pa the vulnerable virgin's Mary Del Dame. So she said to herself she'd frame a plan to fake a shine, the mischief maker, the like of it you never heard. What plan? Tell me quick and dongo so cruelled. What the Mirtha did she make? Well, she burgoned a zack bag, a chamois mail sack, with the lend of a loan of the light of his lampion, off one of her swap sons, Sean the Post. And then she went and consulted her chapbooks, old Mott Moore, Casey's Euclid, and the fashion display, and made herself title to join in the masquerade. Oh, gig goggle of giguels, I can't tell you how. It's too screaming to rise, oh, rabbit it all. Minaha, Minahai, Minahe, Minaho. Oh, but you must really make my hear it gurgle, gurgle, like the fairest gargle in a dusty durgle dargle. By the holy hell of Mudheart, I swear I'd pledge my chance of getting to heaven through Tirry and Killy's mount of impiety to hear it all, every word. Oh, leave me my faculties, woman, a while. If you don't like my story, get out of the punt. Well, have it your own way, so. Here, sit down and do as you bid. Take my stroke and bend to your bow. Forward in and pull your over the poise. Lisp it slaney and crisp it quiet. Deal me longsome. Tongue your time now. Breathe that deep. Though it's the fair way. Hurry slow and shalt you go. Lend us your blessed ashes here till I scrub the cannon's underpants. Flow now. Oamore and pooly. First she let her hair fall down and flussed it to her feet in Teviot's winding coils. Then, mother naked, she shampooed herself with gala water and frangwant pistana mud, whupper and lure, from crown to sole. Next she greased the groove of her keel, warths and wares and mole and itcher, with anti-fouling butterscotch, and turfentide and serthentime, with the leaf mould she ushered round prunella aisles and the slats done, quinsicunct, all over her little Mary. Peeled gold of waxwork, her jelly belly, and her grains of incense anguilled bronze. And after that she wove a garland for her hair. She pleated it, she plaited it, of meadowgrass and river flags, the bulrush and water weeds, and of fallen griefs of weeping willow. Then she made her bracelets and her anklets and her armlets and a jetty amulet for necklace of clicking cobbles and pattering pebbles and rumble down rubble, Richmond and rare, of Irish runa stones and shell marble bangles. That done, a dork of smut to her airy eye, Anushka Litushevich Puflova, and the lollypot cream to her lilipines, and the pick of the paint box for her pommettes, from strawberry reds to extra violets, and she shendered her Baudelaire maids to his affluence, Silegia Grand and Kershi Real, the two Shersines, with respects from his missus, Sipi and Suery, and a request might she pass of him for a minikin. A call to pay and light a taper in Brie Onerosa back in the sprizzling. The cock striking mine, the stall's bridely sign, there's Zambosi waiting for me. She said she wouldn't be back, she wouldn't be half her length away. Then, as soon as the lump on his back was turned, with her mealy bag slang over her shoulder, Anna Livia, oyster face, forth of her basin, came. Describe her. Hustle along. Why can't you? Spits on the item while it's hot. I wouldn't miss her for earthing or nothing. Not for the lucre of Lomba Strait, oceans of gourd, I most'll hear that. Oh, presta, Lesty, before Julia sees her, Ishikari and Washka Misgad, the Karashi Karatatymony. Whole lady fair, duodecimo rune, bonaventura, Malagasy. What had she on, the little old oddity? How much did she scallop, harness and weights? Here she is, Amnesty Ann. Call her Calamity Electrifies Man. No electress at all, but old mopper necessity, Angan mother of Injons. I'll tell you a test, but you must sit still. Will you hold your peace and listen well to what I am going to say now? It might have been 10 or 20 to 1 of the night of All Close or the next of April, when the flip of her hoogly igloo flappered and out-toe tippet a bushman woman, the dearest little mama ever you saw, nodding all around her, all smiles, with M's of embarrass and O's for awe, between two ages, a Judy queen, not up to your elb. Quick, look at her cute and sace her quirk, for the bixer she lives, the slicker she grows. Savus and Tagus. No more? Where in the oath did you ever pick a lambay chop as big as a battering ram? Aye, you're right. I'm apt to forgetting, like Liviam Little did love me long. The length of my hoff, I say. She wore a ploughboy's nail-studded clogs, a pair of ploughfields in themselves, a sugarloaf hat with a gaudy quiverty peak, and a band of gorse for an ornament, and 100 streamers dancing off it, and a gilded pin to pierce it. Owl-glassy bicycles boggled her eyes, and a fish-net zev veil for the sun not to spoil the wrinklings of her hide aspects. Potato rings buckled the lorse lobes of her load snarers. Her nude Cuba stockings were samo spot-speckled. She sported the Gallagher shimmy of haze of vapor, tinto that never was fast till it ran in the washing. Stout stays, the rivals, lined her length. Her blood-orange bock knickers, or two in one garment, showed natural boggers, fancy fastened, free to undo. Her black-striped tan Joseph was sequin sewn and teddy bear lined, with wavy rush green epaulets, and a let-down here and there of royal swan's ruff. A blaze of gaspers stuck in her hay rope garters. Her civvy corduroy coat with an alphabet buttons was boundaried round with a 2-bar tunneled belt. A fourpenny bit in each pocket side weighed her safe from the blow-away windrush. She had a clothes peg tight astride on her jokey's nose, and she kept on grinding a something quaint in her fumy mouth, and the reek of the fuve of the tail of the gowan and her snuff-drab sealer's skirt trailed 50-odd Irish miles behind her Lungar roads. Hell's bells. I'm sorry I missed her. Sweet Gumpy Tum, and nobody fainted. But in whelk of her mouths was her nasalite. Everyone saw her, and the doused little Delia looked a bit queer. Lotsy trotsy mind the pottle. Missus be good and don't fall in the say. Fenny poor heck she must have chowed. Kick'em's a frumpier ere you saw, making mush mullets eyes at her boy's dobelon. And they crowned her their Chariton queen, all the maids. Of the May? You don't say. Well, for her, she couldn't see herself. I reck next war for the darling murrayed her mirror. She did? Mercy me. There was a chorus of druth-dropping, surfacemen, boom-slanging and plug-chewing, fruit-eyeing and flower-feeding, in contemplation of the fluctuation and the undification of her filamentation, lolling and leasing on North Laser's wall, all eel-fair week by the Duke of Joix, as soon as they saw her meander by that maritime way in her grass winter's weeds, and twigged who was under her archdeaconess bonnet, Avondale's fish and Clarence's poison, Sedge's and Aneba, wit upon crutches to Master Bates. Between our two South States and the granite there warming, or her face has been lifted, or Alp has been doped. But what was the game in her mixed baggy thatty? Just the tembo in her tumbo, or pilly-pilly from her pepper pot? Sass and tass and specious bizazz? And where in thunder did she plunder? Before the battle or after the ball? I want to get it frisk from the source. I or bet my beard it's worth while poaching on. Shake it up, do, that's a good old son of a ditch. I promise I'll make it worth your while, and I don't mean maybe, nor yet with a good for. Spay me proof, and I'll tell you true. Well, A run Gironde in Waveney lined, a ring a rumour she patted and swung and sidled, and dribbling her boulder through narrower mosses, the Delisky drear on her drier side, and the vile vetch vine agin us. Cuara here, Carrero there, not knowing which medway or weser to strike it, Ada rider making Chattahoochee all to her ain chichu, like Santa Claus at the cree of the pale and puny, nistling to hear for their tiny hearties, her arms encircling Isola Bella, then running with a reconciled Romus and Reams, on like a lech to be off like a dart, then bathing dirty hands spatters with spittle, with a Christmas box apiece for each and every one of her childer, the birthday gifts they dreamt they gave her, the spoiled she fleetly laid at our door. On the mat, by the pouch, and in under the cellar, the rivulets ran a flood to sea, the glacier boys, the polyneuties, out of the pawnschnop onto the pyre. And they all about her, juvenile leads and ingenueers, from the slime of their slums and artisans' wellings, rickets and riots like the smiley boys at their viceroy's levee. Vivivian, little Anshan, Viello Anna, high life, Singer Sasula, O Susuria, Orson Sedulcius, hasn't she Tombra, chipping her and raising a bit of a chur, or a jerry every dive she'd neb in her culdy sacco of wabash she rabbed and reach out all her Monday merchandise, poor souvenir as per recorder, and all for saw a ring-a-rung, stinkers and healers, laggards and prime lads, her firstborn sons and dribble-dairy daughters, 1,001 of them, and wicker potluck for each of them, for evil and ever, and kicks the book. A tinker's ban and a barrow to boil his billy for Gypsy Lee, a cartridge of cockaliki soup for Chummy the guardsman, for sulky Pender's acid nephew deltoid drops, curiously strong. A cough and a rattle and wild rose cheeks for poor Piccolina Petite McFarlane, a jigsaw puzzle of needles and pins and blankets and shins between them for Isabel, Jezebel, and Llewellyn marriage, a brazen nose and pig-iron mittens for Johnny Walker Begg, a paper flag of the Saints and Stripes for Kivanine O'Dea, puff puff for Pudge Craig, and a night marching here for Tecker Tim Tom Bigby, Waterleg and gumboots each for Bully Hayes and Hurricane Hartigan, a prodigal heart and fatted calves for Buck Jones, the pride of Conliffe, a loaf of bread and father's early aim for Val from Skibbereen, a jaunting car for Larry O'Doolan, the Ballyclea Jackeen, a seasick trip on a government ship for Teague O'Flanagan, a louse and trap for Jerry Coyle, slush mince pies for Andy Mackenzie, a hair clip and clack dish for pencilless Peter, that 12 sounds look for G.V. Brooke, a drowned doll to face downwards for modest sister Anne Mortimer, altar falls for Blanchise's bed, wild ears breechettes for Magpeg Wappington, to Sue Dot a big eye, to Sam Dash a false step, makes snakes in clover, picked and scotched, and a Vatican viper catches visa for Patsy Presbys, a rise every morning for Standfast Dick, and a drop every minute for Stumblestone Davy. Screwboke beads for Beatified Biddy, 2 apple tweed stools for Eva Mobley, for Sarah Philpott a Jordan Vale Tyrone, a pretty box of Petty Fibs powder for Eileen Aruna to whiten her teeth and outflash Helen Ahong, a whipping top for Eddie Lawless, for Kitty Coleraine a Bottomans Lane, a Pennywise for her foolish picture, a putty shovel for Terry the Puckhorn, an eponymous mask for Promoter Dunn, an Easter egg with twice-dated shell and dynamite right for Pavel the Curate, a cholera morbus for Man in the Clock, a star and a Jerton for Draper and Dean, for Will of the Wisp and Barney the Bark, 2 mangolds noble to sweeten their bitters, for Oliver Bound away in his fray, for Shumus thought little, a crown he feels big, a Tibertine's pile with a Congo's wood cross on the back for Sonny Twimjim, a Praises Be and Spare Me days for Brian the Bravo, plenty of pity with looby lashings of lust for Alona, Lena, Magdalena, for Camilla, Dramilla, Ludmilla, Mamilla, a bucket, a packet, a book, and a pillow. For Nancy Shannon, a Chwami brooch. For Dora Riparia Hopenwater, a cooling douche and a warming pan. a pair of Barney Brags for Wally Ma, a hairpin slate pencil for Elsie Oram to scratch her Toby, doing her best with her vulgar fractions, an old age pension for Betty Belazar, a bag of the blues for Funny Fitz, a Missa Pro Misa for Taff the Taff, Jill the spoon of a girl for Jack the broth of a boy, a Rogerson Crusoe's Friday's fast for Catechus Angelus Rubiconenstein, 366 Poplin for a reverie warp in the Weaver's Woof for Victor Huguenot, a stiff-steadied rake and good variance mucks for Kate the Cleaner, a hole in the ballad for Hosty, 24 of cradles for JFXP Coppinger, 10 pountain on the pop for Dolphins born with 5 spoiled squibs for Infanta, a letter to last a lifetime for Maggie by the Ashpit, the heftiest frozen meat woman from Lusk to Lievenbad for Phelim the Ferry, Spars and Speranza and Symposium Spirit for Decayed and Blind and Gouty Goff, a change of knaves and joys of ills for Armoricus, Tristram, Amor, St. Lawrence, a guillotine shirt for Reuben Redbreast, Hempen Supenstats for Brennan on the Moor, an oaken knee for Conditor Sawyer, and Muscoboits for the great tropical Scot, a C3 peduncle for Carmelite Kane, a sunless map of the month, including the sword and stamps for Seamus O'Shawn the Post, a jackal with hide for Brown but Nolan, a stone-cold shoulder for Don Joe Vance, all lock and no stable for Honourbright Merrytrix, a big drum for Billy Dunboyne, a guilty goldeny bellows below me blow for me for Ida, and a hushaby rocker El Travatoot for Who is Silver? Where is he? Whatever you like to swilly to swash, Eunice or Yenesi, Lagan or Niga, for Festus King and Roaring Peter and Frisky Shorty and Treacle Tom and Obie Bean and Sully the Thug and Master McGrath and Peter Cloran and O Delaware Rossa and Nerone McPaysom and whomever you chance to meet knocking around, and a pig's bladder balloon for Selina Susquehanna Stakelum. But what did she give to Pruda Ward and Caddy Canel and Peggy Quilty and Briary Brosner and Teasy Kieran and Ina Lappin and Muriel Massey and Zeusin Kamek and Melissa Bradogue and Flora Ferns and Fauna Fox Goodman and Gretna Greeny and Penelope Inglesaint and Lesba Licking like Lethia Lime and Roxana Rohan with Sympatrica Sohan and Una Bina Laterza and Trina Lemesme and Philomena O'Farrell and Ermac Ellie, and Josephine Foyle, and Snake's Head Lily, and Fontenoy Laura, and Marie Xavier Agnes Daisy Frances de Sales Maclay? She gave them Ilka Madre's daughter a moonflower and a blood vein. But the grapes that ripe before reason to them that divide their vine dress. So on, Izzy, her shame maid, love shown befond her tears, as from Shem her pen might, life past befoul his prime. My colonial, what a bagful! A bakerine's juicin' with tithe tillies to boot. That's what you may call a tale of a tub, and Hibernonian market. All that and more under one crinoline envelope if you dare to break the pork barrel seal. No wonder they'd run from her Python plague. Throw us your Hudson soap for the honour of Clane. The wee taste the water left. I'll raft it black first thing in the marn. Merced Moild. Aye, and don't forget the records I loaned you. You've made all the swirls your sign of the current. Well, am I to blame for that if I have? Who said you're to blame for that if you have? You're a bit on the sharp side. I'm on the wide. Only snuffers cornets drift my way that the cracker divine chucks out of his cassock with her Esther Year's March Narcissus to make him recant his Vanity Fair. Foul strips of his Chinook's Bible I do be reading. Dodwell degustered but chickled with chuckles on the tittles is drawn on the tattle page. Signa gatito, facatio omo, e omo fufo. Ho, ho! Signor Gagdito, facciari hidamo se ga facezza. Ha, ha! And de Windermere Dicta and Lefanu Sheridan's old house by the coachyard and Mill J on woman with ditto on the floss. Ja, a swamp for Almeyer Mueller and a stone for his flossies. I know how racy they move, his wheel. My hands are blackguard between Isker and Suda, like that piece of patent Cheney there lying below. Or where is it, lying beside the sedge I saw it? Whango, my sorrow, I've lost it. Hey, mihi! With that Turbury water, who could see? So near and yet so far, but oh, Gihon, I love it a gabba. I could listen to Moor and Muravar again. Regna under river, fleas do you float. Thick is the life for mere. Well, you know, or don't you, Kennet, or haven't I told you every telling has a tailing, and that's the he and the she of it. Look, the dusk is growing, my branches lofty are taking root, and my cold chair's gone ashly. Filer? Filu? What age is that? It soon is late. 'Tis endless now. Sen I or Erewhon last saw Waterhouse's cloth. They took it asunder, I heard them sigh. When will they reassemble it? Oh, my back, my back, my back! I'd want to go aches le pains. Ping pong! There's the bell for sex loites, and concepta descendus pray. Pang! Ring out the clothes, ring in the dew. God a vert the showers, and grant they a vase. Amen. Will we spread them here now? Aye, we will. Flip. Spread on your bank, and I'll spread mine on mine. Flip. That's what I'm doing. Spread. It's churning chill. Derwent is rising. I'll lay a few stones on the hostel sheets, a man and his bride embraced between them, else I'd have sprinkled and folded them only. And I'll tie my butcher's apron here. It's suety yet. The strollers will pass it by. 6 shifts, 10 kerchiefs, 9 to hold to the fire, and this for the code, the convent napkins 12, 1 baby's shawl. Good Mother Joseph knows, she said, whose head mutter snores? Deet aces. Warno are all her childer, say. In kingdom gone or power to come, will glory it be to them, Father. Alleluvial. Some here, more no more again lost alla stranger. I've heard tell that the same brooch of the Shannons was married into a family in Spain, and all the Dunders be duns in Markland's Vineland, beyond Brendan's herring pool, takes number 9 in Yanksy's hats. And one of Biddy's beads went bobbing till she rounded up lost history with a marigold and a cobbler's candle in a side strain of a main drain of a Manzina hurries off Bachelor's Walk. But all that's left to the last of the Mars, in the loop of the years, prefixed them before, is 1 knee buckle and 2 hooks in the front. Do you tell me that now? I do, in troth. Ora por orbe and por las animas. Usas Allah, where umbas all. Metza, didn't you hear it a deluge of times, ufer and ufer, rispund to spund? You deed, I need. It's that irrawaddying I've stoke in my ears. It all but husheth the leethest as wound. Orinoco, what's your trouble? Is that the great Finn leader himself, in his Joachimino, on his statue riding the high horse therefore Hengist? Father of otters, it is himself. Yon there, is it that? On Fallerine Common? You're thinking of Astley's amphitheatre, where the bobby restrained you making sugar-stuck pouts to the ghost-white horse of the Peppers. Throw the cobwebs from your eyes, woman, and spread your washing proper. It's well I know your sort of slop. Flap. Ireland sober is Ireland stiff. Lord help you, Maria, full of grease. The load is with me. Your prayers, I sont zo. Madamagamagat. Were you lifting your elbow? Tell us, glazy cheeks, in Conway's Carrigurra canteen. What was I? What? Hobbledy hips? Flop. Your rear gate's creaker rehuman bits your butts disagrees. Amn't I up since the damp dawn, Marthard Mary Olacook, with Corrigan's pulse and varicose veins, my promaxil smashed, Alice Jane in decline, and my one-eyed mongrel twice run over, soaking and bleaching boiler rags, and sweating cold, a widow like me, for to deck my tennis champion son, the laundryman with the lavender flannels? You won your Limpopo limp from the husky hussers when collars and cuffs was heir to the town and your slur gave the stink to Carlo. Holy scamander, I desire it again, near the Golden Falls. Isis honest, saints of light, Zizare, subdue your noise, you humble creature. What is it but a blackberry growth, or the Dwyer Grey, ask them 4 old codgers owns? Are you Meenum Tarpey and Lyons and Gregory? I mean now, I thank all the four of them, and the roar of them that draves that stray in the mist, and old Johnny McDougall along with them. Is that the Poolbeg flash abeyant far, far, or a fireboat coasting near the Kishma, or a glow I behold within a hedge of my Gary come back from the Indies? Wait till the honeying of the loon, love. Dear Eva, little Eve, die. We die, Eve, little Eve, die. We see that wonder in your eye. We'll meet again. We'll part once more. The spot I'll seek, if the hour you'll find. My chart shines high where the blue milk's upset. Forgive me quick, I'm going. Bye-bye. And you, pluck your watch, forget me not, your even load, so save to journey's end. My sights are swimming thicker on me by the shadows to this place. I sow home slowly now by own way, Moy Valley way. Towie I true, Rathmine. Ah, but she was the queer old Scotia anyway, Anna Livia. Trinkettos. And sure he was the queer old bunts too, dear dirty dumpling, Foos the father of Fingals and Dottergills. Gammer and Gaffer were all their gangsters. Hadn't he 7 dams to wive him? And every dam had her 7 crutches, and every crutch had its 7 hues, and each hue had a differing cry? Suds for me and supper for you, and the doctor's bill for Joe John. Before, he married his markets, cheap by foul, I know, like any Etrurian Catholic heathen, in their pinky, lemony, creamy burnies and their Turkish Indian mauves. But at Mildkidmas, who was the spouse? Then all that was fair. 'Tis elven land, teams of times and happy returns, the Siam anew. Ordovico and Viricordo, Anna was, Anna is, plura bells to be. Northmen's thing made South folks place, but how multi-pluritors made each one in person. Latin me that, my Trinity scholard, out of your Sanskrit into our Iran. Hercus Silvus Ebolaneses. He had bucket goat paps on him, soft ones for orphans. Oh, Lord, twins of his bosom, Lord save us! And ho, hey, what all men? Hot? His tittering daughters of Whock? Can't hear with the chittering waters of flittering bats, field mice, balk talk. Ho! Are you not gone a home? What, Tom Malone? Can't make with a balk of bats, all thim liffering waters of. Ho, talk save us, my foos won't moose, I feel as old as on yonder elm. A tale told of Sean or Shem? All Livia's daughter sons, dark hawks near us. Night, night, my head halls. I feel as heavy as yonder stone. Tell me of John or Sean. Who were Shem and Sean, the living daughters, sons or daughters of? Night now. Tell me, tell me, tell me, elm. Night, night. Tell me tale of stem or stone. Beside the rivering waters of hithering, thithering waters. Night.